American detective, master of the quick draw, Western style. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Alcohol and Sex Will Lead to Bad Luck. Quit drinking. The Crimson Cottage. Harry looked at the masked man who suddenly appeared, opened his mouth wide, showing his 2 rows of white teeth, subconsciously wrapped himself in the quilt, his head tightened, and trembled. The money is in the pants. He was not stupid, and he was not like those extras in the movie, who started to curse and then died on the spot. The masked man shook his head, and a mechanical voice came from his mouth. No money. No money? Harry shrank back and became more scared. Harry, you are just like what your brother said. You are not very brave. The masked man jumped off the bed with some disgust, and then took out a flashlight and shone it next to Harry. Under Harry's terrified gaze, I want news about these 2 people. Harry looked in the direction of the lamppost, and found that there was a very blurry photo next to him. But when he saw the figure in the photo clearly, he was stunned. It was them! Exclamation mark. Early in the morning, the sun shone through the glass and sprinkled on the faces of the 2 people on the bed. Dean subconsciously stretched out his palm to cover his forehead, opened his still confused eyes, and woke up. This movement. Immediately, a woman's charming hum came from the side, as if she was dissatisfied with his pulling her hand away. The next moment, a soft body stuck to him, and it felt warm and smooth, like an octopus, wrapping Dean tightly. Dean looked around in a daze. A face covered by golden hair, revealing only a soft white chin, came into view. Dean. What's going on? He rubbed his forehead, which was a little uncomfortable after the hangover, and his memory went back to last night, yesterday. At the banquet. Those bastards forced him to drink. Even though he had a strong physique, he couldn't resist in the end and got drunk, which was rare. After the banquet, the ladies left first. Drunk Dean, under the instigation of Lawrence and his gang, led the men to the cruise ship's high bar and started the next one. What happened next? Dean tapped his forehead and vaguely remembered that after knocking down Lawrence and his gang, he went to pee and met a beautiful woman who wanted to use him as a shield. It seemed that he had a conflict with them. He beat the group of people badly. The beautiful woman took the opportunity to leave, but he carried her back and opened a room. Fuck, what's this? Dean sighed. Alcohol and sex are ruining things. From today on, quit drinking. Shaking his head, Dean pushed the woman aside while she was still a little confused, got out of bed and started looking for his clothes. The scene was a bit brutal. There were scraps of cloth everywhere. A pair of pants made up of 3 lines was hanging on the chandelier in the room. As the sea breeze came in, it swayed gently, like a torn flag. I don't know how he got up there. It can be seen from this. Yesterday's battle was quite brutal. Dean looked back at the woman with pity. No wonder she slept like a dead pig. Fortunately, his clothes were still intact. After getting dressed, Dean came outside, took a few deep breaths, waved to a passing waiter, and stuffed a small stack of $20 into the waiter's hand. A moment later, a set of women's casual sportswear and a board of medicine sachets were handed to Dean. He returned to the room with these things. Dean threw the clothes on the bedside table, then pinched the woman's cheeks and asked her to pout. Don't say it. The woman looked very cute and sweet when she pouts, and she didn't look very old. Neil was slightly inferior to her. She was just a little bit of a scumbag. After taking advantage of me when I was drunk yesterday, she still wanted to run away. Dean stuffed the medicine in, and carefully drank a few sips of water. After making sure that the other party swallowed the medicine subconsciously, he patted his butt and left. This is a contraceptive pill. He didn't want to kill her at once. He left the guest room area. Dean finally learned through asking the waiter that Lawrence and his gang of bastards had woken up early and left the Sea Palace. He was absent from work on the first day of his promotion. The next day, Harry, with a tired face, finally came back from Texas with the autopsy report of the Sheen family. Wow, isn't this our charity master Harry? Man, you look at least 10 pounds thinner. Lawrence hugged the dazed Harry in a weird way. He was very unhappy with Harry's shit luck. This bastard, not only was he not bullied, but he also won the lottery with Dean, and reported to him from time to time about his charity in Texas, helping those women who solicited customers in the cold wind and were half-dressed. Lawrence hadn't slept well for several days. Harry weakly gave a middle finger back. Lawrence, charity is very physically demanding. Dean, who was standing by, saw that something was wrong with Harry and frowned. Harry, are you okay? Did Malago not protect you after I left? It's okay, Dean. Harry shook his head hesitantly and forced a weak smile. I'm just a little too tired. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Dean patted him on the shoulder. We are all brothers. If you have any problems, just tell me. Lawrence and I will help you. It's really okay. Harry shook his head again. That black shadow was really scary. After Harry personally saw the other party's attack, he even felt that even if it was Dean, if he was approached by the other party, he would definitely die. Unless necessary. He didn't want to involve the people around him. Seeing this, Dean winked at Lawrence and said, well, recently, the major police stations have increased the number of patrols. We should be able to rest for a few days. You can go to the lounge and take a nap. Harry nodded and staggered towards the lounge. Lawrence looked at his back and said with envy and jealousy, I guess he must have been blackmailed by those women for all his money, so he was embarrassed to say it. Dean shrugged, maybe, but I always feel that it's not that simple. If you have nothing to do, keep an eye on him. What about you? Lawrence looked at Dean in surprise. You don't want to skip work again, do you? You guessed it right. Dean smiled and said, call me if you have anything. After that, he left quickly. Out of the detective station. Dean waited on the side of the road for a while, and a silver-white Bugatti EB110 came speeding from the side of the road and finally stopped steadily in front of Dean. The car window opened. Laura's fiancé, Ross, greeted Dean enthusiastically. Detective Dean, get in the car. Dean looked at the curves of the car with some fascination. What a rich man. This car is produced in very small quantities, and the market price is as high as millions of US dollars. The key is that it is priceless and is mostly collected in the garages of those rich people. I didn't expect Ross to have one. Ross saw Dean's expression and looked proud. This is my 18th birthday gift. It means a lot to me. Otherwise, I can give it to Detective Dean to thank you for taking care of Laura. Too expensive. Dean shook his head and sat in the passenger seat. Ross's friend's car supermarket opened today. Ross made an appointment with Dean early and took him to pick a car today. Along the way, Bugatti EB110 attracted a lot of envious eyes. Dean followed and experienced the daily life of the local Tyrans. The car supermarket is located next to a wealthy area in the suburbs. The traffic on the road gradually became sparse. Jaws also began to accelerate, and directly turned the Bugatti EB110 into a silver lightning, crashing into the wide road at a speed of more than 130 yards. Dean was just about to ask the other party to drive slower. The next moment, bang, 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 fierce gunshots came from a white church on the side of the road. White doves were flying in fright. Joss's hands trembled with fear, and he actually controlled the Bugatti EB110, broke through the exquisite fence on the side of the road, jumped up, and flew to the church with the car. Dean looked at the white doves flying parallel to the window, and his heart was speechless. Thank you to the book friend Mantang Huazu for the reward of 10,100 book coins. Thank you, boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the helmsman. Thank you to the book friend Jezihu Huang for the reward of 9,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thank you to the book friend Yujing for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thank you, boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the deacon. Thank you to the book friend Hiaya Renpashi for the reward of 1,500 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thanks to the 4 book friends 202010291856129996 feet, Baladilada, Feng Zio Zio Zio, and Yu Yu Wu Zai for their 500 book coins. Thanks to the 4 bosses. Thanks to the 10 book friends Fate Broken Ring, Hatalai Shak, Sister Quan Shui is always in my heart, Looking Up in the Sky, Red Blood Cellular, 2002, Goodnight Dream, Non Cat, Marshall God is Immortal, Anderson in Winter, and Being a Salted Fish on the other side of the coin for their rewards. Thanks to the 10 bosses. Everyone, subscribe and support after the listing, Gozai will be grateful, and reward according to your ability. Good night. Chapter 77 Tragic. At this moment, the silver Bugatti EB110, like a close-up in a movie, soared into the sky, parallel to the startled white doves, and in the fierce gunfire, it was like a meteorite falling, rushing straight to the church door. It was shaken again. Under the huge impact, a thin figure followed the church door, flew out together, and hit the corner in the distance, and there was no movement. Affected by this, the out-of-control Bugatti EB110 finally got stuck on the protrusion of the building and stopped running wild. Joss looked at the quiet church in a daze, and said stupidly, "Detective Dean, I seem to have killed someone." In front of the church door, around the car, several Southeast Asian men with the same dull expressions and holding light submachine guns also turned their heads stupidly and looked at the car that suddenly appeared among them. Their fierce and dark faces were full of confusion. A car falling from the sky? Dean did not hesitate at all. He pulled out a pistol with one hand and slammed it in Ross's face with the other hand, shouting, "Open the door." Damn it. This idiot actually drove the car directly into the pile of gunmen and killed one of them. If the other party could react and lightly press the trigger, Dean and the others would not even need to prepare coffins. The Bugatti EB110 would directly become an iron coffin. Ross was affected by the stinging pain and glimpsed several black gun muzzles facing this side. He finally reacted and tried to stop the engine and open the door in a hurry. This car is equipped with a most advanced electronic control system. If the engine is not stopped, the door cannot be opened. Press the brake button. Dean pushed the door, but it still did not move. Ross looked desperate and his voice became shrill. "Can't open." The next moment, ta-ta-ta, the orange-yellow gun flames flickered. At the critical moment, Dean suddenly pulled Ross out of the seat belt and pressed him to curl up in the narrow space between the driver and the co-pilot. The space in this broken car is so small, and there is a barrier between the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. Otherwise, Dean would not have made any move to save this idiot Ross, but would have used him as a human shield. Poor him, he is 1.88 meters tall, with a big frame, and he can't hide himself completely. In order to reduce the possibility of being hit in the vital parts, he can only stick his big butt up high, putting him in danger. He now just hopes that the car window will break sooner. In this way, he can fight back without worrying about being hit by ricochets. Surprisingly, the imagined sound of glass breaking did not come, but the car shook slightly, and the glass also made a muffled sound, as if someone was knocking gently with a stone outside. Dean was shocked when he heard the sound. Damn! Could it be that the car has been specially modified and uses bulletproof glass? He looked up and down quickly. I saw dense white dots on the bright front windshield and the windows on both sides. This car has been modified. Get up! Dean lifted up the curled-up Ross and raised his middle finger to the people outside. Ross was pulled up in fear and almost closed his eyes, but found that he was fine. He opened his eyes in surprise. He saw bullets coming from all directions, but they were all bounced off the glass and alloy, leaving only white spots on them. Ross couldn't help showing the joy of surviving the disaster. With watery eyes, he said excitedly, "FK, I remember that my father specially had this car modified. Unless the other party has armor-piercing shells, they can't threaten us in a short time." Dean glanced at Ross's crotch, turned his head away with disdain, and took out his mobile phone in front of those ugly Southeast Asian gunmen, ready to call people. This is the area of the rich suburban area. Once you call for support, a large number of police cars will surround it in a few minutes at most. Seeing the mobile phone in Dean's hand, a man with a fierce face and dark skin finally raised his hand, waved to his companions, and then rushed into the church together. This made Dean stunned. Damn. This group of people knew that they would be caught if they didn't run, but they still wanted to kill the people inside. Could they be a group of specially trained assassins? Thinking of this, Dean made up his mind to let Ross, the second-generation rich man, fight in the front, and he would just be an invisible man this time. When the phone was dialed, there were several rapid gunshots and screams inside the church. The next moment, a message flashed through Dean's mind: participate in killing all gunmen, solve the church shooting case, experience plus 200. Those gunmen, less than 5 seconds after entering, all died? He also got a wave of experience for free. Dean, what's the matter again? Lawrence's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Dean looked at the completely quiet church, moved his lips twice, and after a few seconds of silence, he hesitated and said, "Lawrence, help me call a body transporter. Lawrence is very powerful." Hearing that, Dean was shot. In just over 10 minutes, 7 or 8 police cars and an ambulance arrived at the scene. With their help, Dean and Ross finally walked out of the crashed Bugatti EB110. It seemed that the sirens worked. The door of the church, which had been silent, also quietly opened, and a distorted voice came out. "Hey, is that the police outside?" Dean frowned slightly. The voice sounded familiar. He pushed away the patrolman in front of him and shouted inside, "This place has been surrounded. I give you 3 seconds to raise your hands and come out." As soon as the voice fell, a familiar head popped out from inside. Dean. Cap. This man turned out to be Carp, who taught him Krav Maga. "Why is he here?" "FK, Dean, it's you. Call the medical staff quickly. Someone is injured here." Carp breathed a sigh of relief. "My own people, medical personnel, follow me." Dean quickly stopped the patrolmen who were holding their guns and walked over first. The hut where Cap was probably a temporary resting compartment in the church. It was not large, but there were several bodies lying in disorder, like they were torn into pieces. These bodies with tragic deaths were the Southeast Asian gunmen who had rushed in here before. Dean looked at the wounds on the bodies and licked his dry lips. The scene was a bit horrifying. These people either had their necks twisted and their cervical vertebrae broken, or their limbs twisted and their chests sunken, as if they were all chopped with axes and hit hard by sledgehammers. They died very unpeacefully. There were also some bullet shells and several submachine guns with slightly twisted gun bodies scattered around the bodies. What on earth did these gunmen experience in the past 5 seconds? Dean was horrified. He looked forward. Only then did he notice that there was a bald old man lying behind Ross. The old man was also from Southeast Asia. He looked to be in his 60s, with a thin body and dressed like a priest. He was covering his thigh wound, closing his eyes and saying nothing, extremely calm. Cap ignored Dean. Seeing 2 male nurses rushing over with a stretcher, he quickly helped to lift the old man onto the stretcher and then sent him to the ambulance. The patrolman had already set up a cordon around. Seeing the ambulance leave, Cap walked up to Dean with confidence and said with lingering fear, "Dean, give me a cigarette, FK, I almost died here today." As he said that, he glared at Dean. "It's all because of you." Dean stood there with the cigarette he had taken out, with a black question mark on his face. "What does it have to do with me?" "Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 3,000 book coins reward, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend Buddha Style 5 Zhuang Temple for the 1,500 book coins reward, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 3 book friends Blue Sky, the man who killed Qin Shi Huang, and 201711160040499159 feed for their rewards, and thanks to the 3 bosses." Chapter 78 Ancient Muay Thai Gana. Cap snatched the cigarette from Dean's hand, lit it and took a deep breath, then pointed at the ambulance lane. "Do you know who that priest is?" Although Dean had guessed before, he still didn't believe it. "Cap, don't tell me that old man is the ancient Muay Thai master you mentioned. Don't you have the answer in your heart?" Cap's nose blew 2 columns of smoke and shrugged. "You know my current level. It's impossible to get rid of a few armed gangsters in a few seconds." Having said that, Dean still felt that reality was a bit ridiculous. The little old man looked thin, and he probably weighed less than 100 pounds in total. He was the kind of person who would worry about his osteoporosis fractures when he walked. This is the kind of person. In about 5 seconds, he killed several people violently and even bent those steel submachine guns slightly. The fact was right in front of him. Dean could only light a cigarette inside that reality was more magical than the movie. But after thinking about it carefully, Dean got excited again. The old man's body can be so violent. If I have his level, wouldn't I be able to take off? Cap looked at Dean thinking and laughed. "Dude, it's not as fantastic as you think. Father Anna is actually only 42 years old this year. The reason why he looks so old is because he practices the ancient Muay Thai killing method." "Ancient Muay Thai killing method." Cap nodded, glanced around, and saw that no one was approaching, so he lowered his voice and said, "Anna was originally the top black boxer in Southeast Asia. Later, he offended the local gangs, so he had to use the ZZ Asylum channel and stuffed a lot of money to the Immigration Bureau before settling here. He is a priest on the surface, but secretly he has been training some people with special identities for the Federation. And I heard that the training of the ancient Muay Thai killing method is extremely cruel. Only those who are physically strong can survive the training period with the help of an ancient secret medicine. Even so, look at what Anna looks like now. He is only in his 40s, but he looks like he is in his 50s or 60s. He needs expensive medicine every week to maintain his body normal, otherwise it is difficult for him to even walk. Cap chuckled. That's why he was willing to secretly teach the ancient Muay Thai killing method, because he was short of money. Dean, do you still want to learn this thing now? This so-called ancient Muay Thai killing method is an extreme killing technique that completely squeezes the potential of life and turns oneself into a killing machine. Because of Anthony, Cap naturally would not let Dean learn this skill, but a gentler, modern Muay Thai, but this did not prevent him from scaring Dean. Dean did not hesitate at all, his eyes were burning. Learn, why not learn? He has skill points. As long as he gets started with the ancient Muay Thai killing method, he can directly upgrade to proficiency, without squeezing and overdrawing life like normal people. The key is, the skills that are upgraded with skill points are like virtual feedback reality. Dean suspected that when those skills are upgraded, the positive feedback of virtual training will also appear on his body. If so, ancient Muay Thai, a fighting technique that squeezes the body to the extreme and exchanges for powerful close combat ability, is the most cost-effective for Dean. Cap didn't know that Dean had a panel and thought he was joking. Times have changed. Artillery is king in modern times. Normal people, no one would be willing to risk their lives and fatal injuries to exchange for this kind of short-term power that is no longer meaningful. Okay, Dean, I have already talked to Anna. You can just come here to find him when the time comes. Cap threw away the cigarette butt. He has a penetrating wound and will be back in the afternoon at the latest, so if you want, you can also wait here for him to be sent back. No problem. Dean nodded, then pointed to the church full of bullet holes. You haven't told me what happened today. Are you sure that I will not violate the rules of his department if I learn from him? Cap shook his head. As long as he's valuable, who will care about this? People need money to live, and you are Anthony's student, and no one will bother you. As for today's incident, his face darkened. It should be Anna's enemies in Southeast Asia. That group of uncivilized monkeys dared to come to Los Angeles for revenge. This matter is not over. Dean pursed his lips. No words. Before retiring, Karp was obviously not a good guy. He might have been a member of the secret forces of the Federation, such as the beheading assassination team, agents, etc. active in other countries. He didn't want to get involved in these unknown troubles. He refilled another cigarette. Karp recovered and prepared to leave. At the time of parting, he seemed to remember something and told Dean a bad news. By the way, Dean, there's bad news. I heard that Anthony may be temporarily or even permanently suspended because more than half of his students were killed or injured, and his recent actions have been a bit crazy. Suspended. Dean's face was happy. Isn't this good news? Now Anthony has time to teach me in person. And he was also worried that Anthony would be defeated by the Lucifer game organization, causing him to cut off Anthony's network of contacts. Now he was finally relieved. Karp looked at Dean with a smile on his face, wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth, gave Dean a thumbs up that he didn't know whether it was exaggeration or admiration, and turned to leave. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. Anthony really accepted a good apprentice. Shortly after Cap left, poor Ross finally waited for the bodyguards from home. Before leaving, Ross did not forget his promise and handed his friend's business card to Dean, asking him to go to the car supermarket by himself when he had time and drive away a car directly. Any car would be fine. Mr. Ross would pay for it. Dean was a little embarrassed because he slept with Laura, and seeing that he was so generous, he finally forgave Ross, this scumbag, for almost cheating him. Next, Dean was ready to wait for Anna to be sent back. The 4 skill points in his hand were already thirsty. Because he was bored. Relying on the identity of Bald Hawk's friend, he quickly became familiar with several patrolmen on duty and talked about some strange experiences together. Although these patrolmen rarely experienced major cases, because American residents might call the police when they encountered a little bit of trivial matters, they had experienced many strange things. For a while, Dean listened with relish. Until the forensic department came, extracted the evidence, and took away the body. The patrolman also left. Dean had no choice but to sit on the steps of the church in a daze. Time passed. Just when the afterglow of the sunset was about to disappear in the sky, Dean stood up and prepared to come again tomorrow. A taxi turned from the front and finally stopped in front of him. Anna finally came back on crutches. Thanks to the book friend NJ Tiger Lord for the 2,000 book coins reward. Thank you, boss. These chapters are mainly a transition and foreshadowing of the plot. The protagonist now has the gun skills, and the close combat will be equipped soon, which is almost enough to promote the main plot. Tomorrow we will return to the detective part. Special note, novels are just stories with a certain degree of exaggeration. Please do not substitute ancient Muay Thai for reality. This Anna is almost the top one in the book in bare-handed combat. Good night, brothers. See you tomorrow. Chapter 79, Shortcomings Are Made Up, Anthony's Cold-Blooded and Hardcore Teaching. Hello, I am. Dean greeted the old man Anna enthusiastically. Anna stretched out his hand to stop him and said, I am not interested in who you are or why you are here. Cap recommended you, so you are qualified to learn from me. Follow me. After saying that, he walked into the church with his crutches, one step at a time, without waiting for Dean's response. Looking at the old man's staggering back, Dean really couldn't associate it with the miserable corpse he had seen before. The church was not big. The main hall was the place for worship, filled with tables and chairs. On the left was the restroom where the fight had taken place before, and on the right was Anna's residence. The two of them came to the room on the right, one in front and one behind. The room was very simple, with only a bed, a colorful statue and an altar, an old TV, and a black and white photo. The first time Dean entered the room, he was attracted by the black and white photo on the wall. It was a photo of a man who looked very tough, stepping on a brown bear lying on the ground, motionless, and staring at the camera. According to the outline of the man's face, Dean found that the sturdy man in the photo was Anna in front of him, only much younger, with wild eyes. That was my coming-of-age ceremony when I turned 16. My master brought me to the country of bears and asked me to hunt a brown bear that was preparing to hibernate with my bare hands. Anna's eyes were filled with nostalgia, and then he opened the password box in the cabinet beside him, took out 2 VC discs, and placed them in Dean's left and right hands respectively. The left one is the 25 style ancient Muay Thai. This one is more like modern Muay Thai, but more fierce. It is more gentle in attack and practice. The disadvantage is that it takes a long time to form combat effectiveness. It looks powerful but not practical. It is only suitable for self-defense. This set costs $50,000 and comes with a tiger bone paste. The right one is the 108 style ancient Muay Thai, which was inherited in Thailand more than 600 years ago. The advantage is that it can form combat effectiveness the fastest, but the disadvantage is that it causes great damage to the body. Even in modern times, it is difficult for practitioners to live beyond the age of 50. This set costs $500,000 and comes with 5 tiger bone pastes. He looked up at Dean. Which one do you want to learn? Isn't it a personal instruction? Dean was shocked. The fee is so expensive, and he actually asked me to learn from the VC disc. What a ripoff. This is his hard-earned money. Anna pointed to his dry hands and feet. You don't think I have enough energy to teach you, do you? But you dealt with those gunmen today. Dean clenched his fist and made a loud noise. Even if I use all my strength, I can never do what you do. Hearing the loud noise, Anna's eyes were full of surprise, and for the first time he looked at Dean's torso and limbs carefully. A moment. He took back the disc on Dean's left hand, and his face was full of envy that he couldn't hide. Your skeleton is thick and tense, and your limbs are well proportioned and slender. In the ancient school, this body type is called the tiger body, which is very rare and very suitable for practicing the original version of the 108 style ancient Muay Thai. If you are willing to inherit my school, I can teach you for free and provide you with resources for practice. Free? Dean was a little tempted. But thinking of those gunmen, he still chose to shake his head and refuse. He could afford $500,000. There was no need to be involved in unknown risks. Seeing this, Anna looked a little disappointed, but he didn't give up. Well, if you choose 108 ancient Thai boxing, I can give you an extra secret medicine. This is my most precious thing. What secret medicine? The secret medicine that helped me come back to life today. Anna trembled and took out a black porcelain bottle from his arms. This is a secret medicine that my school doesn't pass on. At the critical moment of life and death, after swallowing it, you can ignore the pain and stimulate the power of the body within half an hour. Dean looked at the bottle suspiciously, his nose twitching slightly. Because Anna had opened the bottle not long ago, There was still a pungent smell. Dean's eyes were more suspicious. "Can I taste some?" He did smell a similar smell in Anna's breath, so even if there was something wrong with this thing, a small dose should not have much impact. Anna nodded hesitantly. "This has sequelae, which will make people weak for a period of time. Overdose may even cause sudden death. It is best not to exceed one fingernail." The bottle contains something similar to tortoise jelly. Dean took out a business card given by Ross from his pocket, gently scraped off a very tiny bit, and then put it in his mouth. The secret medicine tasted bitter. But Dean didn't feel any effect. He waited for about 1 or 2 minutes. He touched his slightly hot cheek with a strange expression. "What the hell is this secret medicine? How can this thing have such an effect like a stimulant?" Dean looked at Anna with some pity. "Have you tried special adrenaline or some oral stimulants?" Anna shook his head in confusion and explained, "After I came to this country, they thought that if I lived around ordinary people, it would be very harmful to society, and I didn't speak the language, so I was confined to this church until my body weakened." "Okay, I was just talking casually." Dean heard this and finally chose not to tell Anna the truth. The secret medicine he regarded as a treasure could be mass-produced decades ago, and there were many types. Some special tissues, and there are special adrenaline with stronger effects. It is this thing that is easy to cause sudden death after injection. So Dean usually only carries a few morphine injections with him, which are safe, effective and cheap. Times are changing. Perhaps in a few years, the ancient Muay Thai that Anna has inherited for hundreds of years will eventually become a worthless pile of video data because it is no longer needed by the times. No one will learn it even if it is thrown on the internet. Dean lost interest in continuing the conversation. He grabbed the disc of the 108 ancient Muay Thai. "I can learn this, and I don't need your secret medicine, but the tuition fee should be cheaper." "Okay." Anna nodded tiredly. "I will charge the cost price of the tiger bone ointment, and you just need to give Cap $100,000. After saying that, he turned around tremblingly, returned to the cabinet, and took out 5 palm-sized glass boxes with deep finger knots. "This is the tiger bone ointment. The method of use is in the tutorial." With this look, who would have thought that the other party is actually only in his 40s? Anna's condition is much older than when I saw him in the morning. This should be the sequelae of his desperate use of the secret medicine today. Dean took the tiger bone ointment and said goodbye to Anna seriously with a disc. He had a hunch. This might be the first and last time he would see Anna. This ancient Muay Thai master who could hunt a brown bear with his bare hands at the age of 16, didn't have much time left. Christmas was approaching. A large number of patrols were added in downtown Los Angeles. In addition, various organizations of all sizes also started various charity activities, sending food and clothes, and even some strange women, who probably lived too comfortably and wanted to pursue their own value in the meaning of life, ran to comfort the homeless for a while. The public security in downtown Los Angeles fell into a rare state of peace. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Meng An asked everyone in the 4th Squadron to take turns to rest, because everything in front of them was just the last calm before the storm. According to the annual archive records, the crime rate was almost the highest in the year a week before and after Christmas Eve. Taking advantage of this rare and comfortable time, Dean studied the disc for 3 days, memorized all the contents in his mind, and prepared the things he needed for practice. He directly took a week off with Lawrence and others. With all his things, Dean temporarily rented a house with a courtyard in the suburbs. He wants to make ancient Muay Thai reach L1 level in the shortest time. The content of Anna's tutorial disc seems complicated and there are many moves, but in summary, there are actually 4 types. Long weapons, fists and feet; short weapons, elbows and knees; feints, and tricks. That's right. In ancient Muay Thai, fists, feet, elbows, and knees are used as weapons for training. As for feints and tricks, they tend to be coordinated with steps. The 3 Palace Lion Squat step is a feint, and the 3 Palace Tiger step is a trick. The 4 are combined in pairs to derive various punching, kicking, elbow, knee, and head attack methods, which are free and flexible, instead of really specifying 108 attack routines. In addition, it is the ancient Muay Thai method of tempering the body. This is very simple and crude. The training of steps, through fixed steps, dodge the impact of sandbags, and master the skills of quick blocking and reaction force. The training of fists, feet, elbows, and knees is to hit the real object. In the early stage, You use various methods to hit the sandbag. When your fists, feet, elbows and knees have a thick layer of calluses, you can replace the sandbag with soft wood or hardwood. Finally, iron. At the end of the video, Anna is facing a solid iron pole wrapped in cowhide every day, beating, smashing and throwing it without feeling any pain. For a normal person, this kind of training is definitely self-harm. However, the ancient Muay Thai of Anna's style has a secret tiger bone paste. This tiger bone paste is dissolved in water and then absorbed by the bandage. When practicing, wrap the bandage around your fists, feet, elbows and knees to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, giving the body a buffer time to adapt, without directly causing blood stasis and cracked bones. According to the techniques Anna explained in the disc, Dean began to practice against the clock. His strong flesh and bones led to the number of sets he could practice every day, far exceeding that of normal people, plus the abundant high-energy food in modern times. 3 or 4 days passed. Dean has started to practice the basic routines of ancient Muay Thai, and he has already started to do it well. Even the color of his fists, feet, elbows and knees is obviously much darker and redder than other parts. According to Anna's explanation in the video, it is not wrong to take a look at the buck bar. First red, then black and finally brown, a protective callus of sufficient strength is formed. Practitioners can also switch from sandbags to cork, which means they have officially entered the door and have a certain lethality. This process, even if ancient Muay Thai is fast, takes at least a month. It can be seen that Dean's physique is indeed suitable for practicing ancient Muay Thai. This day, in a rack full of sandbags, Dean's hands and feet were wrapped in bandages, and he was hitting the 7 or 8 sandbags around him again and again. The mobile phone on the chair rang. Dean exhaled in one breath, stepped forward and moved sideways, easily avoiding the rebounding sandbags, and walked out of the sandbag array. He picked up the phone and saw that the name on the number note was Anthony's. Dean whistled and answered the phone. "Old man, I heard you were fired. I don't want to admit it, but it's true." Anthony's voice was as hoarse and unpleasant as before. "Dean, do you have time recently? I'm free to teach you in person now. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Dean told Anthony his current address. The two agreed to meet here in 2 days. After hanging up the phone, Dean took a breath, ignored the redness and swelling all over his body, and rushed in again, starting a new round of self-abuse. 2 days later, in the cold morning breeze, Dean stood in front of the mirror by the window wearing only a pair of shorts and bruised all over, crawling out the panel. On the last day of the holiday, before Anthony arrived, he finally practiced ancient Muay Thai Trial 1. It can be improved. Dean did not hesitate. 4 skill points, go all in. Boom! Dean felt his mind go blank and lost consciousness in an instant. The next moment, one after another, unreal and real memories hit his mind, and he felt the same. At the same time, as Dean's memory was absorbed, a warm current continued to flow through his fists, feet, elbows and knees, suddenly changing their shapes and removing the purple bruises on them. Time passed. When the last ray of memory was absorbed, Dean's changes also ended. He opened his eyes, shook his confused head twice, and then looked at himself in the mirror. Compared with before, his well-proportioned body, more distinct corners, and seemingly white skin, felt like leather when touched, rough and abrasive, as if rubbed with coarse salt over and over again to form scabs. It's amazing, the touch and sensitivity haven't changed, but I feel more durable, and I have an instinctive sensitivity to distance. Looking at myself in the mirror, I will subconsciously put my hands and feet in a position where I can instantly hit the vital points projected in the mirror. Dean retracted his gaze, put his consciousness in his mind, and checked the panel change information. Skill points. 43. Ancient Muay Thai, L1 L2. This is the first wave of enhancement. Skill points. 30. Ancient Muay Thai, L2 L3. This is the second wave of enhancement. The enhancement of ancient Muay Thai costs more than the improvement of pistol skills. Considering the changes in his skin, Dean did not delve into it. He focused on the notes on the panel. Ancient Muay Thai L3, through years of crazy squeezing of the life potential of flesh and blood, your fists, feet, elbows and knees are as hard as hardwood. You have formed a potential instinct for hand-to-hand combat, and can kill multiple enemies around you in the shortest time. People have limits. From the description, L3 Ancient Muay Thai is definitely not as awesome as L3 Pistol. But Dean is already very satisfied. Although his physique seems to have not changed, his defense is crushed before, and his fighting instincts and skills can easily kill his original self. So far, he has a pistol far away and the brutal ancient Muay Thai nearby. In terms of self-protection, Dean can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Anthony hasn't come so early. Change clothes. Dean came to the courtyard and removed all the props for practice. After all this, while standing at the intersection, waiting for Anthony to arrive, he thought carefully, Anthony has so many skills, which one should he learn to improve his speed in solving cases? Mind reading seems good. Just then, ding-ling-ling, the crisp ringing of a bicycle bell interrupted Dean's thoughts. He looked up. On the narrow path outside the yard, an 8 or 9-year-old blonde girl, riding a children's bicycle, pedaled very fast with her short legs, and stopped in front of his yard door panting. She fluttered her big eyes, looked at Dean twice, and then said shyly, "An old man asked me to give this note to the handsome Mr. Dean. Are you Mr. Dean?" Dean was amused by her and smiled and said, "Yes, lovely lady, you have good taste." The little girl was very shy. After clamping the note in the gap of the yard door, she turned her short legs and returned to the original path. Taking the note, Dean opened it with curiosity. There are only a few paragraphs on it. "Dean, this is the 4th lesson I want to teach you. Human heart. I found an interesting case that is about to happen. It may make you understand the nature of mind reading. Please arrive at Morgan Prison number 15 on time at 10 o'clock in the evening. Anthony Morgan." Dean put away the note and sighed in his heart. Anthony is worthy of it. Not only did he predict the upcoming murder, but he also prepared to use it as my teaching tool. The note revealed a lot of information. Since it is a teaching, then Anthony definitely did not ask him to stop the murder. This means that the murder will be over before 10 o'clock. Using other people's lives to teach. The deep impression left is definitely not comparable to simple teaching by example. In this regard, Dean can only sigh. Anthony is worthy of it, really cold-blooded and hardcore. Thank you to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 3,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. There will be no detailed descriptions like ancient Thai boxing in the future. It's too slow. I would rather the protagonist's learning be integrated into the case. Attached are the current panel values. Level 7, 200/1200, Spirit. 11 Strength. 13 Speed. 13 Endurance. 9 Skills, Pistol Mastery, Ancient Muay Thai, L3, Torture, L2, Blow Needle, L2, Omitted. Attribute points. 0 skill points. 0 completed cases. 6, Omitted. Chapter 82,200. Dean rented a temporary courtyard. He packed up simply. He took a few boxes of tiger bone ointment that he had not used up, drove the rented car, and went straight to the car supermarket opened by Ross's friend. The car supermarket originated in Europe, and finally developed into the largest car channel industry chain in the United States, except for the second-hand market. This car supermarket opened in the wealthy area of the suburbs of Los Angeles, mainly doing business with the rich. The car supermarket is divided into 3 floors. Look at the sign. The first floor belongs to the exhibition area, the second floor should be the parts area, and the third floor is a special after-sales service area. Dean parked the car, and before entering, he saw through the glass rows of luxury exhibition cars, which were slowly rotating on the remote control lift. The worst of these cars would probably not be less than $200,000. Ross is really generous. Dean became interested, took out the business card given by Ross, and called. The call was connected. "Hello, this is Harry." A slightly tired male voice came from the other side. Dean explained his purpose. "Hello, Mr. Harry, I'm Dean, a friend of Ross." A friend of Ross. The other side paused for a moment, seemed to react, and took a deep breath and said, "Detective Dean? Oh, I know you. Ross told me that you helped his girlfriend, and he said he would let you come to my place to pick a car. Let's put it this way. Ross and I are very good friends. Consider this car as a gift to you. Detective Dean, I'm going to say hello to the person in charge of the car supermarket now. You can just say my name when you go in." When the phone was hung up, in the last echo, a familiar cough suddenly came. "Lauren?" Dean looked at the phone in his hand with a strange look. No wonder Harry's tone just now was a little weird. Got it. Harry's little brother and his big brother are roommates. Tisk. Poor Ross, I guess he can open a farm on his head. With sympathy for Ross, Dean did not show any mercy. A moment. With a manager's sullen look on his face, he drove a special version of Ford Mustang Shelby 500 GT, roaring the motor, and rushed out of the car supermarket. This car has been modified in a high-end way. Not only is it powerful, but also the doors, tires and other places have used top-grade materials. It is a muscle car among muscle cars, and the price is as high as $430,000. Listening to the wind whistling outside the window, Dean whistled and felt his blood boiling. This steel muscle monster is indeed one of men's favorites. After racing for a while, Dean resumed his normal speed and called the car rental company to let them drive the second-hand car back by themselves. Anthony asked him to arrive at Morgan Prison number 15 on time at 10 o'clock in the evening. Although Dean was not going to go there now, it was still necessary to collect some intelligence in advance. Now he was going to go to the police station. Police station, the 4th Squadron office. When Dean went in, Lawrence, Harry, and Phoebe were playing Texas Hold'em. Seeing Dean suddenly come back, Lawrence, the devilish boy with a fierce face and a treacherous heart, threw the cards in his hand while Harry and Phoebe were not paying attention, then rushed to Dean and gave him an extremely warm hug. "Wow, Dean, you can't bear to leave me, so you come to work on vacation." Dean pushed Lawrence away with disgust. "I only accept hugs from beautiful women, and I'm here to find Daisy. Don't you know that Daisy only likes beautiful women?" Lawrence awkwardly changed the subject. FK. Harry, who had a good hand of cards, was angry. "Lawrence, if it was in Las Vegas, you bastard piece of meat would appear in the sewer at night." Lawrence shrugged. "Don't be like this, Harry, I'm just too happy to see Dean." Phoebe on the side, while smiling and quietly throwing away her cards, followed by a booing. "Harry is right, Lawrence, you have to compensate for the losses of both of us in this round." Simple and noisy. Dean found Daisy, who was addicted to a chat room called Banana Fruit Pie. "Daisy, can you help me find information about a place?" Daisy didn't even turn her head. "No, Dean, I'm busy trying to capture a ballerina now. Can't you ask Harry and the others to help?" "A week's worth of snacks." Daisy turned back gently. "Dean, what did you just say?" "Bribing with snacks." Clerk Daisy secretly printed out all the information about Morgan Prison number 15 through the system of the Detective Bureau into a report and handed it to Dean. With the report, Dean came to the empty conference room and read it carefully. Morgan Prison number 15 is a private prison established in Los Angeles for 9 years. It mainly detains some minor criminals with sentences of no more than 3 years. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. This prison is not small in size and can accommodate no more than 3,000 prisoners and staff at the same time. However, with the growth of certain ethnic groups in recent years, Morgan Prison number 15 has gradually been unable to meet the detention needs of Los Angeles. So the prison applied to the city government for expansion. The prison expansion project has been going on for half a month. The address Anthony gave Dean was the construction site where the expansion was applied for. At the end of the report, Dean also saw the name of Anthony Morgan. He is one of the shareholders of this private prison. Well, the largest shareholder. At 9:55 in the evening, the night wind was cold. A Ford Mustang Shelby 500 GT with rigid lines was parked outside the construction site. The construction site is not large in general. The fence has been built, and now they are busy building a watchtower connected to the fence. What is surprising is that it is almost 10 o'clock in the evening. There is still construction here. This situation is undoubtedly a difficult thing in today's America, which advocates freedom and happiness. Even overtime cannot be done, because there are clear laws that stipulate overtime hours for workers. It seems that in order to meet the deadline, this side chooses to alternate between day and night shifts. Dean observed the surrounding terrain and looked at the time 21:59. At this time, there was only 1 minute left before Anthony agreed to meet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Although the atmosphere at the construction site was not lively, the workers were talking and laughing under the night light, and there was nothing unusual. Did Anthony miscalculate? Dean exhaled a puff of white mist, checked his things, opened the car door, leaned against the car body, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and looked at the construction site again. The next moment, a figure fell from the already formed watchtower, drew a silent arc in the night sky, and hit the concrete floor heavily. Boom! Even though the construction site was more than 20 meters away, Dean still felt a muffled sound coming from the ground. He took out his mobile phone in a daze and looked at the time: 2200 hours. Not a second more, not a minute less, just right. Thanks to the book friend AO for the 1,500 book coins reward, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend Wei Ai Xiaolian for the 500 book coins reward, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the two book friends, Food Factory Labor Model and Western Window Silhouette, for their tips, and thanks to the two bosses. I have revised and republished it. Brothers. The new case has officially begun. Good night. Chapter 81: Abnormal Foreman. How did Anthony do it? Dean looked at the construction site in an uproar, then looked at the time on his phone screen, with a look of doubt on his face. Except for the murderer. Dean didn't believe that anyone could predict the time of a person's fall to the death with accuracy. It's just a teaching, Anthony wouldn't be so crazy. Dean touched his chin, chose to pick up the phone to call the police, and called Holtz, who was off work alone, asking him to bring some testing equipment and come quickly. Since it was a teaching, Dean didn't want to delay too long. Put away the phone. Dean clamped the detective's card to his chest and walked towards the construction site. The construction here has been started for more than half a month, and the overall framework has been almost built. The remaining people, most of whom are electricians, are laying cables and other equipment. The security guard at the entrance of the construction site heard the noise and had left the gate and ran in to watch the excitement. When Dean went over, just then, I saw a middle-aged man with a big beard and a big boss belly, yelling at the workers gathered together, "I have called the ambulance and the insurance company. All of you get out of my way." Someone was puzzled. "Boss, aren't you going to call the police? Are you a pig?" The bearded foreman rushed to the person who spoke up, grabbed his collar, and said angrily, "This is an accident, bastard. Do you want to delay my construction period?" Looking at the furious foreman, the workers were scared and quickly dispersed. The young man who just spoke up was also nervous, stammering, "I just mentioned it casually. The key is that the insurance company will also ask the police to open an accident appraisal. I will handle it." The foreman loosened his collar and glanced at everyone. "I don't want this matter to cause trouble outside, otherwise, get out of here." After that, he picked up his mobile phone, walked to the body that was no longer moving, and made a call as if no one was around. Dean. He seemed to see the murderer waving at him. At this moment, the scattered workers suddenly saw Dean. Among them was the security guard at the construction site. He pulled out the electric baton from his waist and pointed it at Dean. "Dude, I haven't seen you before, you shouldn't be here." Hearing the noise, the foreman turned his head and saw Dean. He cursed, hung up the phone quickly, snatched the electric baton from the security guard, walked to Dean, turned on the electric baton, and made a crackling sound. "You're in the wrong place, bastard." Dean pointed to the certificate on his chest and tilted his head to look at the bearded man in front of him. "How do you know I'm a bastard, buddy?" The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, Dean kicked the bearded foreman who weighed more than 200 pounds 4 or 5 meters away, and hit him heavily on the dusty ground, splashing a lot of white ash. This kick was very clever. Although the bearded foreman was not seriously injured, he curled up and his face was hideous. It was difficult for him to breathe, let alone scream. For a moment, everyone focused their eyes on Dean. There was curiosity and fear. But there was no anger. It was obvious that this bearded foreman was not popular in the hearts of the people, and no one was willing to stand up for him. Dean calmly took out a transparent bag from his pocket, put the baton in it in front of everyone, and then said loudly, "I am Detective Dean from the Robbery and Murder Division. This person intended to attack the police with an electric baton. I have subdued him. Now everyone, gather here." The young security guard looked at the bag containing the baton in Dean's hand, swallowed his saliva, and said bravely, "We want to check your ID." Dean shrugged, "No problem." After checking Dean's detective ID and calling the police, the group obediently lined up in 2 loose rows after confirming his identity. The duty personnel of the branch, the forensic department and the 4th Squadron had not arrived yet. Dean began to inquire first. There were a total of 21 people at the scene, excluding the foreman and the deceased. 17 of them were electricians, 3 were handymen, and the remaining 1 was the night shift security guard at the construction site. The bearded foreman was called Dam. He was not only the foreman, but also the person in charge of this construction site. These people were Dam's men. They were usually casual workers. Once Dam got a project, he would call them to start work. The deceased was named Jerry, 32 years old, also an electrician, currently responsible for cable installation and drilling. He was usually popular, divorced for many years, and had a daughter. Before his death, no one noticed anything unusual about Jerry. After a brief questioning of everyone, 2 police cars with flashing lights also arrived at the construction site. 4 people came from the police station. The leader was a burly middle-aged black police officer. Dean greeted him. "Guys, I'm Detective Dean from the Robbery and Homicide Division. I happened to pass by and called the police." "Detective Dean, are you from the 4th Squadron?" Next to the middle-aged black police officer, a white young man looked at Dean with some curiosity. Dean nodded and smiled. "Dude, have you heard of me?" "Yes." The white youth and his companion explained. Bald Hawk talked about Dean and praised him for his ability. The key is that he is very considerate and will not forget his friends after making contributions. "Wow." Several patrolmen from the precinct looked at Dean and immediately became much friendlier. The middle-aged black man in the lead also smiled. "Detective Dean, it seems that we are lucky today." "Yes, guys," Dean said confidently. "I guess your bonuses next month will be much higher, and your resumes will also have a good color." This is the role of word of mouth. The entire robbery and murder division, 4 squadrons, only have 50 or 60 people in total. Who is good and who is not? The grassroots of these precincts know it well. Because of Hawk's contribution, these 4 patrolmen cooperated with Dean's work very well. Not long after, everyone at the scene had their identity information registered. The area around the deceased, as well as the watchtower where he fell, were all cordoned off. Just as Dean was about to go up to the watchtower to check the environment before Jerry's death, the bearded foreman who had fallen down again rushed over aggressively, and the middle-aged black police officer who was leading the team winked at Dean. Dean immediately reacted. This foreman named Dem, who was able to get the prison project, must be someone more than a simple person. "FKYOU, bastard, you dare to hurt me, I want you." Dem's momentum came and went quickly. Because the cold barrel of the gun that Dean stuffed in his mouth could instantly calm most people down from a furious state. Dem was no exception. "Calm down?" Dean asked with a smile. Dem nodded obediently. "I don't care who you are or what your background is. There is solid evidence that you attacked a police officer, and there are many witnesses. If you don't want to be prosecuted by me, just cooperate with me. Do you understand?" Dem nodded again. It seems that he really understood. Dean pulled out the barrel of the gun, wiped it on his clothes in front of his chest with disgust, and then said to the middle-aged black policeman who was looking at him admiringly, "Buddy, I want to talk to him alone." "No problem." The middle-aged black man gave Dean a thumbs up and walked aside. As soon as the middle-aged policeman left, Dem, the foreman who was just aggressive, immediately begged for mercy. "Detective Dean, I'm sorry, someone died downstairs, and I was a little impulsive just now." He was frightened by Dean's action of pulling out a gun. In fact, most people are like this. Good people can be bullied, and bad people are afraid. Dean smiled, took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it into Dem's still trembling mouth, and took out a lighter to help him light it. "Don't be nervous, man, as long as no one deceives me, I'm usually easy to talk to. As long as you tell me why you didn't call the police, I'll let you go of assaulting the police." Generally, for projects involving the government, workers must be insured before they can start work, so that subsequent problems are less likely to occur and affect the reputation of the government. There is an insurance company to cover the bottom. So even if someone accidentally falls to death, it will not cause Dem's loss. His previous reaction was too abnormal. Thanks to the Buck Friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 3,000 book coins, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 3 book friends nickname is so hard to come up with. Red Blood Cellular, 2002, and 202206230023101155 feed for the rewards, and thanks to the 3 bosses. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82: The Mysterious Cause of Death. Faced with the inquiry, Foreman Dem looked innocent and said nervously, "Mr. Detective, I'm just worried that Jerry's death will affect my construction period. The government has given us a very tight time. Dean noticed that when Dam spoke, his eyes kept looking down and he didn't dare to look directly at him. This is a typical lie. Dean was about to say something when he suddenly thought of the words on Anthony's note. I found an interesting case that is about to happen. It may make you understand the nature of mind reading. Human heart. Dean suddenly realized. He seemed to understand what Anthony meant. Retract his thoughts? Dean looked at the somewhat nervous Dam and sneered. Mr. Dam, it's not just that. Generally, people who can get government projects have some connections. Are you worried that Jerry's death will attract attention and eventually involve the people behind you? He revealed his thoughts. Dam's face changed, and he defended himself. I got the project through legal bidding. What's there to worry about? And Jerry, that bastard, seems to have been gambling again recently. He always made mistakes because of distraction at work, and I scolded him several times. It's normal for him to fall down because of his bad behavior. You mean he's been distracted recently? Dean wondered. This didn't match what Jerry's co-worker said. Dam nodded affirmatively. Yes, I've known Jerry for more than 10 years. When he was young, his wife divorced him because of his addiction to gambling. If it weren't for his pity for his little daughter's illness, and he repented later, I would never let such a person work with me. Got it. Dean glanced at a few cars coming outside and stopped to ask, keep your phone open, you can leave first. Dam breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. The new vehicles were all Dean's acquaintances. Lawrence, Harry, and Holtz and his colleagues from the forensic department. Dean, what's going on? The three asked together. Dean has not been in the detective bureau for long, but his outstanding performance has made Harry and others reach a basic consensus. Follow Dean and there will be meat to eat. Dean briefly explained the situation, and then began to arrange tasks. Harry, I think there is something wrong with the foreman Dam. You go investigate a situation, and find out whose relationship he used to get this project. Lawrence, the deceased Jerry has a sick daughter. If possible, I hope you can call Phoebe, and while investigating Jerry's situation, let Phoebe deal with his daughter. It would be best if we can get some valuable clues. No problem. Harry and Lawrence, who had just arrived, left again. Holtz, who has left, looked puzzled. Dean, you seem to be very sure that this is a homicide. Yes. Dean nodded. Don't ask me why I am so sure, Holtz. I will go to the observation tower to investigate the situation now. I need you to determine the cause of Jerry's death as soon as possible. Okay. Holtz did not delve into it. I listened to you. This time I brought a complete set of tools. It will be quick to simply investigate the cause of death of the deceased. After that, Holtz took his colleagues to move various toolboxes from the car, came to the body of the deceased, and got busy. It's nice to have someone to order you around. Dean smiled and walked towards the observation tower. In addition to dealing with those people from the judicial department, opening a prison also requires preventing prisoners from escaping. It's okay if the prisoners die. There are many excuses for explanation. But if one or two prisoners run away, it will be troublesome. This will cause the Z government to distrust this prison. To restore trust, it costs a lot of money. Therefore, the high-rise observation tower guarded 24 hours a day is the second most important place in the prison besides the monitoring room. There are 3 completed watchtowers at this construction site, distributed in 3 different directions. The watchtower where Jerry fell to his death is located in the direction of the main gate. After Dean went up, he found that the interior of the not-so-wide watchtower was filled with various tools for electricians. On the wooden cabinet where sundries were placed, there was also a pink pig lunchbox. This should be the midnight snack prepared by Jerry's daughter for him. Touched it. The lunchbox was still warm. It was a pity that Jerry could no longer feel the love of his daughter. He died. Close to the interior of the construction site. A groove for half of the buried wires had been opened on the ground. The groove extended from the ground and finally ended at a half-person high position on the wall. Jerry fell from here. There was a cement barrier about half a meter high here, and the external iron railings had not been installed. But under normal circumstances, no one would fall from here. Unless there was an accident. This is why Jerry did not wear a safety belt when he was opening the groove. Dean asked the electricians who worked with him. At that time, Jerry was the only one on the observation deck, so there was no possibility that someone pushed him down. According to normal reasoning, he either had a sudden illness and lost control of his body, or for some reason, he could not control his body at all, so he fell to the side and happened to fall down. Of course, the possibility of Jerry committing suicide cannot be ruled out, because Dean remembered that Dam said that Jerry's daughter was sick. If the treatment requires a lot of money. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, take a look. Jerry may also commit suicide to defraud insurance. At that time, the drill in his hand also fell with Jerry. This is a grooving tool. Dean put on gloves and pulled the drill up along the wire hanging on the cement barrier. Before he looked at it, he smelled a slight burnt smell. Is this a leakage? Dean looked puzzled. He took the drill and walked to the socket and checked it carefully. This is not the 1960s or 1970s. Electricians are high-risk jobs, and there are very strict procedures and requirements during construction. For example, they must wear insulated work shoes and the sockets used must be equipped with leakage protection devices. Therefore, Jerry's death by electric shock is rare. After checking, Dean immediately found the problem. There were signs of human damage on the socket. The plug connector was cut off with pliers. What's more coincidental is that a pair of pliers with black handles was thrown under the socket, as if they were afraid that someone would not see it. Dean saw the damaged leakage protection device and was almost sure that Jerry died of homicide, but when he saw the pliers, he hesitated again. Could it be that Jerry, this idiot, directed and acted by himself, trying to pretend to be an accidental death to defraud insurance? Because if there is a problem with the equipment, in addition to the insurance, the foreman dam will also have to pay a large sum of money. Dean temporarily kept this in mind. Since the leakage protection device was damaged, then the drilling machine in his hand must also have a problem. Dean immediately looked at the drilling machine in his hand. The wire interface of the drilling machine also looked a little loose. Dean had used these tools a lot in his previous life. In order to ensure that they would not be cheated, the manufacturer would seal this thing. Once someone opened it, it would be equivalent to voluntarily giving up the warranty. After the repair, the manufacturer would seal the connection again. So, someone had opened it here. Dean pulled it lightly and easily pulled off the connection shell outside the interface. With the help of the light, Dean noticed that the wires were crossed and the electrodes were swapped inside the drilling machine. A picture emerged in his mind. Jerry, as usual, took the drilling machine, stood on the edge of the wall of the observation tower, turned on the machine and prepared to drill holes and grooves. The next moment, the current rebounded. Jerry was shocked by the current and his body became stiff. As a result, he was not dead. While his body was out of control, he was driven by the drilling machine in his hand, and his body tilted and fell down. As for destroying the protection of the labor protection shoes, it was even simpler. Just insert an iron nail into the sole. Dean is not sure whether Jerry committed suicide or was murdered, but he is basically sure that Jerry died of electric shock. Now he needs to find Holtz to confirm this. With the pliers and drill on the ground, Dean went downstairs. Holtz, did Jerry die of electric shock? Holtz had completed the preliminary autopsy. Hearing this, he looked at Dean with a puzzled face. I only found fall injuries on the deceased. Dean, the deceased died from falling. He couldn't have died of electric shock. Dean? Question mark? Brothers, see you tomorrow. I have to save some manuscripts and upload them for more updates. Chapter 83 Determine the cause of death and identify the suspect. I have found all the evidence, and you tell me that Jerry didn't die from electric shock? Dean raised the hole cutter and pliers in his hands. Impossible. The other party must have died from electric shock. I need to check the body. Hearing this, Holtz's face looked a little ugly, but thinking of Dean's style of doing things, he didn't dare to refute, so he had to take the two things in his hand. Dean walked past Holtz and came to Jerry's body. His body had been placed on a temporary stretcher. Because the examination had been completed, Holtz's colleagues had gone upstairs to search for traces to verify whether the deceased died in an accident. Dean didn't care about these. He lifted the white cloth covering Jerry, his eyes swept to his palms, and then he pulled open his shirt to check his chest. This look. Dean frowned. No wonder Holtz said that Jerry didn't die from electric shock. Generally, people who die from electric shock will have burn marks on their palms, and their chests will also have special bruises due to the destruction and rupture of capillaries. But these obvious symptoms. Jerry didn't have any. Dean did not give up, and turned to Jerry's legs, looking at his heavy and thick safety shoes. After seeing this, His self-doubting and somewhat shaken heart became firm again. Jerry died of electric shock. Because there was a nail on the safety shoe on his left foot that penetrated deep into the bottom of the shoe. All of this was completely in line with his previous speculation. As for why there were no traces of electric shock left on Jerry's body, Dean touched his chin. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard the accident expert who taught them, a group of scavengers and killers, mention this way of death once. If the deceased unknowingly ingested excessive amounts of iron before his death, it doesn't need to be too much, only about 6 or 7 times that of an ordinary person. This person can become a human cable, causing electric shocks without leaving obvious traces of electric shocks. The key is that 6 or 7 times the content of iron will not endanger life, but will only cause some discomfort to the body. For example, symptoms such as jaundice appear on the skin. Dean carefully looked at Jerry's exposed skin, and a look of joy appeared on his face. In the area of Jerry's hands and feet, jaundice was indeed found. This proves that his guesses were all correct. This method of killing is very rare and hidden. But there is an obvious flaw. Some inexperienced forensic doctors, if they do not conduct blood tests, will at most think that Jerry is born with underdeveloped body and will not think much about it. Now that the cause of Jerry's death has been determined, Dean turned his head and wanted to tell Holtz, but saw that he was holding the pliers and staring at Jerry's body with his pants taken off, his eyes full of horror. He seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Dean glanced at Holtz, then followed his gaze and looked at Jerry's pants taken off, and sighed, "Holtz, can't you think healthier?" Holtz realized that he had misunderstood and joked, "Dean, I have been in the forensic department for so many years, and I have seen all the perverted things, but as a friend, I still suggest that you go see a psychiatrist. If it doesn't work, a living man is better than a corpse." Dean gave him a middle finger and briefly introduced his new discovery. After listening, Holtz looked like he had learned something new, and picked up the pliers in his hand. "Okay, your guess is right. The internal circuits of the drill were burned, which means that it passed an excessive amount of current in an instant. And I also found fingerprints on the pliers that don't belong to Jerry. The comparison is so fast." Dean was a little surprised. Fingerprint comparison is still very time-consuming. The forensic department has received a batch of new equipment, which is very smart. It only takes a few seconds to compare fingerprints, and the accuracy rate is very high. Holtz said, putting the pliers into an evidence bag, and continued, "The lines cut by each pair of pliers will be different. I will extract the fracture marks on the safety socket later. If it is confirmed that it was cut by this pair of pliers, I think you can solve the case soon." "It sounds good." Dean pointed to the bag that was stuck together, "But why do these pliers look wet now?" "It's very simple, because I used the fumigation method to extract fingerprints." Holtz pointed to the equipment that was still steaming in the distance. "For things like this with uneven surfaces or sticky surfaces, we usually use this method to extract fingerprints. It is convenient and fast, and it is not easy to cause pollution." Another day of learning. Because the cause of Jerry's death was determined, the forensic department quickly collected enough evidence on the watchtower. What they have to do now is to go back, take these evidences, verify them, and finally present a report. Their work has been completed. The next day, Dam and others were summoned to the detective bureau, where their fingerprints were extracted one by one, and they were questioned separately again. This time, Dean focused on Jerry's recent situation. The result was the same as before. According to the answers of Jerry's co-workers, Jerry was a talkative person who liked to tell dirty jokes. In their eyes, Jerry was very optimistic, so he had a good relationship with people. And in recent days, he had not had any abnormal reactions. The only person's performance was a little bit wrong. He was the guy who took the initiative to call the police that day. This man's name was Amoti. Amoti claimed to be Jerry's master. Jerry followed him into the industry at the beginning, so he knew Jerry better than those ordinary co-workers. But he seemed to have some concerns. Dean did not get more information from Amoti. After leaving him a business card, he personally sent him out of the detective bureau. Looking at Amoti's back as he left, Dean touched his chin. People's hearts. What is Amoti worried about? Does he know who the murderer is? Back to the office. Dean found Robert, the only one who was not on duty, and handed him Amoti's information. "Dude, do you want to know why I am so good at solving cases?" Robert was playing Minesweeper, and his eyes lit up when he heard it. Why? He always envied Dean. He wanted to ask, But because he was also a newcomer, he was always in a state of alternating envy and jealousy. Because of thinking substitution, Dean half-fool said, "Robert, this emoji, I suspect he is one of the suspects. You go to investigate a situation, focus on observing his personality, and what happened around him recently. In this process, maybe you will understand what I mean." "No problem." Robert took emoji's information and left in a hurry. Looking at the empty office, Dean leisurely lit a cigarette. "Is this mind reading?" Anthony said that mind reading is actually micro-expressions and psychological analysis. Micro-expressions are the subtle changes in people's faces due to emotional fluctuations, which are actually psychological changes in essence. Dean knew some psychological methods because of the interrogation, but before that, he would not subconsciously summarize. Last night, he finally realized a little bit of the context because of Anthony's advance reminder. The essence of mind reading is to see what the other party desires most when they see you. For example, Foreman Dam. Because of his identity, he didn't want Dean to define Jerry's case as homicide, for fear that it would attract media attention and expose his relationship with others, which would affect the people behind him. This is the reason for the other party's abnormal reaction. When Dean revealed his concerns, Dam immediately changed his appearance and lied subconsciously. Robert was the same. He was jealous of Dean and admired and envied Dean. After Dean saw this, he followed Robert's inner desire when he faced him, and easily made Robert willing to help him. After 2 small attempts, Dean finally understood Anthony's purpose. He wanted to teach himself the way of thinking of mind reading. Once this special way of thinking becomes an instinct, although it is not possible to see through people's hearts, whether it is used to distinguish the truth from the false in words, interpersonal communication, or negotiation, etc., it will immediately become an expert. At noon, everyone in the 4th Squadron is still busy outside. Dean and the salary thief, the deputy captain, Old Hunter, who came back from fishing, are leisurely eating in the restaurant. For some reason, Old Hunter found that Dean spoke very nicely today, which not only greatly increased his desire to talk, but also had the urge to regard Dean as a confidant. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Dean's pocket rang. He took out his mobile phone and found that it was Holtz calling. "Good news, Dean. After comparing the fingerprints sent in this morning, we have found the owner of the pliers, and the comparison of the fracture of the pliers and the leakage protection device has also confirmed that they are consistent. The most important thing is that we also extracted fingerprints from the nails on Jerry's safety shoes, which are consistent with the fingerprints on the pliers. The report has been faxed to your squadron's printer. I think you can apply for a detention warrant." "Who is it?" Dean asked hurriedly. Holtz's old habit came back. "Dude, go check the fax machine yourself. I haven't eaten yet to help you. I'll contact you next time." Damn. This bastard is keeping us in suspense again. Looking at the hung-up phone, Dean's curiosity made him lose his appetite. After he and Old Hunter briefly explained the situation, they returned to the office together. Thanks to the 2 book friends Ziksha Redbeard and 20210113233229662 feed for their rewards, and thanks to the 2 bosses. Good night. Chapter 84. The first leader of this book is born. Kazuki just found out. The first leader of this book is born. Congratulations to Yzhi the book friend, for becoming the first leader of this book. Today is worth celebrating. I will add 1 more chapter. There will be 2 more chapters later. In addition, this book will be available on Tuesday. Everyone, please support me when the time comes. Kazuki is a bit vulgar. I write books to make money in life. As long as everyone supports me, this book will be updated all the time. If you can order the best products first, Kazuki will update from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. as if it were work, and guarantee at least 10,000 words a day. Chapter 85. The bloody story behind the case. It's him. Dean was a little surprised when he saw the name on the report. Damn. The fingerprints on the pliers and nails all matched Dam's fingerprints. Dean, you're lucky. Old Hunter said with some envy. With these 2 pieces of evidence, we can summon Dam to interrogate. If he had this kind of luck when he was young, he wouldn't have gotten to where he is now, and was promoted to deputy captain by grace and become a mascot. Dean shook his head. Deputy captain, I don't think the murderer should be Dam. Let's wait for Lawrence and the others to come back in the evening and understand the situation before we decide whether to summon Dam. From a psychological analysis, Dam is most afraid of delays in the construction period and the involvement of the relationship behind it. Even if he and Jerry have a grudge, there is no need to kill each other on the construction site. Because this will not only delay the construction period, but may also attract attention from the outside world, increasing the exposure of the fact that he relied on relationships to get the project. The gossip part of the old American people is not weak at all. Of course. This kind of self-speculation is not suitable to explain to Old Hunter. Dean saw that Old Hunter looked puzzled, so he changed his excuse. Dam was able to get the prison project, which should be related to the senior officials of the Los Angeles Department of Justice. We'd better find out and then consider what to do, otherwise it will be very troublesome for the 4th Squadron to handle cases in the future. The Detective Bureau is not like the FBI. In the case, the evidence needs the participation of the Forensic Department, and the search warrant needs the consent of the Supreme Court. If there is a disagreement, it will be very uncomfortable. Old Hunter nodded in appreciation. Dean, you have considered it very comprehensively. In the evening, in the meeting room of the 4th Squadron, after Dean briefly described the current findings, he looked at Lawrence and others. Everyone, we have now determined that Jerry died of premeditated murder. Now I need your investigation results to analyze the cause of Jerry's murder and find the real murderer, in order to avoid everyone's preconceived emotional involvement. After discussing with Old Hunter, Dean did not mention the fact that Dam's fingerprints were matched with the evidence. Harry was the first to speak. Dean, I learned about the foreman Dam yesterday. He was originally an inconspicuous decorator. But 7 years ago, after Dam's distant relative, Mr. Jackson, was elected as the Chief Justice of Los Angeles, he set up a construction company and often received orders from the government. By the way, Harry added, the current prison project is expedited. In addition to the normal construction price, the city government also gave Dam's company a subsidy of $20,000 a day, requiring them to make the new prison area operational within 2 months. No wonder Dam is so anxious about the construction period. Dean suddenly realized, for those gentlemen, the sooner the prison is built, the sooner new prisoners can be accepted. This is all money. Old Hunter was also shocked by Dam's relationship. This inconspicuous guy turned out to be a relative of Chief Justice Jackson. Fortunately, Dean did not summon the other party directly, otherwise if he offended the Chief Justice, the 4th Squadron would be very uncomfortable handling cases in the future. Lawrence was unhappy that Harry stole the limelight, so he knocked on the table to attract everyone's attention. Phoebe and I went to learn about the victim Jerry and his daughter yesterday. I won't say much about Jerry's basic information, but there are 2 points that are worth noting. First, the victim Jerry's daughter has congenital heart disease, and as she gets older, her heart is overwhelmed and she must have surgery as soon as possible. Jerry went to the hospital to discuss the cost of the operation, and the final price was $180,000, which can be paid in installments, but does not support subsequent recovery and recuperation. Whether it is the cost of the operation or the cost of recuperation, Jerry can't afford it. Dean cheered up. This is a very important piece of information, because it means that Jerry is really suspected of committing suicide to defraud insurance. Lawrence raised his second finger and continued, the second point. In addition to being an electrician, Jerry is also the representative of the Electricians' Union of Dam's company. 5 days ago, after leaving the hospital, he and some of his colleagues said that they wanted to start a strike to force Dam to give them a pay raise. But this matter has come to nothing. Phoebe and I found that Jerry's bank account had an extra income of $20,000 that day, and the remitter was Dam. Hearing this, Old Hunter clapped his hands and said, Jerry's intention to strike was fake. His purpose should be to threaten Dam and ask for money, because he knows Dam is afraid of delays in the construction period. Combined with the findings of the Forensic Department, Old Hunter has already concluded in his heart that Dam is the murderer. But Dam is a relative of the Chief Justice. Old Hunter rolled his eyes and finally said nothing. Since Dean is willing to take the lead, let him handle everything. Let me add one more thing. Phoebe, who had been silent all this time, took out a copy and said, I got the agreement from the insurance company. They will only pay for accidents. If it is a murder, the insurance company will not care. Combined with Jerry's very secretive way of death, I think Dam is indeed a suspect. She explained, Jerry is very popular and is the representative of the Electricians' Union in Dam's company. He has enough power to influence the progress of the project. If he doesn't die, in order to raise money for his daughter's treatment, he may continue to coerce Dam before the end of the project. On the contrary, Dam killed Jerry and disguised it as an accident. Not only will the insurance company pay for the loss, but he will no longer have to worry about someone causing a strike and delaying the project. Maybe in Dam's heart, he will also think that this is also a good thing for Jerry. Because the money paid by the insurance is enough for Jerry's daughter to complete the operation and let her live a good life before she comes of age. Dean nodded. Although he did not agree with Phoebe's speculation, he praised Phoebe's thinking. He did not express his opinion, but looked at Robert. This case. Dean already vaguely knew who the murderer was. There are two things he can't figure out. The first is the murderer's motive. The second is whether Jerry died voluntarily or was forced to die. Noticing Dean's gaze, Robert actually felt a little nervous. He subconsciously straightened his collar, coughed, and told his investigation, "Dean, there is indeed a problem with Amodi, who you asked me to investigate. Amodi is Jerry's master. He brought Jerry into the industry a long time ago, and Jerry's wife was the sister of Amodi's wife. Because of your reminder, Dean, I focused on tracing Amodi's interpersonal relationships. In the process, I found two very interesting things." Robert saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and he felt a little proud. He snapped his fingers. The first thing. Before Dam opened the company, he was originally Amodi's colleague, and the two had a fight for unknown reasons. In the end, Dam was beaten and went to the hospital. But later, for some reason, Dam accepted Amodi again and let him work with him. The second thing is even more interesting. Guys, you will never guess it. Robert was about to keep it a secret when he glanced at Phoebe on the side. Phoebe had raised her hand and was ready to slap him, the suspenseful thief, at any time. He was scared and immediately said, "Ahem, I found out that Jerry's wife has been staying at Amodi's house since the divorce, and last night I saw Amodi, his wife and Jerry's wife having sex. You actually went to peek." Phoebe looked at Robert in shock, as if she was meeting this apprentice for the first time. Robert waved his hands awkwardly. "Phoebe, this is not the point. The point is that I suspect that Jerry's daughter is actually Amodi's daughter. Poor Jerry is just a scapegoat. I guess Amodi killed Jerry. In this way, Jerry's daughter will not only have money to treat her illness, but also cause trouble for Dam. After all, they had a grudge before. I don't believe Amodi would have a good impression of Dam. A person who was originally at the same level as you, after a conflict with you, soared to the sky, and in the end you have to follow him to make a living. It's so frustrating to think about it." Papa Dean took the lead in applauding. "Robert, you said it very well, and it also solved a doubt in my heart. He has determined that Amodi is the murderer. But what about Jerry? Did he really know nothing about this?" Robert was praised by Dean, who was also a newcomer. He was very happy and felt that Dean was a lot more pleasing to the eye. At least Dean had good vision. An hour later, Dam and Amodi were summoned to the interrogation room of the detective bureau together. It's time to end this case. Dean also needed to solve another doubt in his heart through Amodi's mouth. Did Jerry really not notice Amodi's little action at all? This has nothing to do with the case. Dean just felt that if he could figure out this problem, he might be able to completely figure out the thinking mode of Anthony's mind reading, and even form a new skill. Speaking of it, even now, he doesn't understand why Anthony can know the time when Jerry had an accident so accurately. Thank you to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 15,600 book coins. Thank you, boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the leader. Thank you to the book friend 20221109001109169 feet for the reward of 2,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Congratulations on your promotion to the disciple. Thanks to the two book friends Shadiki and Alien Toto for their tips, and thanks to the two bosses. It is expected that there will be another chapter at 8 or 9 o'clock. Chapter 86, Truth, Doubt. The bright incandescent light made people dizzy and panic. Name: Amodi Mike. Amodi squinted his eyes a little nervously. Can you dim the light a little? I feel uncomfortable. Dean knocked on the table. I won't let you feel uncomfortable for long, Amodi. Can you tell me why you electrocuted Jerry to death and then put the blame on Dam? What? Amodi's pupils contracted violently. How could I kill Jerry? He is my good apprentice and good friend. I can't kill him. Maybe. Dean picked up a report and threw it in front of Amodi. This is the DNA report of you and Jerry's daughter. The data shows that you are genetic father and daughter. Amodi trembled, his eyes full of disbelief, and he didn't even have the courage to open the report and take a look. Seeing this, Dean became confident. He tapped the table rhythmically, as if going back in time, telling a secret. More than 10 years ago, Dan had an affair with your wife. You had a big fight with him. Because of this, you fell in love with your wife's sister and got her pregnant. After that, you reconciled with your wife. For the harmony of the family, you chose to introduce her to your apprentice, Jerry, who was still young and ignorant at the time. 7 months later, Jerry had his own daughter, a baby with congenital heart disease. An accident. Jerry discovered the secret between his wife and you. He was in pain. On one side was his respected master, and on the other was his partner who he had misplaced. He chose to use gambling to numb himself and escape from his family. During this period, you dealt with his wife. So Jerry's wife divorced Jerry, abandoned the sick daughter, moved to your house, and shared you with your sister. You were enjoying the happiness of having 2 wives. Jerry fell into the abyss completely. But he was lucky, his lovely daughter saved him from being lost. Time passed. Jerry forgave you. But as his daughter grew up, her heart became overwhelmed and she had to undergo surgery. In desperation, he came to you to borrow money. After all, this is your flesh and blood. At this time, an evil plan appeared in your mind. This plan not only allows you to avenge the resentful dam, but also allows you to get rid of Jerry, and take back your daughter in the name of Jerry's ex-wife, and get Jerry's compensation. Dean drank a sip of water, walked to Modi who was trying to restrain himself, and looked down at him coldly. Do I need to continue to tell you the details of how you used the iron element potion to kill Jerry and frame Dam? FK. Modi finally couldn't hold back, and stood up angrily. You are talking nonsense. I didn't kill Jerry at all. He was killed by Dam. Where is the evidence? Dean spread his hands. Without evidence, we can only conclude that you killed him, and Jerry won't get a penny of compensation, and your daughter will leave this beautiful world one day because she has no money for treatment. Modi closed his eyes in pain. I have evidence. Although I don't know how you know the relationship between me and Jerry's daughter, I really didn't kill Jerry. 5 days ago, Jerry found me and said that his daughter had to undergo surgery. He didn't know that it was actually my daughter. I have always felt guilty about Jerry, so I gave him all my savings and told him that Dan was very nervous about the construction schedule. If he threatened to go on strike, he might be able to get some money. Jerry's plan was successful. I helped him get $20,000. But this money is not enough to pay for the surgery, and once the construction period is over, Dan will definitely retaliate against us. Jerry was desperate. As a result, Dan, this bastard, after transferring the money, not only did he humiliate me for being a waste, but my wife was played by him and still followed him to do things. He also mocked Jerry, saying that if he wanted to get money, why not jump off the building, so that there would be insurance money. Modi's eyes were filled with mist. Jerry was tempted. He said that he would make his death look like an accident and asked me to take good care of his daughter. If I want to take revenge on Dan, I will call the police after he dies. Then I can get compensation. You all know what happened after that. Dean was a little surprised. No mistake. The so-called appraisal report and the subsequent speculation were naturally false. They were completely based on the existing information and speculations, and were used to stimulate Modi. It was a bit risky, but the effect was remarkable. Dean didn't expect that Jerry actually committed suicide. Where is the evidence? He stared at Modi. Modi wiped away tears. In my family, Dan is a bastard. We were worried that he would use some means to shut us up, so we each brought a recorder to protect ourselves, and all these words were recorded. When Jerry died, I was very conflicted. I wanted to call the police and take revenge on Dan, but I knew that Dan was a bastard and had relatives in the court. I was worried that if I called the police, Jerry would not only not get the insurance money, but also no compensation, so I chose to remain silent later. Dean nodded. Modi did question why Dan didn't call the police at the construction site, but he kept his mouth shut after arriving at the police station. These are all consistent with his statement. So Jerry really didn't realize that his daughter was not his? Outside the interrogation room, Dan was fidgeting. Everyone in the 4th Squadron was looking at him unhappily at this moment. Dan waved his hands awkwardly. It's not my fault. Modi's wife seduced me. I was just saying it out of anger. Jerry and I are both victims. It's all Modi's fault. Phoebe's hand had already touched the holster. Don't talk nonsense. Jerry's insurance money must be gone. Just tell me whether you will bear the cost of Jerry's daughter's surgery. Women are emotional. She had seen Jerry's daughter, a thin, small, very weak, but very sensible little girl. Lawrence was much more direct. The two pieces of meat on his face swung, and he grinned. There are also subsequent nutrition expenses. If you don't pay, many people will know that Chief Justice Jackson has such an excellent relative like you. Phoebe touched the gun, but did not scare Dam. But Lawrence's words hit Dam's sore spot. He nodded with a painful face. As long as you keep it secret, I will pay. Seeing this, Phoebe looked at Lawrence with appreciation. He is worthy of being a man who has slept with a psychologist. Modi's house. The moment he got the recorder, Dean's mind flashed a message: suicide insurance fraud case solved, experience plus 500. This case took less than a day, but the experience gained was close to the experience gained by Dean when he risked his life to shoot 4 gunmen in Texas. This was a pleasant surprise. With another 500 experience points, he could level up again. But Dean was not happy at all. Before Jerry died, did he know that his daughter was his biological daughter? And how did Anthony accurately determine the time of Jerry's suicide? Dean had a hunch that if he could figure out these two doubts, he would make a huge breakthrough in psychological analysis, and might even develop a skill. With a head full of doubts, Dean called Anthony after finishing the things on hand. Before he could speak, Anthony's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. I know what you were wondering about. Come to Maria Hospital. I'll wait for you in Jerry's daughter's ward. He hung up the phone. Dean greeted Lawrence and others, drove his muscle car, and rushed to Maria Hospital in a hurry. Chapter 87: The Horror Behind the Truth. Maria Hospital is a good hospital in Los Angeles, but the cost is relatively high. Only those who have sufficient medical insurance and assets can see a doctor here. Dean remembered when he arrived. How could Jerry's daughter have the money to stay here? By asking the front desk. Dean saw Anthony at the observation window of an intensive care unit. He looked good and was not affected by the failure in the workplace. He was dressed casually, ignoring the scar on his throat. Anthony looked like an ordinary retired old man next door. Here. Anthony heard the movement, glanced at Dean, and then turned his eyes back to the ward. Her operation was successful, but her mental state is average. I plan to adopt her. What do you think? Dean followed Anthony's gaze. In the ward, a pale little girl with closed eyes, wearing an oxygen mask, and plugged into various monitoring electronic instruments, was falling into deep sleep. This is Jerry's daughter, Carola, will also be my adopted daughter in the future. Anthony smiled and said, she is the answer to your doubts. Upon hearing this, Dean's face changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he hesitated and said, so, Jerry knew that Carola was not his daughter. Because of his experience in his previous life, Dean had a very thorough understanding of human nature and was pessimistic. The reason why he was entangled in whether Jerry knew that his daughter was not his biological daughter was because in his cognition, few people would be willing to take over and not only raise the other party's offspring, but also willingly sacrifice themselves to fulfill others. There are such people, but very few. Because this is a choice derived from genes, spread and protect one's blood cubs. But Jerry performed too great in the case. Not only was he willing to sacrifice himself to save a child who he didn't know if it was his daughter, he also gave a Mountie, who asked him to take over, a choice so that he could blame Dam and then take revenge. What is this? Saint. Dean didn't believe that there were really such selfless people in reality. If there's, it is definitely not Jerry who used gambling to numb himself. Because people's 3 views are basically fixed after adulthood. They will change with experience later, but they will never change so extreme. Unless Jerry didn't know that his daughter was not his own. But the probability is too low. A man with normal IQ, after knowing that someone deliberately let him take over, the first reaction is to identify whether the child is his own. There are countless such private black institutions, and the price is not expensive. In addition, Jerry's daughter has detailed records of blood type and so on due to physical reasons. Jerry's ex-wife gave birth in the hospital and also had blood type records. Jerry has been dealing with these and should know. Dean checked. Jerry and his ex-wife are both type O blood, while Carola is type E blood. Jerry wants to deceive himself, but he can't do it. That's why Dean is so entangled. Through the psychological analysis logic he just created, Jerry committed suicide. There's a big problem. But the panel and the actual situation confirmed the truth of the matter, which was contrary to Dean's psychological analysis logic. This made him doubt himself a little. That's why he kept wondering whether Jerry knew that Carola was not his daughter. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong with his psychological analysis logic. The problem is Jerry's daughter. Anthony confirmed Dean's guess. Yes, all this was set up by Carola. She is a genius. He sighed. After I returned to Los Angeles, I went to inspect the construction progress of Morgan Prison number 15. I saw that Dan was worried, and then I followed his casual gaze and saw Jerry. I saw Jerry's determination to die. Anthony smiled. This guy wanted to make some trouble in my territory, so I simply investigated him and found Carola. She is very interesting. She is only 13 years old. Because of her weak body, she is much thinner than her peers and looks about 8 or 9 years old. But she is very popular with her neighbors. Those rebellious children who are stronger and older than her are also very good to her. This situation is abnormal. So I became interested in her. Anthony turned his head and looked at Dean with interest. Guess what I saw in her bedroom? Psychological books. Yes, but not just psychological books. Anthony opened his hands. There are thousands of books, including sociology, ethics, religion, psychology, social etiquette. If medical books were not too expensive, I would even suspect that she would teach herself medicine in order to save herself. The most terrifying thing is that she not only learned everything, but also put it into practice. As for the object of practice, it was Jerry. Anthony sighed. This poor guy was brainwashed by Carola. Before meeting me, Carola arranged everything. In Carola's plan, Jerry committed suicide and left evidence enough to slander Dan. No matter whether Amodi uses it or not, he will feel guilty. In addition, Carola is his daughter. Everything after that will be logical. Carola is saved and regains Amodi's protection until she reaches adulthood. As for the final outcome of Amodi and others, just look at poor Jerry. A self-growing genius, with a rough life and suffering, may have experienced Jerry's revengeful venting before growing up. This kind of person has no warmth in his heart. Dean looked at Anthony with some worry. Old man, she is already 13 years old. I don't think you can change her. Such people are very dangerous. Those who play with psychology are dirty, especially geniuses. Such people can subtly change and distort your mind, and finally achieve brainwashing control. Anthony shrugged. I know, but have you forgotten my origin? Dean, if I hadn't met you, people like Carola would be the most suitable successor to our HS school. I plan to send Carola to the Commonwealth after her body recovers a little, and let those old guys train her. As he said, he winked at Dean. The academic school is my biggest network resource. You will know after you graduate. You are painting a big pie for me again. Dean rolled his eyes and said another doubt. Old man, how did you know that Jerry would commit suicide on time at 10 o'clock in the evening? It's very simple. This is called a hypnotic anchor point. Anthony explained. Hypnosis is actually a very troublesome thing. Any hypnosis requires setting a starting anchor point. This anchor point can be a sentence or an object. Carola was born at 10 o'clock. So the hypnotic anchor point she set for Jerry was Jerry's mobile phone alarm, and that time was exactly 9:59. I have learned a lot. As for why the panel did not include Carola, it is easy to understand. Because she was arrested by Anthony. Dean sincerely admired. Old man, you are really knowledgeable. Haha. Anthony laughed hoarsely and unpleasantly. This is the first time you have praised me, Dean. Remember, this is one of the core of mind reading. Sufficient information, psychological analysis, deduction, micro-expressions, the combination of the three is the real mind reading. I hope this course will give you some gains. Anthony finished speaking. A message popped up in Dean's mind. After reading it, he smiled faintly. Thank you, teacher. I have gained a lot from this class. Thank you to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 12,000 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thank you to the book friend Leo Bowen for the reward of 500 book coins. Thank you, boss. Thank you to the 5 book friends Moonlight Eden, Red Blood Cellular, 2002, Luyi Bingding, Leaving the Earth as King, and Ghost Phantom Shadow Warrior for the reward. Thank you, boss. Finally, thank you to all the readers for the monthly tickets. I feel that there is hope that it will exceed 1,000 votes this month. There is one more chapter. It will be out around 7 or 8 in the evening. Chapter 88, High Intensity Gunfight, Terrorist Attack. Comprehension Skill, HS School, Psychological Analysis L1. Note, HS School, Psychological analysis is a prerequisite skill for HS school, mind reading. After collecting HS school, micro-expression analysis, it can be synthesized into a special skill, HS school, mind reading, the moment the skill was formed. Dean's thinking logic, which had just taken shape in his mind, was clear and aggregated, and he suddenly realized the essence of psychological analysis comes from sufficient information, and micro-expression is a subject that is inferred from psychological analysis, and it is one of the information collectors. Next, Dean only needs to learn micro-expression analysis and combine the two skills into mind reading. Then, with enough information, he can easily guess the psychological activities of the target person. Even if there is not enough information, he can also simply analyze the other person's psychological state and whether the words are true or false. This skill will probably be of great help to his case solving. Because most ordinary murder cases have reasons. Then the murderer must have some connection with the victim, acquaintances, relatives, colleagues, etc. Once Dean masters mind reading, then for such an ordinary case, it is easy to identify the suspect and then conduct a targeted investigation. I've made it. Dean took a deep breath and tried to observe Anthony in front of him. Micro-expression analysis is a subject that is summarized and materialized after psychological analysis has been studied to a certain extent. Although he has not learned it, after acquiring the skills, he can barely rely on some expressions, movements, tone, etc. to simply infer the target's inner state. This observation yielded nothing. At this moment, Dean realized that Anthony in front of him seemed to be joking and talking like an ordinary person, but the amplitude of the muscles on his face, the tone of his speech, and the frequency of his voice were all too stable and deliberate, like a robot wearing a mask. Noticing Dean's gaze, Anthony's face was half smiled. "What did you see?" Dean said sincerely, "I can only see that you are pretending, old man, and nothing else. It seems that you have already started psychological analysis, which is much faster than I thought." Anthony was relieved and a little entangled. He originally wanted to take advantage of Dean's time to digest this course to send Corolla to the Commonwealth and hand it over to the school for special training. This kind of genius with high IQ and crooked growth is very dangerous. Anthony was worried about letting someone else deliver it. But Dean's comprehension was beyond his imagination. After thinking for a moment, Anthony looked apologetic. "Dean, after you mastered the basic psychological analysis logic, I should teach you micro-expression analysis next. But Corolla is very dangerous. I have to keep an eye on her all the time. Only after sending her away can I spare the energy to continue teaching you." These words were like a basin of cold water poured on Dean's fiery heart. Damn. He's going to fall out of favor. Seeing Dean's face change slightly, Anthony comforted him with some amusement. "Don't worry, I will ask someone to give you the information on micro-expression analysis. You can study it by yourself first. After I finish Corolla's matter, I will take you to practice." Okay. Dean had to accept Anthony's proposal. On the same day, Dean received a package. In the package was a book with more than 200 pages. The dense letters and illustrations in the book made Dean's scalp tingle and drowsy. In the next few days, Dean was listless every day, and even his handsome face had 2 dark circles under his eyes, looking like a pretty boy with kidney deficiency. This Friday, Dean threw down the big book in his hand with a bit of annoyance. "I'm really not a genius." In his previous life, he learned things quickly, but the things he learned, whether it was shooting a pistol, blowing a needle, preparing some simple chemical toxins, cleaning corpses, eliminating traces, or creating accidental deaths, were not so boring. At this time, Harry and Lawrence, who had been observing him for several days, came over and said, "Dude, you should have thrown away that broken book a long time ago. Today is Friday and the half-month salary will be paid. We have to go out to have fun tonight." When he heard the word fun, Dean, who had not tasted meat for several days, became energetic. He slapped the table and said, "Go." When it was almost time to get off work, Daisy brought everyone's salary checks. Dean got his own salary, $53,000. Part of this was the bonus promised by Meng and last time, and part of it was a donation from the insurance company to thank them. The actual salary was only more than $3,000. Because of Dean. This time, everyone in the 4th Squadron will have a salary plus bonus of at least more than $10,000, which is equivalent to the salary of 2 months in the past. Everyone knew this very well. So even Robert, who was a fool, greeted Dean enthusiastically and said that he wanted to invite him for a drink. Soon, Dean and the other two's small gathering in the evening turned into a collective gathering activity for the 4th Squadron. In this pleasant atmosphere, no mistake, one song, one post, one content, one six, one book, one bar, one look. The phone on Daisy's desk broke the noise of the crowd. This landline phone is connected to the command center. Once it rings, it means that a homicide has occurred in the jurisdiction of the 4th Squadron. FK, it won't be so disappointing. Lawrence looked unhappy. Harry promised him that he would introduce him to some Latin beauties in the evening. Daisy shrugged helplessly. Guys, it looks like our party tonight is going to be ruined. She walked forward and answered the phone. Everyone gathered around, hoping that it would not be a difficult case. The next moment, Daisy didn't know what she heard. Her face turned pale, and after hanging up the phone, she picked up the phone and called Captain Meng directly. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. Captain Meng and Deputy Captain Old Hunter are now in a meeting in the director's office. Unless there's a big case, Daisy would not react like this. Sure enough, as soon as the phone was connected, Daisy said in a hurried tone, "Captain, you must come back now. There was a high-intensity gunfight at Lincoln Farm. Some people used rockets and vehicle-mounted machine guns. The 4th Squadron needs you to enable heavy weapons permissions." This time, not only Lawrence and others looked ugly, but Dean, who had been calm all the time, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it. It's worthy of being a free America. Seeing Daisy nodding constantly, Dean immediately pulled Lawrence and others aside and whispered, "Guys, believe me, this will definitely be defined as a terrorist attack. When the time comes, don't get too close. Leave everything to the SWAT Tactical Team." The SWAT Tactical Team is a special law enforcement unit in Los Angeles that fights violence and terrorism. It is not only well equipped, but its members are also equivalent to special forces in the police force. Hearing Dean's words, everyone nodded. No one was willing to fight with terrorists with heavy weapons head-on for a few $1,000s in salary. Because everyone's expressions were not good. Dean didn't notice that Harry's reaction was particularly big after hearing the name Lincoln Farm. This guy, what does he know? On the other side, Mon and Old Hunter hurried back to the office and took everyone to the special weapons room to receive weapons that everyone rarely touched: tear gas, stun grenades, grenade launchers, infrared thermal imagers. Robert, who had just retired for less than a year, picked up an M249 general-purpose machine gun and kissed it hard, as if he saw his long-lost girlfriend. The rest of the rifles, bulletproof vests and the like are not mentioned. After a while, everyone, carrying a large number of weapons, got on the police car exclusive to the Detective Bureau, followed the traffic of police cars from the branch outside, and rushed to Lincoln Farm in the suburbs. Dean noticed. Above their heads, there were several police helicopters and a Fearless Media helicopter flying in the air, also flying towards Lincoln Farm. It's another big news. Thanks to the two book friends 20210719222327605 feet and songs ING for the reward, and thanks to the two bosses. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Benus, the real controller of Los Angeles. Lincoln Farm is located in the suburbs of Los Angeles. There are only a few small towns with a population of more than 2,000 people around it, and the residents are scattered. However, because it is close to Los Angeles, the traffic is quite developed. Dean and his companions were in the dozens of police vehicles, and they were not noticeable at all. Red and blue lights flashed, and sirens blared. On both sides of the road, there were private cars that gave way due to traffic control and evacuation. The drivers looked at the rare scene in front of them curiously, as if they were in Vice City and witnessed the birth of a new five-star citizen of Los Angeles. The most eye-catching in the police traffic were two heavy box trucks. Armored appearance, metallic cold paint, and the words SWAT were sprayed on the side. On the top of the car, there were rough heavy machine guns and ammunition belts that could be fed at any time. It was a real armed light armored personnel carrier. Unless this thing is bombarded with anti-tank missiles, it is a crushing existence in the city. Some tabloid reporters were too shy to drive the helicopter to the scene, so they could only follow the scene with their cars, and aimed most of their cameras at the SWAT transport trucks and the traffic. It can be expected that the ratings of the headlines in Los Angeles tonight will definitely explode. Dean and Harry were in the same car. Lawrence drove the car seriously, Harry lowered his head, bit his lips, and kept sending text messages, and Phoebe took out a small cross from his chest and meditated. Everyone was silent. A trace of wet coldness sprinkled on Dean's arm from the window. He stretched out his palm, felt the wetness on his fingertips, and murmured, "It's going to rain." Night fell. As the scenery outside the window turned into darkness, fierce gunshots gradually reached everyone's ears. In the distance, there was a flash of fire. The machine guns on the armed helicopters overhead roared, leaving a long strip of orange flames in the night sky. The first TV station helicopter I saw had no shadow. Only the battle was not far away. A pile of burning helicopter wreckage on the ground announced its final fate. It was shut down. This battle was beyond everyone's previous expectations. At this moment, the traffic slowly stopped and dispersed in all directions. Electronic noise came from the pagers on everyone's chest. All units pay attention, approach the farm, check equipment immediately, surround and guard the point in small teams. Once you encounter non-police personnel, you are allowed to shoot to death. Repeat, you are allowed to shoot to death. Get out of the car. Dean took a deep breath, put on the infrared thermal imager, and carried the rarely used M4 automatic rifle in his hand. He was the first to get out of the car. In his past and present lives, he had never experienced such a big scene. Lawrence and others were even worse. They subconsciously followed Dean and walked towards Mon and others in front. In the entire 4th Squadron, the only one who was excited was probably Robert, standing behind Old Hunter. This silly boy, holding an M249 general-purpose machine gun and carrying a heavy ammunition belt box, gave everyone a great sense of security. Meng-En adjusted his glasses and gave orders to everyone without panic. "Guys, the current situation on the farm is not optimistic. This is the base camp of the Dagger Gang. These bastards not only dug an underground base here, but also hid a large amount of ammunition. The other party, whose identity is currently unknown, has very advanced weapons and guided rockets. They have also laid a large number of booby traps around the farm, making it difficult for our people to break in. Our mission is very simple. Block the area within 50 meters around." Meng-En paused and lowered his voice and said, "Remember, if anyone comes out, shoot directly. The higher-ups don't want these people to live until tomorrow." Everyone was stunned. This was obviously an additional mission requirement received by captains like Meng-En. Harry's face changed slightly. "Captain, what if our own people come to our side? They were responsible for the blockade. But the first people who came in had forcibly cleared the obstacles outside, and the SWAT heavy box trucks and the people on them had already pushed into the farm. According to Meng-En's order, the possibility of accidental injury is very high." Mon's attitude was very firm. "Everyone who went in has received orders not to approach our encirclement. What they have to do is to force the people inside out. If they are accidentally injured, no one will be blamed." This sentence is intriguing. This place has become an encirclement. The surrounding residents have been evacuated. If they really want to kill everyone, they can let the military directly cover the firepower and turn this place into a deadly place. The Dagger Gang has an underground base as a hiding place. Mon's order is more like targeting the unknown group that attacked the farm. Unfortunately, the night is getting darker. All the searchlights on the vehicles are turned off. Dean is wearing an infrared thermal imager and can't see the expression on Mon's face clearly, otherwise he might be able to analyze something. Under the arrangement of Captain Mon, the people of the 4th Squadron, centered around Robert, a retired soldier, used cars as cover, put on raincoats, hid in the night, and quietly waited for the prey to come to the door. The rest of the police officers in the precincts and members of the Detective Bureau were arranged in the same way, turning the entire northern part of Lincoln Farm into a forbidden zone for life. Time passed. The originally drizzling rain gradually became heavier. The armed helicopter that was originally responsible for fire suppression had disappeared. In the dark sky above, electric snakes were slithering from time to time, making loud roars, suppressing the gunshots and explosions around. Dean, Lawrence, and Harry were assigned to the left-hand side of Robert and others. Harry shrank his body and whispered to Lawrence and Dean, "Guys, I once heard a rumor that the Dagger Gang is actually a dog supported by the Carmen family." It was boring and uncomfortable to squat on the rain for a long time. Lawrence became interested. Which Carmen family? Dean also leaned in to listen. The real controller of Los Angeles. Harry paused and added, remember the case of the transfer of funds of Congressman Snart's family being robbed some time ago? I remember. Lawrence glanced at Dean. I remember that Dean was transferred from the Narcotics Division to a Homicide Division because of this case. Congressman Snart is a member of this family in the open. Harry broke the news. My friend in the underworld said that the robbed money was actually the daily support money that the Dagger Gang gave to the Carmen family. Every day. Lawrence was shocked. That's more than $3 million US. Doesn't that mean that the Dagger Gang provides Congressman Snart's family with nearly $100 million US in cash every month? Exclamation mark. This was an extremely exaggerated amount in 2000. Dean was also very surprised, and at the same time he was scared. Fortunately, he gave up decisively at the beginning. Otherwise, according to Harry's statement, no mistake, one post, one content, one book, one bar. I'm afraid I can't even leave California alive. Harry shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. That money is the daily revenue of the Dagger Gang. It needs special processing. The final share to the Carmen family is estimated to be at most $500,000 or $600,000 US. Tisk. Lawrence smacked his lips. This number is also exaggerated. One day is equivalent to 6 or 7 years of our hard work. Dean looked at Harry in confusion. Even if this kind of thing is not very secretive, it shouldn't be something that a small character like Harry can get involved in, right? Unfortunately, under the protection of his natural skin color, Harry's position was pitch black. Dean could only see a wretched figure with his back bent and his face pouting through the infrared thermal imaging device. Just when he wanted to ask in detail. Suddenly. Ta-ta-ta. Amid the crisp sound of ejection, the gunfire was like flames. Robert, shoot. Violent gunshots were also heard from several other locations. The enemies in the encirclement were driven to the north of the farm, ready to break out. Someone is coming. Lawrence took a deep breath, followed the direction of Robert's firing, raised his rifle, and fired. Seeing this, Dean had to put aside his doubts and look forward. Under the turquoise night vision, 7 or 8 small red halos were scattered on the ground, looking like small animals of different sizes lying on the ground. They were not animals, but the remains of a person who was blown up by Robert. The residual heat of the remains had not yet dissipated, which would cause such visual errors. Further away, 5 or 6 much larger human-shaped red halos were clinging to the low-lying area. Only the residual heat and red glow could confirm that they were still there. Lawrence, the terrain is not good, load the grenade. Mon's voice came through the sound of the machine gun with difficulty. Lawrence took out the grenade launcher from his back with nimble hands and feet, took out the heavy bullet as big as a baby's fist from the shoulder strap, loaded it and aimed. With a muffled bang, a ball of fire cut through the night sky and exploded accurately above the low-lying area. When the flames dissipated, the 5 or 6 red halos that were originally scattered in the distance, but they were still vigorous, suddenly only 3 were left. Well done. Old Hunter just looked up and praised loudly. The next moment, bang, the void exploded. The police car next to Old Hunter shook violently, and the front half of the car was completely blown up, and the fragments splashed everywhere, covering the position where Robert and the other 4 were. Screams were heard. Dean held down Lawrence, who wanted to get up, and shouted loudly, "Hide, stop shooting. There's a heavy sniper. That gunshot. It must be a large caliber sniper rifle." Listening to the sound, it vaguely sounds like M82A1, that is, Barrett. This thing, also known as an anti-material sniper rifle, can easily penetrate 22mm uniform steel plates. If it hits a person, even if he is wearing a bulletproof vest, he will definitely be a pile of rotten meat. This shot seemed to be a signal. The 3 red halos in the low-lying area stood up directly without firing a shot, as if they were not afraid of their lives. They rushed towards Dean and the others with irregular bullet-avoiding movements. Dean held down Lawrence and Harry, who were about to shoot. "Listen, wait until those 3 people get close, then you shoot. I'll go and deal with the sniper." Now he couldn't care less about the life and death of Old Hunter and the others. According to the trajectory, the sniper was behind them. The M82A1's accurate and effective range is up to 1,500 meters. At this distance, once they open fire and expose their position, they will be greeted by M82A1 bullets. After Dean finished speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of Lawrence and the others. threw away all the burdens on his body, only put on a bulletproof vest, took a deep breath of cold air, and disappeared into the night like a cheetah. He must get rid of the sniper before the 3 enemies in front arrive. P.S. Just a reminder, the price of chapter subscription is charged according to the number of words and membership level. Kazuya habitually has 3 chapters with 10,000 words, which is equivalent to 5 chapters for others. Thanks to the Book Friend Knight of Glory, 36,000 book coins reward. Thank you, boss. Thanks to the Book Friend Eugene for the 1,500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the Book Friends Nighttime and 201711111827599270 feed for the reward. Thanks to the 2 bosses. Thanks to all the readers for subscribing. Thank you. Updates will be placed after 5 p.m. in the future, unless due to illness or other reasons. The daily minimum will not be less than 10,000 words. In addition, a reminder that the price of chapter subscriptions is calculated by word count. Chapter 90 The Truth of the War, Harry's Secret. The knight provided the best cover for Dean. He rushed into the wilderness like a ghost, rushing towards the distant woods at a very fast speed. His endurance was only 9. Even if he burst out with all his strength, he could only last for a few minutes. As soon as he approached the woods, Dean immediately slowed down, simply adjusted his somewhat rapid breathing, and moved towards the woods. The battle continued around the 4th Squadron. But the sniper hidden in the dark didn't care about the people who broke through in other directions. He didn't know where he was hiding, and seemed to be only covering the remaining 3 people rushing towards the 4th Squadron. Dean's heart was as calm as water, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for the other party to shoot and expose himself. As for Lawrence and Harry, Dean could only pray that the 2 of them were lucky enough. Cold rainy night. The pine forest was dead silent. Under strong pressure, Dean's attention was unprecedentedly focused, and his ears trembled slightly from time to time, collecting the sound of rain splashing around, trying to find the position of the sniper. His flesh and bones were constantly strengthened. As a supplement, his eyes, nose, ears and other senses also began to gradually surpass those of ordinary people. Suddenly, Dean paused and looked 5 meters to his left. The sound of rain splashing there was a little crisp. Without hesitation, he raised the M1911 in his hand and pulled the trigger. Almost at the same time, in the distance, Lawrence and Harry fired. Hidden under the cloth, the sniper had a grim face and a long breath. Seeing the gunfire in the distance, he twisted the gun tip very slightly and was about to pull the trigger. A creepy sense of crisis instantly enveloped his back. Someone. He just wanted to turn over and avoid it. The next moment, bang bang bang, 3 shots were located. 3 muffled sounds came. Dean felt relieved. The opponent hid all 3 shots. He immediately emptied the magazine, covered that position, and dodged behind a pine tree and replaced it with a new magazine. Uncontrollable painful gasps came from 5 meters away. The opponent is not dead, but he is not in good condition. Dean used an M1911, equipped with 45 caliber bullets, which was powerful. Even if the opponent was wearing a bulletproof vest, it would definitely cause bruises or even fractures. 3 consecutive shots. Most people would definitely not be able to handle it. But Dean was not in a hurry to get out. After taking a glance at the distribution of pine trees around him, he took out a stun grenade from his pocket, removed the pull ring, calculated the time, and threw it at the pine branches in the distance, then ran to the other side without looking back. The next moment, the stun grenade bounced back and accurately hit the position where the breathing sound came from, and exploded. The strong light and sound waves, like a small exploding sun, raged around the periphery of this pine forest. In the piercing tinnitus, Dean took advantage of the scattered pine trees and walked from the other side to the back of the man lying on the ground motionless, and stepped on his shoulder. There was a cracking sound. A heart-wrenching scream came from the man lying on the ground. The man's broad shoulders, at this moment, were like brittle wood, and dented a bit. This sniper expert is useless. Pretending to faint, Dean sneered. He is not a fool. Stun grenades are different from concussion grenades. They can only play a huge role in confined spaces. They can only serve as interference in open areas and have no effect of knocking people unconscious. And I don't care whether you are unconscious or not. I will cripple your limbs first. Dean kicked him 3 times again. The sniper who pretended to faint really fainted this time. He crippled his opponent's limbs. Dean breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the location of the 4th Squadron. There was no movement there. On the contrary, the battle in other places around was getting more and more tragic. Dean was sure that this group of bastards were definitely elite mercenaries, otherwise they would not have the ability to break through under heavy siege. Thinking of the order that Meng En had received before, Dean's eyes darkened. He suspected that the upper level who issued the order knew the identity of this group of people, and even knew the reason why they took great risks to attack the Dagger Gang's secret base in the suburbs. That bastard. Using them as thugs to silence them. Snet. It must be Senator Snart's family. Dean let out more breath of anger. And hurry. Why does he know the relationship between the Dagger Gang and the Snart family? You have to know that it is for reputation. Even if this kind of regional prominent family supports some black gloves, it is through indirect control and will never expose itself easily. Only those forces at the same level can know this. These are not things that Harry and Harry's friends can access, because the level difference is too big. Dean shook his head. These can only be asked to Harry after the matter is over. Now time is running out and the sniper must be dealt with. After Dean simply cleaned up the traces around, he carried the buried and the half-dead man on the ground and walked into the depths of the pine forest. He didn't want to be involved in such things when he was still weak. But he had to remember this loss. If you want to find out the cause of the matter, you must wake up the unconscious sniper. This is not difficult. Pain, shock and coma are stress reactions of the human body. After secreting hormones and affecting blood pressure and blood sugar, the brain is deprived of oxygen and faints. This time will not last long. But Dean did not have so much time to delay. After taking the sniper to the depths of the pine forest, he took out a morphine injection from his arms and injected it into the man's neck. About a minute later, the unconscious man woke up again. He seemed to be lacking oxygen in his brain, and turned his head to look around in confusion. It was not until he met Dean's cold eyes that he reacted and wanted to escape, but because all the joints of his limbs were broken, he could only struggle on the ground like a maggot. Dean squatted down, wiped his fingers across the corner of his clothes, and there was a blade on his fingertips. Then, under the man's horrified gaze, he gently scratched his eyelids. The blade left. 2 thin pieces of skin and flesh slid gently, revealing most of the man's covered eyeballs. In the dim environment, it looked like a bulging-eyed goldfish. Very weird. This is called lynchy. It means that while the person is awake, they are cut into pieces bit by bit in front of the other person, one cut after another, until all the skin is removed and salted. After the wounds have scabbed, they are cut again. If the technique is good, a complete person can enjoy a breath after being cut into pieces. Looking at the man in front of him, he said such a horrible thing so lightly. Even though the sniper was an old mercenary who had seen many lives and deaths, he still couldn't suppress the fear in his heart at this moment. He wanted to die right now, and didn't want to face the pervert in front of him. If you don't want to try this ancient skill, then tell me, who are you and why did you attack the secret base of the Dagger Gang? No mistake, 1 sentence, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar. Dean's fingertips rotated, and the blade rolled, bringing great psychological pressure to the lying sniper. The sniper bit his lip tightly and wanted to close his eyes. But there was no eyelid to cover them. No matter how he turned his eyes, he could only watch the pervert in front of him move the terrifying blade close to his nose. He saw that his body was about to be broken. The sniper finally broke through. FK, I say. Take away your devil's hand, you are a devil. Wise choice. Dean took back the blade. Curse him if you want. He is a kind person. He is about to kill him. It is unreasonable not to curse him. The sniper just wanted to die quickly and stop being stubborn. We are the Rangers mercenary group, which was originally active in the Middle East. But a few days ago, someone spent more than $100 million to hire several small mercenary groups including our Rangers mercenary group, a total of more than 100 people, all gathered here. The other party's only purpose is to let us rush into that damn farm and kill everyone in it. Didn't you investigate this farm? Dean looked puzzled. This group of people are well equipped. If they investigated in advance, a small farm would have a high probability of success, and it would not be so embarrassing as it is now, dragged into the siege of the Los Angeles police. Investigated. The sniper vaguely felt that the effect of the drug was disappearing and the pain was returning, and he could not help but speed up his speech. We not only got the personnel configuration inside, but also got the topographic map inside. Originally, We wanted to pretend that there was a chemical leak and poison the people inside, but all the living systems inside were independent, and we had no way to find an opportunity, so we could only attack. As soon as the battle started, we killed all the garrison personnel. But the base material under the farm was wrong. It was military material. The C4 explosives we prepared had no effect at all. When our people reacted, a large number of gunmen rushed out from the surrounding towns and suppressed my brother's back. It was not until the police arrived that the bastards left. Dean was numb when he heard this. It turned out that in addition to this Lincoln farm, the surrounding towns were all people arranged by the Dagger Gang, or in other words, the Snart family. What secrets were hidden under the farm? Besides you, are there any similar people hiding outside the farm to cover? Dean asked while picking up the barrel beside him. Of course there is, but I am the only one in our regiment. Apart from me, the last few people may have been shot by your companions. He stared at the night sky and pine needles above his head absent-mindedly, and murmured, "Kill me, I want to reunite with my brothers." What a deep brotherly love. Dean admired in his heart and walked to the side. "You won't kill me." The sniper looked at Dean and turned away, and the light of survival reappeared in his eyes. Who wants to die when they can live? Dean didn't reply. After walking away, he turned around, aimed at the sniper on the ground, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Sniper? Question mark? The next moment, his consciousness, in the huge tearing pain, completely fell into darkness. After several loud noises, on the ground, except for the blood and flesh splattered all over the ground, there was no trace of the sniper. What are you thinking about? I walked away, just because I didn't want to be splashed with blood. Dean complained while rubbing his sore shoulders. This heavy sniper rifle has a strong recoil. Of course, the excellent recoil brake and the buffer rubber of the buttstock can reduce the recoil to a level that ordinary people can bear. Wipe off the fingerprints on the gun. Dean hung the barrel on a pine tree. After making sure that nothing was missed, he took advantage of the night to return to the location of the 4th Squadron. He already knew the reason for the incident. The Dagger Gang has set up an underground base here, and no one knows what they are doing. And behind this group of cannon fodder mercenaries, there is also a mysterious person hiding. I just don't know if this mysterious person is targeting the Dagger Gang or the Snart family behind the Dagger Gang. But these are none of Dean's business. Neither side is something he can afford to fend for the time being. But this account that scared him. When he becomes stronger, Dean will definitely go to the Snart family to settle the score. The gunshots around him gradually subsided. The group of mercenaries are almost dead. The remaining cars of the 4th Squadron have turned on the searchlights on the roof. Munn and his men were in a coma, and were laid out in a row in a rather miserable manner. The good news is that no one died. They were not hit directly by the Barrett, and they were wearing perfect protection and lying on the ground, so apart from the large and small wounds on their bodies caused by the impact of car fragments, their lives were not in danger. The only one who was seriously injured was Robert. This fool was the most excited to shoot at the time, and he did not lie completely on the ground, so he also suffered the most impact from the fragments. Phoebe was also unlucky. There was a big wound on her face. Even if she could recover later, it would probably leave an ugly scar. This was undoubtedly a difficult thing for a young lady to accept. Lawrence was busy bandaging everyone's wounds temporarily. Harry followed to help, but he was obviously a little lost, and it was almost written on his face, "I have a secret." Harry. Dean patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry was startled at first, then he said in surprise, "Dean, I'm glad to see you're okay. Lawrence and I were so worried." Lawrence also stopped, turned his head in surprise, and said quite implicitly, "Dude, you didn't let us down. If it weren't for helping Robert and others stop the bleeding, the two would have wanted to help a long time ago." Dean nodded. "This matter may not be simple, please keep it a secret from me, I don't want anyone else to know that I saw the sniper." After the two agreed, Dean hooked his finger at Harry. "Dude, we need to have a good talk." Chapter 91. Cover the sky with one hand and attack. In the darkness, two dark red dots flickered. Surrounded by smoke, Harry threw away his cigarette butt and said seriously, "Dean, I do know some things, but believe me, knowing these things will not do you any good. It is because I trust you that I can smoke with you calmly." Dean did not look at Harry, but lowered his head and played with a bullet. "Harry, you know my character, I don't like people deceiving me." "Okay." Harry seemed to have put down a heavy burden inside. In fact, I wanted to say it a long time ago, but I was afraid of getting you involved. I know the person who attacked Lincoln Farm." Dean was stunned, stopped playing with a bullet, looked up at Harry in surprise. "Who is it?" "Annan's brother." "Annan?" Dean was even more surprised. "Harry, are you saying that the person who attacked Lincoln Farm was Annan's brother?" Annan was Harry's friend who made false certificates. He was of Chinese descent. He was unlucky and received the two people who escaped from the touring gang, and then was killed. "Yes, it should be him." Harry leaned against the back of the car helplessly. "I was having a great time in Texas before, but Annan's brother came up to me. He was wearing a black robe and a white mask that only showed his mouth and eyes. He asked me for information about the two touring gang members. I told him that the two people sneaked into Mexico through the Dagger gang." Dean still didn't believe it. After all, according to what the sniper said, the person who hired them paid more than $100 million to make them take the risk. If Annan really had such a rich brother, why would he make a false certificate? This is not a promising career. "Dean, don't look at me like that. What I said is true." Harry paced a little irritably. He is a very scary person. After knowing the whereabouts of those two people, he was going to leave, but the pimp who managed those smuggled women saw him when he was checking the room. Harry stretched out a finger. "I didn't even blink. Brother Annan just opened his mouth and exhaled, and the pimp died, as easily as crushing a bug." "Exhaled?" Dean asked quickly. "Did you check the body?" "No." Harry shook his head. "Brother Annan took the pimp away directly. There was not a drop of blood on the ground, and I don't even know how he did it. Such a person is too scary. So after I came back, I never talked about this matter. As a result, a few days ago, he came to me again and said that the two people were not sent away, but were detained by the Dagger gang and detained in a place where special chemicals were made. He asked me to help find them. I didn't dare to offend him, so I could only secretly investigate based on the information he provided, and the result was..." Harry lit another cigarette depressedly, took a deep breath, and then continued, "As a result, I found that the Dagger gang was actually the black love of the Carmen family. Finally, I found Lincoln Farm through this clue and a very frequent farm order information. After I found out that Senator Snart was a member of the Carmen family, I actually didn't want to care about this matter, so I told Annan's brother the results of the investigation and asked him not to bother me again. He agreed. I didn't expect that only 4 days had passed. Such a big thing happened in Lincoln Farm." Harry's face showed guilt. He felt that he was very responsible for Phoebe and the others' injuries. He was also a little scared. He was the only one who knew the information of Annan's brother. The other party made such a big deal out of it. Would he suddenly appear and blow a breath at him to silence him? After Harry finished telling the secret in his heart, he couldn't help but think wildly. Dean looked at the farm where there was no movement. The SWAT people were already cleaning up the bodies. But they didn't find the Dagger gang. Harry's words solved his previous curiosity. If the guy who hired this group of mercenaries is really Annan's brother, then the other party's purpose is to help his brother get revenge. Now there's only one doubt left. Why did the Dagger gang secretly transfer the two people from the touring gang to this secret underground base? Coincidentally, this underground base was built according to military standards, so that those cannon fodder mercenaries could not break through and finally all fell to the street. This made Dean involuntarily think of the heavy artillery he saw in Las Vegas and the missile that destroyed the touring gang in the end. Thinking of this, his heart also skipped a beat. Santoni, the guy who forged his father's death certificate, is not working for the Carmen family? This guy's garage seemed to be making a drug-like chemical at the time. And the Dagger gang caught the two escaped little Lewis from the touring gang and brought them to this place. It is very likely that they were tortured and forced to tell the other party about the exposure of the Santoni family's heavy artillery. If so, wouldn't he be in danger? Because this means that the other party has cleared up the hidden dangers caused by Dean before, and now they are tracking down the culprit who destroyed their plan. No, whether it is true or not, I must find a way to test it. Dean crushed the cigarette butt that burned to the butt and walked towards the farm. After getting closer, he found that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. A group of police officers dressed as patrolmen were curiously watching the SWAT people carrying corpses in and out. Some people wanted to help, but were stopped by the SWAT members guarding the door. Dean noticed that all these corpses were dressed as armed mercenaries, but there was not a single corpse that looked like a civilian. This was different from what the sniper said before he died. That group of mercenaries killed all the people outside and wanted to break through the underground base. but they were blocked by gunmen gathered from the surrounding towns and finally dragged until the police arrived. Where are those corpses? Dean. He heard someone calling him. Dean looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the bald patrolman Hawk, so he smiled and greeted him. Hey, men, how are you? Were you scared to death before? No, but I was soaked. I just want to get off work, take a hot shower, and have a good sleep. Hawk pushed aside his companions and came to Dean. Do you have a cigarette? My cigarette got soaked. While speaking, he winked at Dean. Dean followed his words and said, let's go. You're lucky. I still have to. Avoiding everyone's gaze, Hawk took Dean's cigarette and muttered, Dean, listen to my advice. Don't go to watch the excitement again. It's better to forget about this matter. Why? You came late and didn't know. Hawk lowered his voice. Did you know that there was a helicopter from a TV station before? No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one bar, 1619, one book, one bar, one look. I know, but it seems that it was unlucky and was shot down. Luck? Hawk sneered. Come on, that helicopter was not shot down by the bandits at all. I saw with my own eyes that the rocket was fired from the hands of the SWAT members who entered the farm. Someone wants to suppress this matter. Let's not cause trouble for ourselves. Dean nodded and said nothing. Because there were too many bodies. In the end, someone drove a truck directly over and pulled away all the piled bodies like dead pigs. There were not many casualties on the police side. One reason was that the mercenaries who rushed out were not only small in number, but also that their ammunition was almost consumed. So the robbery and murder division and the 4th Squadron became the ones with the most casualties in this operation. Before retreating, except for the wounded who were sent away, everyone was gathered together. Two men who claimed to be NSA intelligence, took out a confidentiality agreement and asked everyone to sign it, prohibiting those who participated in this operation from leaking any relevant details. Dean did not show any abnormality and signed the agreement with everyone. After signing the agreement, everyone left one by one. The diligent SWAT still stick to the posts, as if those damaged buildings on the ground are precious evidence. The chaotic battle on this rainy night has come to an end. 10 o'clock in the evening. Detective Bureau. Dean, Harry, Lawrence, and Daisy, who stayed behind, sat in the smoky office, watching the news report on the TV above their heads, silent. They witnessed with their own eyes what it means to cover the sky with one hand. In the news, the TV station did not mention the crashed helicopter. The bodies of more than 100 armed mercenaries also changed their identities. They were stripped of their armed uniforms and changed into tattered Middle Eastern clothes. Their identities changed from mercenaries to refugees from the East. The refugees sneaked in, robbed the gun store in the town, and finally attacked the innocent Lincoln farm family. Fortunately, the Los Angeles SWAT responded quickly and the departments cooperated closely. In just 2 hours, all these refugees who had lost their humanity were killed, safeguarding the safety and property of American citizens. During, a tall and fat man even held a press conference to express his condolences to the Lincoln couple who died in the incident. He said that he would hold a charity party and arrange a grand funeral for their family for free, which earned him a lot of reputation. As for the more than 100 mercenaries carrying heavy weapons and the secret underground base of the Dagger Gang, there is no such thing at all. The prosperous Los Angeles has never experienced any terrorist attacks. It was a complete false alarm. Harry watched the tall and fat man on TV, who was deeply moved and crying, and couldn't help spitting. This bastard is snart. Hearing this, Dean took a close look at the man on TV and memorized his appearance. He does look disgusting, but Harry, can you please stop spitting everywhere? You are disgusting too. Daisy turned off the TV and said with a headache, now the captain and the others are in the hospital. There are only 4 of us left in the 4th Squadron. What if we encounter a case? If we can handle it, we will handle it. If we can't, we will hand it over to other squadrons. Lawrence slumped in the chair indifferently. Besides, there is Dean. I think he is a good commander. Daisy thought about it and nodded in agreement. In the recent cases, it seems that Dean has found the breakthrough early. Dean is now going to find Anthony to find out some things, so he clapped his hands and said, okay, guys, it's getting late, go back and rest. Daisy left quickly. Lawrence was going to the hospital to check on Phoebe and the others. Harry was afraid that Embae would kill him, so he didn't want to go out and go with Lawrence. Dean waited for everyone to leave, and after using Daisy's authority to check some information, he turned off the computer and walked to the parking lot. The Snart family might be investigating something in Las Vegas. Dean now has some ability to protect himself, and he doesn't want to passively wait for possible danger to come. Anthony has a special source of intelligence, and maybe he can give him some help. Underground parking lot. Dean walked in it, and the sound of his shoes stepping on the cold concrete floor echoed all around, which was a little empty and quiet. At this point in time, except for the staff on duty at the detective bureau, no one could be seen. Came to the car. Dean took out the key and was about to get in the car. Suddenly, his eyes swept across the gap of the car door, his pupils shrank slightly, and without any hesitation, he rolled over and hid behind the supporting pillar, with a pistol in his hand. Someone touched his car. Almost at the moment he dodged, a steel needle broke through the air and hit Dean's original position, rubbing the car door, making a crisp sound. Chapter 92 The Carmen Family Must Die. A surprised sound came from above. Dean's ears moved slightly, and he quietly pulled the pistol out of his hiding place, pointed it towards the top of his head where the sound came from, shook it lightly, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 7 consecutive bullets covered the area above the head. The violent roar of gun flames was like bamboo and wood exploding, and the sound echoed in the underground parking lot. Above the head, a figure wearing a white mask, with only a mouth exposed, touched his charred head, and his back was scared and sweated. If he hadn't shrunk his head quickly, he would have been shot in the head just now. This bastard below. His hearing is so sensitive, and he is so stupid that he emptied the magazine in an instant. He is even more like a killer than him. Hearing the feedback of the bullet impact, Dean knew that he didn't hide it, so he immediately replaced the magazine with a new one, and a stun grenade that he had secretly left behind appeared in his left hand. Just when he was about to pull out the safety buckle and give the other party a surprise, a mechanical voice came from above. I am Annan's brother Andy. I just want to cooperate with you. The steel needle just now was only aimed at your bigu. I have no ill intentions. When Dean was about to launch an attack in the direction of the sound, he vaguely felt something was wrong. The position and direction were wrong. The previous movement came from the right side of the head. The current sound was a little to the left. The parking lot is made of light steel similar to pipes. Once it moves, it will make a slight creaking sound. So the current sound is likely to be transmitted by electronic equipment placed in advance. Thinking of this, Dean calculated the time it would take for the guards to arrive, and delayed. Annan's brother? You mean, the deceased who made false evidence not long ago? I don't care about Annan or Andy. If you dare to attack me, don't think about leaving today. Yes. Anbei paused, glanced at the video equipment in his hand, and spoke faster. Someone is coming. I know you are confused, but don't worry, He didn't notice that a small inconspicuous blade poked out from the support column where Dean was hiding. The next moment, Anbei, who was preparing to make an appointment to talk next time, was talking when he saw a round thing flying in front of him. Why does this thing look so much like a stun grenade? He just had this thought. Bang! The light and sound waves exploded with a snap. Dean let go of his ears and took the blade to shine outside again. He saw a thin figure falling to the ground, motionless. This distance. There is no protection. Even if the stun grenade is not as lethal as the stun grenade, it is still not something that flesh and blood can resist. While the guards of the detective bureau have not heard the sound and rushed over, Dean put away his pistol, rushed to Anbei, handcuffed his hands behind his back, took out a bunch of scattered tools from him, and stuffed him into the trunk of the car, and finally cleaned up the shells and the debris of the stun grenade. After doing all this, Dean came to the trunk and pulled off the mask on Anbei's face. Under the mask was a pretty handsome face, which looked a bit like a non he had seen before, but the corners of his eyes were narrower and longer, and he looked more gloomy. Dean was quite surprised by Anbei's appearance. He didn't expect that after Anbei found Harry, he inexplicably found him again. It just so happened. Dean was also curious whether the Carmen family behind Snart was the mastermind behind Las Vegas. This was related to the safety of himself and his family. Anbei might be able to provide some useful information. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him after the interrogation. Dean was thinking about how to explain the reason for the shooting to the guards later, and at the same time close the trunk door lock. The next moment, a message flashed through Dean's mind. Lincoln Farm attack case solved. Experience points plus 3,000. L7 L9. Attribute points plus 2. Skill points +2, Dean? Question mark? He thought he had been caught in the rain for nothing today. After all, there were many mercenaries who did not enter the farm and ran away when they saw the situation was not good, not to mention Nbei behind him. As a result, the surprise came too suddenly. As soon as Nbei was caught, the case was immediately solved. This means that the mercenaries who escaped were also solved. Click. The dense footsteps interrupted Dean's thoughts. He quickly raised his hand and looked at the entrance. Don't be nervous, guys. I'm Detective Dean from the Robbery and Murder Division. As soon as the voice fell, 4 strong men with guns came into view. Because Dean spoke up in advance and revealed his identity, the 4 guards were relieved. After confirming that there was no one around the parking lot, we heard gunshots, including a loud bang. Detective Dean, can you explain what happened? The leading guard pointed to the bullet hole on his head. Dean looked bitter. I'm sorry, I participated in a fierce battle today. After I came back, I was very nervous. As a result, when I opened the car door, I heard a noise and thought there was someone behind me. I subconsciously fired directly. I don't know how to describe it, but my mind was a little confused. He said so. Even if someone found some mechanisms and electronic equipment that Nbei had installed on it, they would have an excuse. Moreover, this underground parking lot is inside the detective bureau, and only some locations at the entrance and exit have cameras, so even if they suspect, they don't know what really happened just now. Fortunately, several guards were not suspicious, because they also knew what happened today. Dean in front of him didn't look very old. It was normal to have some sequelae of fierce battle. The detective who asked the question said with some pity, Detective Dean, we understand your situation. If possible, you'd better go to a psychologist as soon as possible to adjust your mood. I have the same idea. Dean reached out from his pocket and took out a stack of loose bills. Anyway, guys, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. This is to buy you a drink to make up for it. As he said that, he forced the hundreds of dollars into the hands of the leading guard. This. He looked at his companions hesitantly. Dean shrugged. This matter is very embarrassing. If I wasn't in a bad mood now, I would rather buy you a drink directly. I just hope you can keep what happened today a secret. Several people looked at each other. The leading guard laughed. Everyone has a time when they are immature. We will keep our mouths shut. Detective Dean, go back early. If it really doesn't work, I can also let Ammo drive you back. The Ammo he mentioned is the only Asian among the 4 people, a Vietnamese immigrant. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Many people in this group like to be police officers in America. Dean naturally refused. After a few pleasantries, he started the car and left the detective station under the gaze of several people. Los Angeles in November is rainy and slightly cold. Under the heavy rain, the streets are even more dead than before. Some homeless people curled up on the street corners, with several layers of newspapers on their bodies. The drug addicts who were often seen in the past have long disappeared, and no one knows where they are hiding to have fun. Their identities are often confused with those of the homeless. Occasionally, some patrol police cars can be seen parked outside 24-hour convenience stores. The patrolmen in the cars are talking and laughing with their colleagues, eating donuts and being lazy. This is their rare leisure time. Dean drove the car and patrolled the empty streets again and again, regretting that he did not rent a house in advance. Now I want to take Anby to a suitable place for interrogation, but I can't find it. Hey, it's all the sequelae of eating gigolos. It's a pity that Neil is still in Las Vegas, otherwise I wouldn't have to worry so much. Dean sighed in his heart, glanced at the motionless figure in the rearview mirror, sneered, and drove the car to an alley that he had chosen long ago. He had already determined that the patrol officers in this area were lazy. In a short period of time, it would be quiet here. Stop the car and turn off the engine. Dean patted the window. Don't pretend you woke up 2 minutes ago. This car, probably considering some users who like to rock in the car, is connected between the back seat and the car compartment. With just a light press of a button, the back seat will fall into the back compartment and become a comfortable small bed. Nbei was awakened by Dean, and he squirmed up awkwardly, leaning against the back of the car, and said coldly, I didn't mean to hurt you from beginning to end. What do you want now? Why did you target me? Dean couldn't figure it out. He had no intersection with Anon. Why did this Nbei suddenly attack him and said he wanted to cooperate with him? Because I need help. Unbay said helplessly. I was cleaning up the remaining mercenaries, but when I saw you taking action, I thought you were a talent, so I wanted to test you and see if I could win you over. Clean up the remaining mercenaries? Dean suddenly realized. No wonder the panel considered the case closed as soon as he caught Unbay. Because of the farm attack, Unbay is the only one left alive. This guy looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to have such a dark heart. After all, everyone is dead. The balance does not need to be paid. Even if the balance is only 1/3 of 100 million US dollars, it is not a small amount. Dean made up his mind to get the information he wanted, and by the way, squeeze out Unbay's value, and then kill him. Unbay didn't know that he had become a dead man in Dean's heart. He was still trying to persuade Dean, as long as you help me, I can not only give you more money than you can spend in your lifetime, but also help you do 3 things. What do you need me to help you with? Kill all the members of the Carmen family. Unbay's eyes showed coldness. The tradition of Mayan family is to repay favors and repay hatred. Now that they are stopping me from taking revenge, I have to destroy the Carmen family who are blocking my way first, and then kill the 2 bastards who killed my brother with my own hands. Dean sneered. The Carmen family is a hidden prominent family in Los Angeles. Just because you have no evidence, I am going to risk losing everything to help you. Do you deserve it? You have no choice. Unbay moved his handcuffed wrists. In addition to your skills, I came to you for another very important reason. Tell me. We have a common enemy. Unbay shook his hands lightly, and his hands handcuffed behind his back broke free from the handcuffs. Seeing that Dean did not move, he magically pulled out a crumpled note from his searched body and threw it to Dean. This is the information I accidentally discovered when I was investigating the Carmen family. After reading it, if you still don't want to cooperate with me, I will accept my fate. After Unbay finished speaking, he did not act rashly. He had seen Dean's cheetah-like skills and knew that without tools in hand, he was definitely not the opponent of this pretty boy in front of him. Seeing that he was honest, Dean picked up the note and read it quickly. A moment. He crumpled the paper ball, his eyes full of grimness. The Carmen family must die. Thanks to the Buck Friend 20221109001109169 feed for the 1,500 book coins reward, and thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 6 book friends, 2022, and 123 for the rewards, and thanks to the 6 bosses. Good night, brothers. Chapter 93 Cooperation and Improvement. On the note was a list of all the things that happened around Santoni, the former Los Angeles medical examiner, before his death, and a list of people he might have come into contact with. Among them were the names of Mas, Neil, and Dean. There was no way Mas and Santoni died in an alley at the same time. It was too much of a coincidence. It was also for this reason. Neil and Dean, the 2 people who handled Mas's affairs after his death, were also recorded. When Dean left Las Vegas, he had a hunch that the forces behind Santoni would come knocking on his door sooner or later. But now that they have really appeared, he still feels a lot of pressure. Just look at today's situation. The Carmen family can be said to be completely all-powerful in both the black and white worlds of Los Angeles. Dean suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said coldly, "How did you get this list?" Unbay explained, "When I was investigating the Carmen family, I found a small leader of the Dagger gang who had been secretly investigating something in Las Vegas. Then I found him and finally got this list of more than 30 people. Although I don't know what connection you have with them, they have already dealt with a group of people, and that list is the next batch to be investigated. I didn't intend to tell you. After all, before I saw your skills, you were worthless to me. Now it's different. So, do you want to join forces with me?" Unbay licked his lips. Although the Carmen family is incredibly powerful in Los Angeles and controls all aspects, as long as they are killed, they will die. As long as we kill them all, the power under the Carmen family will immediately be swallowed up by other forces, and you don't have to worry about your own safety. Dean exhaled. Talk about the plan. The first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Even if the matter can be delayed because Unbay intercepted the list, the other party has already begun to investigate. It is impossible to delay for a long time. In this case, let's kill all the threats. He is not the same person he was a month ago. I need a little time to collect intelligence. I will contact you. Andy thought for a while and stretched out a finger. It will not take more than a week. Dean nodded and threw the box containing Andy's belongings to him. Before the action, Prepare an identity for me in advance, a new identity that can divert attention. These should be easy for you, the third killer in North America. Joker v. Hearing that his identity was revealed, Andy took the box and paused. He looked at Dean deeply, opened the car door, and disappeared into the rainy night. After Andy left, Dean looked at the dark rainy night and laughed a little. He recognized Andy through the rare hidden weapons on Andy's body. Fate is really magical. He saw Joker V's arrogant assassination in Anthony's notebook before, and thought about what it would be like to fight him. But not long after, he actually had to cooperate with the other party. This is also a helpless move. Forces like the Carmen family. Once they take action, their brains will be destroyed instantly. Otherwise, once the other party reacts, not only will the rest of the people not show up again, but they will also face a thunderstorm of revenge. Although Dean thinks that he is now stronger than the other party, but other than that, he is not as professional as the other party in intelligence, props and other aspects. It is wise for the two to cooperate. It was already early in the morning when Dean returned to the community. The dim orange street lights in the community driveway reflected the drizzle. Turn another corner and you will be home. Dean subconsciously accelerated the speed and came to another lane, and then he was attracted by the only building with warm lights on in the dark night. That was my mother Sheila's house. Didn't I say I would be back later today? Why haven't you slept yet? Dean murmured, but there was a flash of warmth in his eyes. It feels good to have someone waiting for you. So the Carmen family deserves to die. At this time. Living room. Sinclair crossed his legs and looked at his mother, who was nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. He leaned over with a smile and whispered in her ear, "Mom, Dean is back." Dean. Sheila looked up suddenly, but saw that in the living room, apart from Thompson who was typing on the phone keyboard quickly, there was only Sinclair who was covering his mouth and laughing secretly. There was no sign of Dean. Sinclair. Sheila clenched her fists, ready to show her mother's authority. Sinclair ran away quickly, and then said jealously, "Mom, you only care about Dean. He is so old, he can take care of himself. Don't worry, Mom, Dean is very capable, he will be fine." Thompson also raised his head and comforted, "And didn't Dean call back to report that he was safe?" "You know shit." Sheila rolled her eyes, "Why did I give birth to you two idiots? Did you find something wrong when you watched the news today? A group of refugees, but they are so strong. Is it possible?" She lowered her head and said a little uneasy, "I shouldn't have agreed to Dean's application for the detective bureau. We have already lost your father, and we can't lose Dean again." Hearing this, Sinclair was silent, stepped forward silently, and hugged Sheila. "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm worried about Dean too. I just didn't want you to be so depressed all the time." Thompson also put down his phone and was about to give his mother a warm hug, but he saw Sheila had already raised her hand to Sinclair's butt. He pouted. Well, Sinclair is still too naive. Just when Sheila was ready to show off her authority as a mother, the incandescent light came into the living room from outside. Sinclair cheered, "It's Dean. He's back driving the breakup fee." Ever since Dean explained the origin of the car, Sinclair has always called his current special edition Ford Mustang Shelby 500 GT the breakup fee. Sheila also put down her raised palm, clasped her hands together, placed them on her chest, and said devoutly, "Thank God." When Dean came in, Sheila was hugging Sinclair, watching the midnight soap opera and laughing. The younger brother Thompson was buried in his mobile phone sending text messages. After Dean's teaching, he has recently tried his hand at a new girlfriend and is now in a passionate love period. The three of them greeted Dean quite naturally. This calm look made Dean a little depressed. He thought that Sheila and the others didn't sleep because they watched today's news and were worried about him. Damn. Just now downstairs, Bai was moved. After drinking the hot soup Sheila left for him and taking a shower, Dean locked the door, came to the mirror, and prepared to start upgrading. Anba immobilized more than 100 mercenaries to attack the farm in the suburbs of Los Angeles, making such a big fuss. It was a big fish. Once caught, Dean immediately got 3,000 experience points. Panel. Detective panel character, Dean level 9, 1100, 1600, spirit. 11 strength. 13 speed. 13 endurance. 9 skills, pistol mastery, ancient Muay Thai, L3, torture, L2, blow needle, L2, omitted. Attribute points. 2 skill points. 2 completed cases. 8, details omitted. If only every case was so cool. Dean wiped his hands with some anticipation. Not only did he directly upgrade 2 levels this time, but he only had 500 experience points left to the next level, which can be said to be a wave of fat. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Take a look. Because of self-study, Dean originally planned to try to improve his spirit after upgrading. But now he may have to take action, so naturally he should prioritize improving his attack power. So Dean did not hesitate and directly added 2 attribute points to speed. Attribute points: 20. Speed: 1315. Familiar energy rushed in. This time, the change was different from before. It was always warm before. This time, it was actually the kind of icy, comfortable and refreshing feeling. Dean squinted his eyes, feeling that this moment was happier than some happy things. Some tissues inside his body were repeatedly washed by the cool air, making him feel light and happy. Under normal circumstances, the time for upgrading and transformation, 1 attribute point, lasts about 1 minute. This time, after a full 5 minutes, the coolness on Dean's body slowly dissipated. The transformation is over. Before Dean checked the changes in his body this time, 2 new messages appeared in his mind. The speed attribute has reached the upper limit of the human flesh and blood structure. Only when all other attributes are in line can the next step of upgrading be started. Hint: flesh and blood creatures have different gene limits depending on the genes of their ancestors. The maximum of all human attributes cannot exceed 20. Has the speed improvement reached its current limit? Dean was a little regretful. The speed attribute is related to his explosive power and nerve reaction speed, which is most suitable for his mastery level of pistol shooting. It seems that I can only improve my endurance or spirit next time. As for strength, it is enough for now. After digesting the information on the panel, Dean looked at the mirror. His originally strong body now has more obvious lines, as if it was carved by a knife and an axe. At first glance, people feel that it contains powerful explosive power. Dean tested his reaction speed again by throwing objects up and down. It was exaggerated. As soon as something fell, it would be caught immediately. Dean was even surprised to find that if he concentrated, he could even feel that the speed and frequency of the object's fall had slowed down a bit. This was an illusion caused by the super-fast nerve reaction. After playing with the pistol for a while, Dean put down the pistol with great satisfaction. Now I am the true descendant of American IAI. 15 points of speed attribute. I'm afraid only some gifted people can compare with him. Just like Bill back then. That bastard easily lifted a table weighing dozens of kilograms and smashed Dean, who weighed more than 180 kilograms, into the air. He was a gifted person in terms of strength. There are very few such people. But Dean can reach this height in every attribute, and there is even a chance of breakthrough, reaching the human limit that modern humans can basically not reach. The future is promising. Dean kept 2 skill points. He didn't have any skills that could immediately improve his combat effectiveness, so it's better to keep them and wait until he synthesizes mind reading to improve them all at once and enhance his ability to solve cases in the future. In the next 2 days, after work, Dean simply disguised himself and sulked in an anonymous gun hall. He was naturally not practicing his shooting skills, but trying to use 2 guns and adapt to the Kel-Tec CP-33 pistol with more bullets. Although the power of this gun is not as powerful as the M1911, after the expansion, the bullet capacity can be increased to 50 rounds. 2 together. It's enough for Dean to kill everyone. After each gun training, Dean would go to Cap's fighting gym to play, and then go to a nearby physical therapy center at a fixed time to find a beautiful Latin American girl for physical therapy. Finally, he would go to work directly the next day instead of staying at Sheila's place. On the 3rd day, just after get off work, a scattered package appeared in Dean's car. In the package, in addition to 2 specially made Kel-Tec CP-33 pistols and several magazines, there was also a clown mask with an even crazier smile, a set of IV-level tactical bulletproof vests, and more than 10 shock bombs. On top of these things, there was also a blank sheet of paper. I used means to force the Carmen family to start a family meeting. Meet at Carmen Manor at 9 o'clock tonight, and I will find you. The ending was signed with the Scarlet Clown logo. So, tonight, will there be 2 clown versus? Dean grinned, drove the car, and exercised like the previous few days. and then walked into the physical therapy center with a warm reception from a Latin American beauty. End this plot today and return to normal development. Current panel, detective panel, character, Dean level. 9, 1100, 1600, spirit. 11 strength. 13 speed. 15, limit, stamina. 9 skills, pistol mastery, ancient Muay Thai, L3, torture, L2, blow needle, L2, omitted. Attribute points. 0 skill points. 2 completed cases. 8, omitted. Chapter 94, Destruction of the Family. It was a hearty and refreshing experience. Under the influence of fatigue and trace drugs, the Latin American beauty next to Dean naturally fell into deep sleep. With the prepared things, Dean changed into a disposable suit and went into the underground drainage pipe entrance near the physiotherapy center. This is why he chose this physiotherapy center. Downtown Los Angeles has developed transportation above and underground is not bad either, with a network of more than 10,000 kilometers of underground drainage pipes. The largest pipes can even drive cars inside. There are many homeless people who set up their small homes inside to protect themselves from the wind and sun. Through a small compass, Dean rushed all the way, ran for several kilometers, and then came out of another pipe mouth, and then took out a second-hand modified Harley from the sundries on the side. Changed into new clothes and sprayed deodorant. The Harley trachea made a huge roar, and Dean, who had changed his appearance, rushed to Carmen Manor. In the eyes of some ordinary people, Los Angeles manor-style mansions are generally considered to be in Beverly Hills, where Hollywood stars, California sports stars and many wealthy people gather. But the manors with real background were all established in Los Angeles at the beginning, with their boundaries demarcated. They are independent of the public, but enjoy complete service facilities. Carmen Manor is such a place. It is located on a cliff near the sea, with a high terrain. A special mountain road has been built, and iron nets and checkpoints have been set up in many places outside. It belongs to private land. Ordinary people may not even have heard of this place. At least Dean tried to find information about this place, but found nothing. In the end, it was Andy who gave him a topographic map and a simple defense map. According to Andy's intelligence, within 5 kilometers of Carmen Manor, there are monitoring and sensing devices everywhere, and animal repellent drugs are sprayed regularly in the mountains and forests. So even if someone breaks through those obvious checkpoints, once they get close, they will be discovered immediately. Their only chance is the cliff under the manor and the sky above their heads. Needless to say, the cliff itself is a natural barrier, and there is a vast ocean below. It is difficult to deploy defenses, and there are ways to crack it. Not to mention the top of the head. Take advantage of the night. Direct airdrop. Hard to defend. But there are too few people who are capable of gliding in accurately without making any noise. Dean and Andy are not among them. 8:55. Dean arrived on time at the road about 5 kilometers away from Carmen Manor and the entrance to the mountain. He lit a cigarette and waited quietly for Andy to arrive. Since Andy said that he could find him, then believe him. It would be good if it works today. If not, Dean will kill Andy without hesitation, and then take his family and Andy's resources to the Commonwealth to seek Anthony's asylum while the Carmen family has not yet reacted. He has already greeted Anthony implicitly. Time passed by minute. At exactly 9 o'clock. On the sea surface below the road, a white light flashed rhythmically towards this side. This is Morse code, go to sea. How did this guide determine my location? Dean checked the things Andy gave him and found no problem. Perhaps this is the difference in means between professional killers and cannon fodder scavengers. Hide Harley. Dean checked his equipment one last time before walking off the road and heading for the light. As he got closer, he saw a strange-looking jet ski in the moonlight. Andy was standing on the shore, handing Dean a simple diving device. This is a modified model that can dive underwater and help us get closer to the cliff. What about the plan? What about retreat? Dean didn't move. He wouldn't risk his life without making it clear. Andy was not surprised. He squatted down and drew a simple map on the beach. I installed a locator on the fat man's snart. Where he should be the meeting room of the Carmen family members. Fortunately, this place is located at the top of the cliff, where the view is wide. Standing on it, you will feel happy to step on all living beings. Those powerful people like to do this. As for the plan, Andy spread his hands. One person sneaks in first, and when the people outside receive the signal, they will make a noise and attack. I have calculated that within 5 minutes, we have enough time to get out. Once this time is exceeded, it will be difficult for the attackers to escape, and the sneakers will definitely die. Reality is not a movie. When the members of the Carmen family gather, security will definitely be raised to the limit, covered by various high-tech equipment. This kind of stealth assassination has become more and more difficult. Are you sure? Sure. Given his fear of death, Dean nodded and said, then I will be responsible for the assault, and you will be responsible for the infiltration. I can guarantee that I will not leave before the limit, but if I can't bear it anymore, I will jump into the sea and escape. Okay. Andy agreed without hesitation. Anyway, he has several escape plans. In Andy's original plan, Dean was the cannon fodder to attract firepower, and he was the main force responsible for infiltration, which was just what he wanted now. The retreat is very simple. Andy pointed to the cliff in the distance. Once we start the operation, it is not ruled out that the police will send armed helicopters to support, so we can only escape by water. If I don't come out within 3 minutes, you can just ride the underwater motorcycle to find a place to land by yourself, and don't worry about me. Okay. Dean made up his mind, whether it succeeds or not, he will swim back. He was worried that this guy would install a bomb on the motorcycle. Change the simple diving equipment and put away the equipment. The two people with their own thoughts got on the specially modified jet ski, slowly sank to a depth of 2 meters underwater, and approached the cliff in the distance. The straight line distance from here to the water surface of the cliff is not far, less than 6 kilometers. About half an hour later, two people holding sealed packages appeared on the reef exposed above the water. In fact, the real assassination is very simple, but it's a pity that we are going to wipe out the whole family, which is too troublesome. If I fail this time, I can only give up revenge by myself, and then rely on assassination to threaten the people of the Carmen family and kill those two people. Unbay said while picking up a nail gun. As the waves hit, he nailed steel nails on the cliff one by one, forming a simple climbing passage. Are you so sure that the two people are still alive? Dean had already changed into a tactical bulletproof vest and hung the magazine and shock bullet in a convenient place. Sure. Unbay smiled and said, if this operation goes well, I will tell you another big secret. At that time, maybe you can take this opportunity to make merit and get promoted. After that, he put on his own mask, then looked at the moon disk above his head very nervously, tilted his head, and made a V shape. The next moment, a chill suddenly appeared on Dean's tailbone, causing him to look up subconsciously, only to meet a pair of cold eyes without any emotion. Unbay's temperament has completely changed. At this moment, he is the real third killer in North America, Joker V. If he hadn't been by his side all the time, Dean would have almost changed his opponent. Unbay now puts a lot of pressure on him. It is an indescribable feeling, but it makes people breathe a little sluggishly. Facing the stare, Dean silently lowered his hands. As long as Unbay doesn't know whether to live or die, he will be beaten into 0.2 seconds and left here to feed the fish. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two is getting more and more solemn, suddenly, Unbay's right hand actually slapped himself, knocking off the mask, and roared in a low voice, "Don't make trouble for yourself, or I will keep you out for a year." Looking at Unbay's face with half indifference and half angry, Dean cautiously took a step back. Unbay is actually a split personality. No wonder he let his brother live alone. It seemed that the threat had worked. Unbay glanced at Dean with his cold half face, put on the clown mask again, and made a V sign to the moon above his head again, as if it was a sense of ritual or a switch anchor. The next moment, he jumped up, as if he had no sense of pain, and his body was as flexible as a monkey. He stepped and scratched, with a strange charm, and quickly approached the top of the cliff. Dean shook his head and climbed up. Although he was also flexible, but his skills were far inferior to Unbay in killer state. When he climbed up the bushes on the top of the cliff, Unbay's figure was no longer in front of him, and several alarms in the hidden place had been shielded and covered by physical means. There were also a few inconspicuous protruding props on the wall at one end. These were the climbing tools left by Unbay for him. Professional. Dean praised in his heart, and then continued to climb up the wall, but saw that Unbay had knocked down the two patrol guards in this corridor area like a ghost. There's a 5-minute shift here. I'll take action within 5 minutes. Killer Unbay said coldly, and then he jumped twice. He was like a gecko, nailed to the uneven rock wall, and continued to climb up to the upper floors of the palace with his bare hands. 5 minutes. Dean quickly took off the transparent wire and stun bombs from his body and arranged them around. He couldn't take action first, otherwise the members of the Carmen family might be frightened and hide in the special shelter room. Dean's role was to track the movement to himself before Bay took action. No mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Time passed. 5 minutes had just arrived. The dial on Dean's hand immediately lit up red. This meant that Bay had taken action. Almost at the same time, because the guard did not enter the password within 5 minutes, the lights in the corridor turned red. Dean leaned against the wall and found that almost at the same time, several cross-angle cameras with no blind spots immediately twisted and covered the entire corridor. Wearing a mask, he walked into the corridor, looked at the cameras that were covering him, and imitated Bay's previous appearance, tilting his head to face the camera and making that neurotic gesture, then raised his gun and fired continuously, blowing up all the cameras. Monitoring room. The red light flashed, and the alarm sounded like the arrival of the biochemical crisis in the movie. On the dark screen, the picture was frozen on a clown mask with a weird smile. FK, a uniformed man who looked like a leader, shook the coffee cup in his hand, pressed the red button in the monitoring room, and shouted into the loudspeaker at the same time, "Guards, suspected clown V broke in. The guard died. He entered the D32 area. Repeat. Guards." In less than 10 seconds. Dean's keen hearing heard a lot of footsteps approaching from the left and right, and there were several huge searchlights on the periphery and overhead, covering this area. What's even more outrageous is that when the alarm sounded, some passages directly lowered steel barriers, blocking each area into a cage. Once the intruder is trapped, even if the gun god is alive, there is only one way to go: death. Dean was glad that he cooperated with Bay. Otherwise he would have to run away with his family if he was alone. He had never seen such a scene in his previous life. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Dean took a deep breath, counted to 3 seconds, and then, without waiting for anyone to stick his head out, he pulled the trigger with both hands, triggering a rain of bullets that evenly covered a height of 1.7 to 1.8 meters. The 4 people on both sides, who had just appeared, seemed to be cooperating, and fell to the ground after being hit by bullets in the face. Still in the D32 area, "Need support." Someone roared. There were also 4 or 5 semi-automatic rifles that were poked out separately, and they fired directly at the corridor without even looking at it. Fuck. Dean's expression changed, and he jumped more than 1 meter, kicked the wall with his feet, and relied on his strong core strength to hang on the top of the corridor to avoid the guards' bullets. At the same time, he quickly approached to one side like a swing. This group of guards were definitely elite retired soldiers. Whether it was cooperation or tacit understanding, they were far superior to the SWAT members Dean had seen. After 3 seconds, the bullets covered the entire corridor. 2 people rolled out on the left side, shooting first in crossfire, then observing, and then yelling into the intercom with an ugly look, "No one, the target has disappeared, pay attention to the C32 area, it may climb up." Before he finished speaking, intense gunshots and screams came from the intercom. Dean was like the god of death, jumping behind the team of more than 10 people on the right, holding a gun with both hands, and in less than a second, he fired 15 bullets in succession, each of which hit the cervical vertebrae of the group within 50 meters. Unless you are fully bulletproof. Otherwise, being targeted by Dean means death. When the rest of the guards rushed over, Dean had already blown up the surveillance here and disappeared again at the outermost edge of the corridor. All surveillance can only lock on the inside of the building. As for the surveillance outside the building, it has been handled by Bay. So relying on his strong body, Dean moved along the outer edge of the building and was difficult to be discovered. 2 consecutive waves of guard teams fell on the street. The entire Carmen Manor was like daytime. A large number of cars rushed from the foot of the mountain to the mountain. More than 5 groups, 60 guards, left their original positions and moved towards the areas where Dean was active. Even if Dean reacted quickly, his range of activities was increasingly limited under such firepower coverage. But every time he fired, he would take away at least a few people. This put a strong psychological pressure on the guards. They had never encountered such a tenacious and accurate shooter. Harlan, the guard supervisor, listened to the casualty report of his men. His face was gloomy and full of fear. Such a terrifying person must be the real killer V. He pressed the button on his hand again. This is a special key to the head of the Carmen family. Once an emergency occurs, no matter what time it is, he must notify as quickly as possible. But I don't know why. There has been no response from the top of the building. If the surveillance did not show that everything was normal, he would suspect that something had happened up there, the periphery of the building. As Dean's range of activities was limited to 3 corridors, it became a fight between trapped beasts. Under some tacit understanding, the guard's offensive looked quite powerful, but the progress of shrinking the encirclement was slowing down. No one wanted to fall at the moment of victory. No one noticed. The top of the manor was already dead silent. The top floor conference room. The killer personality Andy, like dancing, holding a palm-sized, bloody machete, swayed and twisted to avoid the corpses on the ground, walked to a fat man curled up in the corner, bowed and saluted. This was a thank you for exposing the exact location of the conference room. Snart looked at the clown killer with a twisted, elegant temperament and horror, howling for help, without the calmness and composure in the past speeches. This pervert, let them call for help, still killed his grandfather, father, brother, uncle in front of everyone, no matter whether they called for help or pressed the emergency button. From beginning to end, no guards came, but the gunshots downstairs became more and more intense. Snet. After the salute, the killer Andy nervously put the mask in front of Snart, and uttered an electronic sound converted by electronic equipment. My brother Annan has invited all the members of the Carmen family to the ball. You should go. No. Snart thought of the mayor position he was about to get, and his obsession broke through his fear. Like a flying mantis, he gritted his teeth and pounced on Andy. The man was in the air. Andy's hand moved, and the small scimitar passed through with Snart's own momentum. When the man hit the ground heavily, the blood turned into a small fountain due to the high pressure of the movement, dyeing the wet ground more red and sticky. Kill everyone. After listening to the gunshots below, the killer Andy swung open the electronic door of the conference room, wiped the knife on the 2 motionless men and women at the door with their mouths wide open, and then walked out with satisfaction. The view was pulled in. In the open mouths of the male and female attendants, a steel nail pierced through their throats and heads, nailing them to the wall. On the other side, Dean, who was almost surrounded to death, saw the light on his watch turn green, and quickly jumped down. While in the air, he fired at the temporary mechanism he had set up. The mechanism was hit. Several entangled transparent wires straightened and pulled off the buckle. After landing, Dean ran towards the position he had chosen before, no longer hiding his movements. Here, several searchlights, with thermal imaging, covered Dean while he was running. It seemed that he was about to be concentrated. Boom! White light and sound waves impacted several corridors around, knocking the guards at the concentrated gates to the ground. When the 2 helicopters were searching on the sea, except for the steel nails on the cliff wall, there was no trace of Dean. When the thorough search was fruitless, Harlan, the head of the guard, looked at the pager that had been unable to contact the master, gritted his teeth, called several senior department stewards of the Carmen family, and took the elevator to the top floor. There was such a big commotion outside, but the masters did not respond. This made several people a little uneasy. The elevator door opened. Seeing that 2 servants stood upright outside the conference room, and the electronic door with password of the conference room was closed, several people breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine. It should be, because the meeting is more important that the master and others did not ask. Director Harlan, you should think about how to explain today's situation to the master later. The female steward in charge of the servants of the manor said a little harshly. Harlan, the head of the guard, nodded, and just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly caught the black and white clothes of the female servants and roared, "FK. That's blood. Something happened!" Exclamation mark. The top electronic defense system on the top floor has a problem. He rushed over like a mad dog, and finally smelled a strong smell of blood that the electronic door could not block. The Carmen family was finished and the door was not opened. But all the servants already knew the answer. Rewards and thanks. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the 12,000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend Black Bean Emperor for the 5,000 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Congratulations on being promoted to the helmsman. Thanks to the book friend for the 3,100 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the 7 book friends Galia, 777,777, 2019062317441646 inches, ands, for the rewards, thanks to the 7 bosses. Chapter 95, The Secret of the Farm. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Carmen Manor was as bright as day. Cars that were rarely seen on weekdays gathered on the mountain road. There were also many media vehicles that dared not approach on weekdays. I don't know if they were instructed to secretly capture the large number of police cars and the extremely luxurious manor complex on the top of the mountain in their cameras. Are you sure? Are you sure? According to the butler of the Carmen family received a death threat from the clown killer V 2 days ago, and wanted them to hand over a pair of gang members, otherwise they would retaliate. The previous Lincoln farm was the work of the other party. Those two people seemed to have some secrets, which made the Carmen family very entangled and unwilling to give up, so they held a family meeting today. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, 2 people sneaked in. One of them attacked head-on, attracting the attention of the guards. In less than 5 minutes, he killed more than 20 elite guards with a Kel-Tec CP-33 pistol with little power. The other person, by some unknown means, invaded the Integrated Protection Intelligence Center of the Carmen Manor, shielded the protection devices, broke into the top-floor conference room of the Carmen family, and killed everyone inside. Both of them wore the exclusive mask of the Clown V. According to the FBI who arrived, the intruder behaved crazy and should be the Clown V himself. Although the person who attacked head-on was not Joker V, his marksmanship was top-notch and his reaction was amazingly fast. We have not found a person who fits his identity yet. He might be Joker V's friend in the underground world. Tisk. Looking at the bodies being carried out outside, the person sitting in the car picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and then laughed. The Carmen family usually only does this when they are facing major decisions. It seems that those 2 people have a big secret. But they are too arrogant and forget that even a male lion may be killed by the stink bugs and hyenas in the dark. Although he said so. The person who spoke had a sarcastic tone, but his eyes were full of deep fear. People at their level enjoy the best resources in the world, and the ones they are most reluctant to provoke are these poisonous snakes hidden in the dark. These poisonous snakes are often carefree and have no tomorrow, but they can break through the heavy defenses and threaten their lives. Once they have a grudge, even if they are not bitten, they will be splashed with stinky blood. It's not worth the loss. The person who answered lowered his head and did not answer. He knew clearly when to speak and when not to speak. But at this moment, his heart was extremely hot. He had been dormant for many years. Finally, the day came when the dark clouds above his head would disperse. The Carmen family rose from the Civil War of the United States. It has been passed down for more than 100 years, with tentacles in all walks of life. It is the sky above the heads of countless rising stars in Los Angeles. Now, the sky has fallen. The Carmen family is so large that naturally not all male members of the family are here. But with all the male members of the direct lineage destroyed, if the remaining members of the Carmen family do not want to leave the stage decently, the others will help them to do so decently. And the corpses it left behind will support the major forces in Los Angeles and hold an unprecedented feast. And he, Meng, will also follow the person who is falling in front of him, from an inconspicuous captain of the detective bureau to a light that others cannot look directly at. This person is the salted fish captain of the 4th Squadron of the Detective Bureau and the Robbery and Murder Department, Meng. He is not in the hospital now, but appeared in the Carmen Manor. Silence for a moment. The person who asked the question put down his wine glass and slowly straightened his hunchback. Meng, our chance has come. How do you control your current squadron that is neither dead nor alive? There are not many talents, but there is one who is worth training. One is enough. If he is trustworthy, let him lead people to Lincoln Farm. It has only been 3 days since the last attack. The Carmen family cannot move there under the gaze of so many eyes. I need to know the secret inside. Meng wanted to say that he had not yet completely controlled the only talent, but this would undoubtedly reduce his value in the heart of the person in front of him. So he nodded without hesitation and took the task. No matter what. This time, he must complete the task of the person in front of him, and then he can hold on to the other party's thigh and rise straight up. Otherwise, when the person in front of him takes the position, if he has no value, he will only be replaced by the later ones. No. Next, I must improve my endurance and spirit. When Dean returned to the physical therapy center, his face turned pale and he was a little shaky when he walked. Last night was his first time to experience a high-intensity battle. He was tense throughout the whole process, constantly moving his position to avoid being chased. Almost every moment, he was consuming a lot of energy and physical strength. That kind of intensity is completely unfelt at the shooting range. If it weren't for his strong flesh and blood and strong will, Dean doubted whether he could crawl out of the sea alive. This battle made him clearly realize his current level. Complex area. Facing no more than 2 hands of enemies at a time. With his reaction and accuracy, killing enemies is like killing chickens and dogs, and the pressure is not too great. But once it exceeds this number, relying solely on a pistol, unless he launches a sneak attack, he will be suppressed by the powerful firepower and have no chance to counterattack head-on. We must upgrade our weapons. Pistols have too many defects for high-intensity frontal combat, and are more suitable as conventional means. After Dean reflected on it, he forced himself to clean up the traces, dealt with the bruises left on his body after being shot, and covered them with pajamas, and then hugged the soft and sleeping Latin beauty and fell asleep on the other side. Unbay, with a strange white face, sat on the corpse transport vehicle that had just left Carmen Manor, looking outside with a melancholy look. The dark world also has its own hidden rules. Assassinating top family members is a taboo for killers. His career as a killer ended the moment he left Carmen Manor. Those dignitaries wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. His life has also entered the countdown. I hope I can die after avenging my brother. This is also a relief for me. The companion next to him was still chattering. Los Angeles has been a bit chaotic recently. This is the second time I have seen so many corpses. Hey, Peter, why don't you speak? You usually. Swish. A thin diamond-shaped thorn accurately pierced the throat of the speaker, nailing the unfinished words in his mouth and the whole person to the iron shell of the car. Enbei retracted his palm without looking back, still looking out the window. The world is quiet again. Dong dong dong, the violent knocking on the door woke up the sleeping person. Wu, the Latino beauty, curled up in the man's arms and opened her eyes in confusion, making the unique sound of waking up. When she realized that someone was knocking on the door, anger appeared on her face. She didn't care about the exposure of her spring light. She jumped off the big bed, leaned out of the window with 2 dangling footballs, and yelled downstairs, "FK, which bastard is it? Didn't you see that my store door says it's closed today?" The next moment, she turned pale, ran back to the bed in a hurry, threw herself on the sleeping man, and said in panic, "Dean, wake up, there are a lot of police outside." Police. Dean, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes, and the murderous aura that overflowed scared the Latino beauty next to him. His mind went blank. He only felt that Dean now looked like a butcher who ignored life. After a few seconds, Dean's slow brain realized that he had some sequelae because he had experienced a fierce battle for the first time last night. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 forum. He blinked a few times, retracted his indifference to life, and pretended to complain. "Merlin, what time is it now? You woke me up." Merlin is the owner of this physiotherapy shop. She usually does beauty treatments for some women. She was easily conquered by Dean and became his temporary sleeping partner. After being pushed twice by Dean, Merlin came back to her senses. She looked at Dean with some doubts. She saw that except for his poor mental state and lack of rest, he did not have the indescribable sense of oppression just now. Was it just an illusion just now? But last night, their battle was not fierce. Why did Dean look so tired? Dong dong dong, the sound of knocking on the door came again. Milan woke up in shock and said quickly, "Dean, there are a lot of police officers knocking on the door downstairs. Aren't you a detective? Go and check it out." "Okay, don't worry, baby, I'll ask clearly." Dean hugged her and kissed her, then stretched himself, put on his pajamas, and came to the window. There were several police cars parked quietly under the physical therapy shop. The one knocking on the door was Dean's old acquaintance, the bald patrolman Hawk from the police station. Next to Hawk stood someone that Dean didn't expect, Mon. He was discharged from the hospital with injuries. This experienced salary thief and slacking captain was standing behind Hawk with another middle-aged man with a serious face, also looking up at the second-floor window of the physical therapy shop. The two sides met eyes unexpectedly. "Tisk tisk." The middle-aged man next to Mon said with a smile, "Mon, your subordinate looks very tired last night. Do you want me to let Hawk take people to the farm to deal with your affairs?" Mon adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, doubting whether he had entrusted the wrong person. But Dean was the only bargaining chip he could offer now. Mon had no choice. That? Upstairs, Dean saw more than a dozen pairs of eyes looking at him downstairs. He subconsciously pulled his pajamas to cover the strawberry marks on his neck, and looked at the sun rising above his head. He was a little at a loss and said, "Captain, I just had a lot of fun yesterday and overslept. You don't have to leave the hospital specially and bring so many people to arrest me." As soon as these words came out, a cheerful laugh suddenly rang out downstairs. Bald Hawk even winked at Dean. This kind of scene is indeed rare. 1 minute. Mun's face was livid as he raised a finger. "If you don't get 1 minute, you will be suspended for a week. Right away." Dean shrank back, the embarrassment on his face disappeared, and while thinking about the purpose of Mun's search for him, he quickly put on the clothes scattered on the ground. Although he came here to spend the night for several consecutive days. But if he didn't investigate specifically, Mun should not have found him. As for being late for work because of his absence, that's even more nonsense. Mun is often not seen by people. As long as the people below don't cause problems, he never cares about the workplace discipline of the 4th Squadron. And if he was exposed last night, what he is facing now is definitely the cold muzzle of a gun, not a group of people politely knocking on the door downstairs. So what does Mun search for him about? Dean, who has only slept for 7 or 8 hours, has not recovered from the double consumption of mind and body. Under the teasing gaze of more than a dozen people, he walked out of the sanatorium, his eyes bloodshot and his steps shaky as he walked to Mun's side, and said weakly, "Captain, did you bring your ID and gun?" "Yes." "Then stop talking nonsense, time is urgent, get in the car and talk." Mun glared at Dean, who was overindulging himself, and walked towards his car without looking back. The middle-aged man next to him looked at Dean's back as he followed him, and waved to his confidant Hawk. "I feel that the person recommended by Monzen is unreliable. After entering the farm, you can find an excuse to take your brothers to act freely without giving Mon's face. If you can figure out what Monzen wants, I promise to promote you." "Got it, Deputy." Hawk licked his lips and nodded heavily. He is already a senior police officer. If he is promoted again, it means that he has broken through the level of ordinary police officers and stepped into the threshold stage of the management level of the sheriff. The future development will be very different. Although Hawk and Dean have some wine and meat relationship, it is far less than his own future. Not long. Several police cars, without sirens, rushed to the Lincoln farm in the suburbs again. There will be a new case today. Additional updates, before November 24th, Sanjiang. Additional updates. 16-2 equals 14 chapters. Reward and title. Additional updates, Knight of Splendor Alliance Leader. 17 chapters. Black Bean Emperor Helmsman. 1 chapter. Full House of Flowers Drunk Helmsman. 1 chapter. The additional updates for the 2 leaders will be completed as much as possible before the end of the month. Alliance Leader. Additional updates will take place next month. Monthly ticket. Additional updates. Currently, there are 2 chapters for 1,000 monthly tickets. Currently, there are 976 monthly tickets. It should be possible to reach 1,000 tickets before the end of the month, and then this additional update will be completed at the beginning of the month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Golden Mountain. In the car. Looking at the road out of the city, Dean wondered, "Captain, why does this road look so much like the road to Lincoln Farm?" "That's where it goes." Mon's fingers tapped the steering wheel quickly. "Dean, do you want a promotion?" Dean looked at Mon's fingers out of the corner of his eye. According to the book Anthony gave him, this kind of situation is often caused by excessive psychological pressure and tension, and the actions are subconsciously displayed. This is a very rare thing for an old hand like Mon. Dean pretended not to see Mon's abnormality and nodded. "Everyone wants to be promoted, but I have just passed the internship period. Even if I want to be promoted, I have to wait at least 1 or 2 years, right? In the system. If no one paves the way in advance. If a newbie breaks the convention and quickly gets promoted, it will make those old members who have wasted their years feel unhappy and even cause criticism. Think about Hawk. After being a patrolman for more than 10 years, He is still at the bottom when he reaches middle age. He can't even touch the threshold of promotion. People with connections often work in other idle departments for the elderly, quickly improve their levels, and when the time is right, they will be directly transferred to the power department. In this way, with the qualifications for working in other departments, it will not be too conspicuous. Meng En slowed down the car and pointed to the wound bandaged on his chest. Dean, I got up from the hospital bed last night with injuries, and I haven't rested until now, regardless of the rupture and aggravation of the wound. Do you know why? Listen. For those of us who have no foundation, if we want to break through the current class, we not only need opportunities, but also need to seize every opportunity, and even bet our lives for it. Now is the time. I'll give you this chance. Last night? Dean immediately thought of what happened in Carmen Manor. After he left yesterday, he no longer had the energy to pay attention to Anbi's situation. Now it seems that he has succeeded. Even Meng En, an old salted fish, has been rejuvenated like a second spring. I just don't know who is behind Meng En. Involving such political matters, Dean didn't dare to speak easily, otherwise he would become cannon fodder. Facing Dean's silence, Meng En didn't continue to speak. They were silent all the way. More than half an hour later, the wreckage of the Lincoln farm appeared in their sight. Someone was busy in the building. They were all residents of the surrounding towns, and now they were voluntarily helping to clean up the place. But Dean knew that this group of people were actually the subordinates of the Carmen family, the kind of people whose whole family worked in various industries of the Carmen family. The arrival of several cars attracted the attention of these people. Dean got off the car and noticed that except for Mun and himself, and Hawk and a dozen other patrolmen, the middle-aged man who had stood beside Mun before had disappeared. The other party did not follow. Mun led everyone to the simple checkpoint and said coldly, "Everyone, get out of here." Two men with a dagger tattoo on the back of their hands, wearing security uniforms, stopped in front of Mun. "This is a private place, what do you want?" Mun stared at the two people and said coldly, "Many people in the Carmen family died yesterday. We suspect that the murderer is hiding here. We need to go in and search. Here is a search warrant." As he said, he put his hand into his arms. The two Dagger Gang security guards looked at each other, a little confused. What is the Carmen family? These cops, don't they know that this is the Dagger Gang's territory and there are big shots protecting them? The next moment, bang, the white smoke burst with dozens of steel balls, directly beating the two security guards who didn't react into a bloody mess, and they fell to the ground. Not to mention Dean, even the group of patrolmen who followed were stunned. What Mon En took out was not a search warrant at all, but a steel ball shotgun. Under the effect of the recoil, the wound on Mon En's chest broke again. He hung the shotgun on his waist without changing his expression, and then said to Dean and the patrolman, "Don't ask, don't care, I will handle everything. Now what you have to do is to enter the base under the farm and find evidence of illegality here." As he said, he didn't care whether Dean and Hawk would agree or not, and walked alone towards the residents who were looking at this side in surprise. "I am the captain of the Los Angeles Police Detective Bureau. Last night, the Carmen family was attacked and suffered heavy casualties. We suspect that the murderer is hiding here. Now all irrelevant people, leave immediately." The Carmen family was attacked. A white strong man who was more than 2 meters tall pushed his companions aside, grabbed Mon's collar with a strong pressure, and lifted him up. "Asshole, tell me clearly, what happened to the Carmen family?" The rest of the people also surrounded him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hawk stopped the patrolman behind him. "FK, the deputy director didn't say that Mons would handle it this way. If you don't want to be shot by the townspeople here, don't pull out your gun." He has been a patrolman in Los Angeles for more than 10 years. He knows that the surrounding towns don't care much about the police station. There are even more than one highway police officer who lost their trace when patrolling here. Their bones may be buried under this land. Mon's actions undoubtedly forced them to take action. This is different from the assistants mentioned before departure. Dean looked at Manon being bullied and hesitated whether to take action. Now he finally understood what Manon meant when he said in the car that he would risk his life if he encountered an opportunity. The other party was indeed risking his life. Because of a careless mistake and failed communication, not only would Manon be shot by this group of armed residents, but Dean and Hawk and others might not be able to run back to Los Angeles. You know, it was because of these residents that the mercenaries were finally blocked by the police at the farm, and all died here. To help or not is a question. Dean looked at Hawk and others who were scared, rubbed his forehead which was still a little stinging, and analyzed the pros and cons of taking action. He didn't understand politics, but he understood psychology. The so-called opportunity of Manan must have been caused by the changes in the Carmen family, which changed his previous salty style and became tough and even radical. This means Manan is very sure that if he can get the secret of Lincoln Farm, he can get the support of the people behind him, and even killing people on the spot will become a trivial matter. In this case, do it. Do it when you think of it. Dean did not hesitate and reached out for his gun. As if it was instinct, the moment he raised his hand, the muzzle of the gun had locked onto the strong man's arm. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The 11.43mm bullet accurately blew a bloody hole at the wrist of the strong man, causing him to scream and loosen his grip on the collar of Manan. Hawk, if Manan dies here, we won't be able to explain when we go back. Go get the automatic rifle. After saying that, Dean, regardless of his sore body, raised his gun and said to everyone, "First warning, everyone hold your head and squat. FK. No mistake." Another middle-aged man with a big beard wearing a turban cursed, and with the cover of his companion, he reached out to take out a gun from his arms. The next moment, Dean's muzzle shook, and another bullet passed through the gap between the three people's bodies and accurately hit the turban man's head. This time he didn't need to hold his head, because his head was directly blown up. Second warning, put your hands on your head and squat down. Dean said coldly. He only has one. Bang! The leader opened his mouth and blood spurted out of his mouth. He stood there stiffly. The people around him looked over subconsciously, but saw the scenery behind him from the blood hole in the man's mouth. This guy, his shooting skills are too accurate. Hawk and others finally reacted and rushed to the police car, followed by several shotguns and automatic rifles, aiming at the crowd. Dean's pistol had only 7 bullets. But after the 3 leaders died, no one wanted to be the 4 people behind, especially when the other dozen patrolmen also took out their weapons. Not long after, a pile of various handguns that were easy to carry were piled up into a small mountain. Hawk's colleagues locked these dozens of residents in a house on the farm and guarded them. Dean also walked to Mon, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, and stretched out his hand. "Okay, Captain, I will help you seize the opportunity. You help me get promoted, and I will not participate in other things." "Okay." Mon shook Dean's hand. Because of the rough action of the leading strong man before, Mon's already torn wound was even more miserable. The blood had already stained his shirt red. He was pulled up by Dean again, and he grimaced in pain. But he didn't care about the pain in his chest, and said in a hurried tone, "Dean, don't waste time, go to the base below now and find the secrets hidden in it. I will take Hawk and others to help you withstand the people coming behind." The people coming behind. Yes, a group of bitches who want to rob the political assets of the Carmen family. Dean rolled his eyes, too lazy to complain about Mon's behavior of scolding himself. While changing the magazine, he walked towards the entrance of the farm base. But he was relieved. Mon's words have 2 meanings. The first level is that all the powerful people in Los Angeles are now scrambling to divide up the legacy of the Carmen family. The second level is that the competition between these powerful people is speed. Whoever gets it first will get the reward, without the dispatch and influence of the Carmen family in all aspects. This operation is actually not very dangerous. The bet is right. Horizontal ellipsis. The base of Lincoln Farm is located under a warehouse disguised as a granary. The warehouse used for cover had been blown up long ago, and there were still traces of the mercenary attack a few days ago. It might be because they were ready to abandon this place. There was no repair here, but it was surrounded by some simple blue iron plates and new cameras were set up. This also made it easy for Dean to find the entrance to the base. Because of the movement outside, there was no security figure at the entrance, but the camera was still running. After Dean made sure that there were no traps like remote-controlled machine guns around, he took out his detective certificate and said seriously, "The outside has been surrounded by the police, and the Carmen family is almost gone. If you don't want to be trapped here, open the door." Silence for more than 10 seconds. A small broadcast came from the pipe disguised as an exhaust vent. "I am Michael, the person in charge here, and also one of the housekeepers of the Carmen family. I need to contact the top to understand the situation. The Carmen family was destroyed too quickly. The manor was in chaos again, without a backbone to issue orders. As a result, the people below didn't even receive the news. Dean nodded. Okay. He waited for another minute. With a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache, the wall bombed by C4 opened up, revealing a metal door with a sense of technology. An old man with meticulously combed hair and a stern expression, dressed in a tuxedo, invited Dean, Mr. Detective, you can come in, and even visit it at will, but we need a promise of innocence. Behind him, 7 or 8 elite armed men stood with guns, looking unfriendly. What's in it? The core ingredient production line of intoxication. This is a gold mine that can create at least $1 billion every year. I think it is enough to guarantee our innocence, otherwise you will get nothing. $1 billion. Dean's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he nodded calmly. Since we came here in the first place, it is to confirm these. Open the door. Those adults will not make things difficult for the parts that help them make wealth. The butler stared at Dean for a long time before nodding. You are right. After speaking, he waved to the people around him. With a password input, this door that even C4 could not blow open slowly opened. Chapter 97. Every drop of intoxication is human blood. After Dean went in, he realized that this underground base was much larger than he had imagined. It is divided into 6 areas. Ingredient transportation area, finished product output area, sterile production workshop, living area, accommodation area. Each area has dedicated water, electricity, and sewage channels, and is equipped with the most advanced pollution purification equipment. The gate that Dean entered and exited is the only entrance and exit. It is no wonder that the mercenaries before wanted to poison the people here but couldn't do it. Because all the resource inlet and outlet pipelines are underground. Unless they can see through, it is really difficult to target here. Such a large area. There are not many people living here. A housekeeper specially assigned by the Carmen family, 8 fully armed elite guards, and more than 50 children. Yes, the machines here are all automated production. The staff are all children over 10 years old and under 13 years old. The butler explained, the Carmen family controls several welfare organizations similar to adoption agencies, and there are many children in the United States who are abandoned or run away from home for various reasons every year. Children of this age are easy to control and brainwash, and can be trained to become subordinates and prostitutes at a low cost and directly join the Dagger gang. Hearing this, Dean shook his head. It seems that capitalists in every world are the same. No matter how rich they are unwilling to discard any oil and water that can be squeezed out. Perhaps in their eyes, not making the biggest profit is losing money. Dean was powerless to change this. In order not to cause his bad memories, he focused on asking about intoxication. A profit of $1 billion a year. This is a sum of money that can bury people alive. Even if Dean doesn't use it. If he can get the formula, maybe one day, it will become his trump card to turn things around and save his life. If there is a chance and the risk is not big, give it a try. If there is no chance, give it to Meng and continue to exchange for development space and ladders. According to the butler's introduction, intoxication is a chemical synthetic drug. Ordinary chemical drugs, such as methamphetamine, are not only low in synthesis cost and convenient to transport, but also have stronger effects than traditional drugs. However, this thing has a high mortality rate and more serious sequelae. It will not only attract strong suppression from drug enforcement, but also destroy its sustainable development because addicts die too quickly. Intoxication is different. It is very magical. The cost of raw materials is low, the addiction is unconscious, the harm to the body is small, and the key is that it is easy to transport and can be easily hidden in various beverages, cigarettes and even food. There is no targeted means at present, and the sales volume and profit are amazingly high. Dean, who has seen a lot of darkness, felt a little numb when he heard it. Because this thing is sold as a drug, you may refuse to touch it. But if it is packaged as high-end cigarettes, high-end and magical food ingredients, high-end and memorable drinks, even if you don't touch it, you can't guarantee that the high-end restaurants you go to and your family and friends will not touch it. At that time, your close friend will give you a cigarette and a bottle of drink. You want it again after smoking and drinking. Normal people, because of the hidden addiction, will only feel that the taste of this thing suits their taste. By the time they realize that this might be a drug, it is too late. This is a terrifying thing to think about. Fortunately, Sheila's father is a farmer, and everything he eats and drinks is pure natural. Lawrence and his gang of bastards are poor, so I should not have touched this thing. After Dean took a look around, he noticed a record analysis table on the whiteboard on the wall while muttering to himself. It was probably something like a production task. One of the consumables was marked with a stickman, which caught Dean's attention. "What consumable is this?" Dean pointed at the stickman and asked in confusion. The butler probably thought that Dean would become a colleague in the future, so he explained diligently, "This consumable is a human. The finished product of drunkenness is very harmful, but there is a chemical material in it that is very toxic to some people before being processed by the machine. Ordinary people can only survive for 3 years at most, so there are no children over 13 years old here." The butler smiled and said, "Every drop of drunkenness is human blood." Dean opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "But you said before that the children here will be sent to other places for training after the age of 13. This is not a conflict. After all, not every process is safe. Some are fatal, some are crippling, and some are ruined by the bastards behind you." The butler said indifferently, "Life in the underground base is very boring. These guards sometimes find those girls and boys to play games. The movements are a bit rough. Children in their teens are also useless." The butler pointed to the sterile production workshop in front and continued, "That's the production workshop. It's fully automated. As long as we throw the raw materials in, the machine will automatically produce the right intoxication. The only trouble is that if the machine fails, people need to modify the parameters remotely, which greatly affects our production efficiency." In the workshop, a small figure wearing a white protective suit was busy and methodically pouring the contents of each glass tube into the entrance of each machine. Dean's voice became lower and lower. "So, you don't have the formula for intoxication?" "No." The butler shook his head. "The formula is in the hands of the Anda Group. They will only provide sophisticated automated machines to their partners. The Carmen family is their partner in the United States. We are responsible for producing the most original intoxication, and then we equip pharmacists in the cooperative channels in various states. They take the original intoxication stock solution, carry out secondary production and transformation, and finally hand it over to those cooperative channels. This is a perfect production line process. Even if there is a problem in a certain link, this increasingly perfect intoxication kingdom will not disappear." The butler said so many words in one breath. His mouth was a little dry. He turned his head and looked at Dean. "Okay, Mr. Detective, can you tell me which family you work for? We may become good colleagues in the future." In his heart, the only family that can destroy the Carmen family is another family. He never thought that there were only two people. Because the influence of the Carmen family is too wide. More than 100 years of marriage and cooperation. Whether it is the government or the army, whether it is the underworld or the white world, the Carmen family can mobilize a large number of manpower, especially in secret. The Carmen family also has a small number of elite mercenaries, who are responsible for cleaning up those disobedient collaborators. This was the case in Las Vegas before. Even because of this, the military relationship was mobilized. So in the housekeeper's mind, the person who can destroy the Carmen family must be another hidden big family of the same level. This is also a comfort to him. After all, working with whom is not working. Maybe the new master will give better treatment in order to win people's hearts. Just look at Dean in front of you. This is a very kind person, and he doesn't have the quirks and tempers of those close butlers of the Carmen family." Dean walked to the glass, looked at the busy children inside, and after a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Someone will talk to you about these. I came here for another thing. Didn't you catch 2 people from the touring gang before? Where are they?" "Those 2 guys." The butler's eyes showed helplessness. "They were imprisoned in dog cages. To be honest, I don't understand why the people above imprisoned those 2 people in this base. They almost killed us here a few days ago." "Dog cages?" "Yes." The butler led the way in another direction. "Mr. Detective, you know, we have at least one consumable die every day, and their bodies are not easy to deal with, so we raise a group of dogs." Haha, it's indeed a good idea. Did you come up with it?" In the dim passage, people can't see the expression on Dean's face. The housekeeper thought he was being praised and said proudly, "Yes, my ancestors were good at raising fighting dogs for the British. I inherited this skill very well, but the people of the Carmen family don't like to play this sport, which makes me very distressed. Fortunately, I can use my strengths here. Those dogs are not greatly affected by the chemically contaminated blood and flesh, and can generally survive for more than a year. I raised them very well. Passing through the passage. Noisy roars and cage collisions can be heard faintly. In a deeper underground cage. No mistake, one poem, one post, one content, 1 book, 1 bar. Look. 4 ferocious dogs with blood in their mouths are constantly hitting a 2-meter-long iron cage. In the cage. 1 tall and 1 short, 2 blood-stained men, lying in the cage with dull and numb eyes, no longer human. And on the ground in the corner. There are a lot of small blood-red bones covered with teeth marks. They are the meat that has not been eaten clean. There were a lot of hair stuck to the bones, and they were piled up with a pile of feces. This stuff was hard to digest. The smell of blood, decay, and excrement mixed together. Even with a barrier of glass, it still made people feel strongly uncomfortable. The butler knocked on the glass. The 2 people in the cage, who were originally numb, immediately said mechanically, "We don't know what heavy artillery is." "Forgive us, we really don't know." Dean didn't need to ask. The butler explained, "The Carmen family has been investigating the heavy artillery incident in Las Vegas. It seems that the previous owner prepared a means to deal with a political enemy family. Later, in order to calm down the matter, the Carmen family paid a heavy price, and these 2 people are the most suspicious. So they were sent here by the Dagger Gang not long ago. I don't understand this now. So, intoxication really has no formula. The formula is those machines. There are very sophisticated mechanisms on them, and disassembly will damage the key parts. But with me here, the channel will not be lost, and the cooperation with Anda Group can continue, as long as the current owner has a partner in the military. They like the weapons we produce very much." At this point, the butler paused. "By the way, Mr. Detective, you said before that someone would talk to us. Can you send someone down now?" "Yes." Dean nodded. The next moment, he punched the head of the guard who followed him. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of watermelons breaking. Before they could react, for the first time, Dean used his L3 ancient Muay Thai killing method in front of the world. Punches and elbows. Crotch piercing and eye poking. In an instant, 4 more people fell to the ground screaming. In such a narrow passage, he was a humanoid beast. Once he attacked, people would be caught off guard. FK. The remaining 3 people never thought that Dean would suddenly attack in front of their 8 fully armed guards while they were chatting peacefully. Just when they were about to draw their guns and fight back, Dean jumped up, and at the same time, he knocked one person away with his knee, and forced the raised arms of the remaining 2 people to his chest with both hands, and then twisted their necks with force. There were 2 crisp clicks. The heads of the 2 people were already raised high and twisted, and they saw a wonderful angle they had never seen before. There was a shortcut to hell. Killing 8 people in a row. Dean took a deep breath and walked towards the butler who had collapsed on the ground with a grin. "To thank you for bringing up my unpleasant memories, I deliberately didn't use a pistol. Now you can go to Satan to discuss cooperation." From the beginning, he didn't intend to let these people live. Accompanied by a few screams, the butler with twisted limbs was thrown into the dog cage at his feet by Dean alive with desperate shouts. "Since you like to keep dogs, then feel the enthusiasm of the dogs. At least the intestines and stomachs of dogs are warm. Calculate the time." Dean ignored the 8 corpses lying on the ground and filing the passage. He walked out of the underground base quickly, stood outside the door, and took out his mobile phone. Since there is no formula here, then let Anbai do it. It's just right for him to destroy this place and eliminate the traces of his actions. Otherwise, no force will be willing to give up this gold mountain. Dean knew that guy must be nearby. As for Mengen, he just asked Dean to figure out the secret here. Dean just told him. Anyway, there is no signal in the underground base except for the special landline. Mun needs to contain Hawk and others to prevent them from rushing to grab the opportunity. Dean has enough time to operate. Before Anbai left, he gave Dean a phone as a channel for communication between the two. The call was quickly connected. After Dean briefly stated his request, he stood at the door of the base and waited. He waited for about 7 or 8 minutes. Fierce gunshots came from above. But it ended quickly. Not long after, a familiar figure wearing a clown mask appeared in front of Dean and gave him a stupid and weird "Sorry, I wrote it now." The dog thief fell asleep on the table at 4 o'clock and woke up at 7 o'clock. Today's 11,000 are updated normally. Before 12 o'clock, there should be another chapter to be added, with a thank you for the reward on that day. Say goodnight to all the Buck friends in advance. Chapter 98 End. New case. Seeing this familiar gesture, Dean realized that Anbei had switched his personality again. It seemed that he had put a lot of pressure on Anbei, causing him to not even dare to face him again with a normal attitude. But Anbei in this state was not obedient. Dean held a gun in his hand and gave the entrance, "Turn left and go straight, your target is there." Killer Anbei glanced at the gun in Dean's hand with emotionless eyes, stepped to a relaxed beat, like a dance slide, and approached the passage and Dean with a backpack on his back. When the two crossed, Dean did not move. As soon as they staggered, his right hand holding the gun smashed over like a steel pipe. Killer Anbei had been prepared, but he was stuck at the entrance and exit of the passage, and he was facing away. He barely raised his hand to block it, and at the same time, several short black nails shot out of his sleeve. There was a muffled sound. Killer Anbei's arm with a broken bone hit the cold wall heavily. Dean looked at the 3 steel nails hanging on his chest with some palpitation, took 2 steps forward, and slapped Anbei in the face. "Change back for me." The clown mask flew out with 2 teeth. The killer Anbei seemed to have no sense of pain. He raised his head, his mouth full of blood, and laughed strangely, "Gee," with a snap. Dean slapped him again. "I don't care what personality you have. I'll beat you to wake up." 2 slaps came down. Anbei's originally handsome right face was swollen like a pig's head. Seeing that the 3rd slap was about to be slapped on the other side, Anbei begged for mercy again and again. "Don't hit me, I'm normal." Because one side of the mouth and teeth were affected. He had a lisp when he spoke. "It's good to be normal." Dean put down his raised arm. "I guess you are not feeling well now, do you want to live?" Anbei picked up his teeth with a grin, took out a bottle, and dripped the liquid in it onto the blood on the ground, then turned his head and said, "Of course I want to live, but do you know that now in the underground world, my hunting bounty has increased to $50 million US, and if you catch me alive, it will be 100 million, and this price is still this morning. You know, even the presidents of some small countries, the bounty on the black market is generally worth between 10 and 30 million US. As for the presidents of big countries, no one dares to hang them. You are so valuable now." Dean was a little tempted to dote on him. If Anbei was alive, he would expose himself, but if he died, it would be fined $50 million US. Just think about the fact that Dean shot Nathan and others without hesitation for more than 3.8 million. His bottom line is not very high. Anbei realized this and patted the backpack behind him. "Don't mess around, there are high concentrations of explosives in here. I want to take this opportunity to see if I can fake my death and escape." "Okay." Dean agreed with hesitation. "You drive those children out." Anbei nodded and walked in with his backpack on his back. A moment later, a group of children still wearing protective clothing rushed out of the underground base screaming. After Dean made sure that there was no one, he threw the pistol into the passage, pressed the button of the gate, and took advantage of the moment when the base closed the door and ran out. Anbei didn't have the base password. Now he couldn't get out. Dean brewed his emotions for a while, and then with a residual look of fear, he followed the children and rushed out. At this moment, Meng, Hawk and others looked miserable. They were attacked by the arrogant Anbei, and all of them were injured in their left and right hands. They were huddled in a room in fear, calling for help. Meng's face was ashen. He knew why Killer V suddenly appeared here. It's over. Although it is unknown why the Killer V did not kill them, Dean was trapped in the underground base and it was unknown whether he could get out alive. At this moment, Hawk suddenly looked out the window and said, "Look, a group of people in white clothes ran out. FK, that's Dean, he is not dead." Dean. Mon immediately squeezed the police officer at the door, kicked the door open and rushed out, shouting, "Dean, here." Dean looked in the direction of the voice, and then said in horror, "Run, a madman wearing a mask just broke in and killed all the guards inside. He is setting up explosives." Explosives. There is a base underground. FK. The group of people dared not hide and fled in panic, passing by the group of people who were imprisoned before. There was also a kind patrolman who reminded the other party, which frightened the group of people to burst their potential, pushed the wooden door away, and ran away. When everyone was about 1,000 meters away from Lincoln Farm, there was a loud bang. As the dust and fog rose into the sky, large tracts of land sank, completely burying the underground base full of crimes. Dean looked at the movement in front of him that seemed like a natural disaster, and murmured in his heart, "I don't know if I can see Andy again in the future." He is a pervert with split personality and still owes me 3 promises. He has a hunch. This guy will not die so easily. Because the other party has not paid him the money that he promised to spend for his whole life? Exclamation mark. Madman. This is a madman. Meng En sat on the ground miserably. His hands were soaked with blood. Hawk and others were similar. And his shooting skills were no less than Dean's. He penetrated everyone's upper arm muscles. Although it may not affect everyone's future gun holding after recovery. But in the short term, they will have trouble taking care of themselves. The other party is really crazy, but I don't know why. He didn't kill me, but asked me to get out. Dean pointed to the 3 nails on his chest. Fortunately, I wore a bulletproof vest, otherwise I would be the same as you now. The group of residents who escaped by chance left silently after seeing the collapsed Lincoln farm. They have determined that the Carmen family must have encountered an accident. Next, they need to find a new way out. They must take their families away as soon as possible. There is no time to trouble these policemen. Half an hour later, a large number of police cars and ambulances came here again. When Meng En was carried up, Dean whispered in his ear, "Captain." He vaguely explained the simple situation inside, neither showing that he knew a lot, but revealing the key and a group and those automated machines, as well as the name of drunk. As time passed, without the suppression of the Carmen family, there is no mistake in the poem, the content, the book, and the bar. Those cooperative channels that have run out of supply will definitely frantically inquire about the source of drunk. This thing will soon be no secret. Meng En was very excited about this. He didn't even care about the gunshot wound on his body. He asked Dean to help and dialed a Chinese pinyin phone number with a no-chew. A moment. Meng En asked Dean to wait for him to come back with a red face. The two of them are going to be rich. The only pity for Dean was that the explosion of the underground base did not allow him to gain experience points. It was probably because there were too many people involved in the crime and he could not kill or catch them all. This made him somewhat glad that he had joined the robbery and murder department instead of going to Eve to eat free food. The most suitable cases for the panel were still some homicides. A few days later, December was approaching. Dean asked for leave and brought his mother and younger brothers and sisters to the cemetery. He placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone of his father in this life. Today is the 9th anniversary of Dean's father's death. Looking at his crying mother Sheila, Dean silently lit a cigarette. Although he still didn't know who killed his father in his previous life, but thinking about the relationship between the former forensic Dr. Santoni and the Carmen family, the mastermind behind it should be someone from the Carmen family. Now half of the revenge has been taken. As for the remaining half, Dean plans to wait until he is stronger, and then slowly settle accounts with the remaining members of the Carmen family. Kill them one by one. There will always be someone who knows the truth of the year. After returning home, the mood at home is still a little depressed. Sinclair was fine. She was only 3 years old when her father died and had almost no memory. Thompson was different. He was already 7 years old at the time, at the age when he admired his father the most. Dean saw this and took out a stack of US dollars. "Don't be sad, Dad is in heaven, and he will definitely hope that we will get better and better. This is my bonus from last month. Let's go, let's have a good time as a family today. Can we go to Demi Castle?" Sinclair's eyes were full of anticipation. Of course. Dean glanced at Sheila and Thompson, who were secretly listening, and said loudly, "Not only the castle, but also the Santa Monica 3rd Street pedestrian street in the West District. We can buy a lot of things and play all day. Wow, I heard that there's a full set of Star Wars assembly models there." Thompson was moved. When Sheila heard about the Santa Monica 3rd Street pedestrian street, the sadness on her face was also washed away a lot. It is a very famous shopping street in Los Angeles, with stores of various famous luxury brands in the world. The key is that this is Dean's intention. When the time comes, she will wear a branded outfit to meet her girlfriends, and then accidentally reveal that this is the intention of her second son Dean. Tisk tisk, she is looking forward to the scene and she is also moved. A pleasant day ends. Dean, who feels that he has protected the peaceful life of this family, comes to the detective bureau with a full sense of satisfaction to read books and fish. The old white-skinned Meng En has not recovered from his previous injuries, and he has 2 new gunshot wounds. It is estimated that he will not be seen in a month or 2. Old Hunter and Robert have been discharged from the hospital. They have no broken bones. After nearly 10 days of recuperation, The injuries on their bodies have not affected their activities. Only the unlucky Phoebe has not returned to the team. Not only her. Lawrence also took a leave. He accompanied Phoebe and rushed to South Korea. The flesh and blood missing on Phoebe's face is a bit tricky. She consulted many plastic surgery hospitals, and they all said that it is difficult to restore to the original appearance. Out of kindness, Dean recommended Phoebe to South Korea. Plastic surgery is also developed there, and there may be hope. Lawrence, who was still unwilling to give up, borrowed a large sum of money from Dean and set off with Phoebe. The current 4th Squadron was a combination of remnants and idiots, and it looked like a failure. In this case, Dean naturally could not be absent again and went to the FBI training base for 2 weeks. In the afternoon, Old Hunter took Robert to the hospital to change the dressing. Dean was reading a book boredly, Harry was playing the latest strategic monster killing and upgrading game openly, and Daisy was watching TV intently. Ding-ling-ling, the landline that had been silent for many days rang. Bang! Dean dropped the book and slammed the table. Finally, the case came. Just now, there was a comment reminding the machine gun. I don't know if it was because of the modification of the original text, it disappeared. It was not deleted by the thief. I would like to make a statement. Thanks to the book friend Knight of Glory for the reward of 12,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend Mingayu Mountain Hermit for the reward of 2,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the book friend on the other side of the coin, doing salted fish for the 1,880 book coins reward. Thanks to the boss. Congratulations on being promoted to deacon. Thanks to the 3 book friends ZLC, Old Cat Next Door, and SS 1,234,567,890 for the 500 book coins reward. Thanks to the 3 bosses. Thanks to the 3 book friends 202103011066103755542 feet, Ubeoas, and Chenser for the reward. Thanks to the 3 bosses. Dean, thanks to the book friend The Glory of the Night for the roll reward of 1,000 book coins. Thanks to the boss. Sanjiang plus 1 and 4 halves equals 12 chapters. Chapter 99, Chapter 98 I often can't fit in because I'm not perverted enough. This is the robbery and murder division. Okay, got it. We'll be there right away. She hung up the phone. Daisy looked at Dean and Harry, who were both bored. Guys, a homeless man found a body while rummaging through garbage at number 433 Orange Street. I'll notify the forensics department. You should leave. Oh, the happy life of earning a salary is over. I really don't want to move. This game is so fun. Harry stretched and stood up reluctantly. He has recently become obsessed with a character in a fighting game. It is a hero character with amazing gun skills, Sean the Holy Gun, a cold man wearing a half mask. Although the poor pixelation makes it impossible to tell what is so cold about the character, Harry loves and is obsessed with this character as long as he uses a revolver. Harry, you look like those drug addicts, but you are addicted to psychotropic marijuana. Dean complained. In order to play games these days, Harry has rejected at least 5 girls' phone invitations in a row. It's too abnormal. Harry shrugged. Dean, you don't understand. A miserable childhood needs a lifetime to heal. I'm just healing my childhood. Let's go. I just want to ride your muscle car. It attracts women's attention. It actually attracts men's attention more. Dean chuckled, checked the new pistol in his hand habitually, took the key and set off. Orange Street is located near an elderly square. Because the public facilities in this area are old, only some elderly people like to stroll around, feed pigeons and enjoy a happy old age. At this time, America is sucking blood from many countries, and the national welfare is at the end of its peak. Even some homeless people with normal identities have fixed subsidies to receive, and those elderly people who worked in their early years have a high social security payment, which can make their lives very comfortable. Arrived at a police station. A middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s is being questioned by a patrolman. Dean took Harry over and greeted the patrol officers of the precinct. Hey, guys, what's going on? Detective Dean. The patrol officer who was taking notes put down his pen and smiled. I've heard that there is a very handsome detective in the 4th Squadron with a high crime-solving rate. It seems that my bonus next month is guaranteed. Although he was just assisting, he would also share some of the credit as long as the case was solved. This is an unspoken rule. Wow. Harry's eyes were full of envy. Dean, you have only been here for 2 months, And everyone in this precinct already knows you. After all, gold will shine and be liked by people. Dean stepped forward and shook hands with a patrol officer. I am Dean. I'm glad you know me. Can you tell me what's going on? Of course. The patrol officer pointed to the homeless man in front of him. This gentleman was rummaging through the garbage in the afternoon. He saw a pile of rags next to the trash can and thought of picking them up to spread under him. As a result, when he picked them up, he found a body under the cloth. After listening, Dean looked at the homeless man. The other person has a big frame, but is very thin, and looks a little malnourished. His hands are stirring restlessly, showing that he is now nervous. He lowers his head and curls up his feet, which means that he is a little embarrassed about the patrolman's statement that he is rummaging through the garbage. This is a homeless man with self-esteem. There are many kinds of homeless people in America. The one in front of him may have had a good life, but later he went bankrupt for some reason and his credit was tarnished, so he became a homeless man. Dean's mental power is as high as 11. Although he is not a genius, his memory is good in all aspects. After reading books seriously these days, he has gained something. It is estimated that it will not be long. His micro-expression analysis can also be introduced. He may be worried that he will be regarded as a murderer. After being stared at for a long time, the homeless man stammered, "After I found it, I asked passers-by to call the police and didn't turn over the body." "That's good." Dean nodded, took out a $20 bill and stuffed it into the homeless man's hand. "Sir, thank you for the clue. It's cold, take it to buy some hot food." "Thank you, you are such a good person." "Maybe." Dean shrugged, asked where to find the homeless man, and took Harry into the alley. The forensics department hadn't come yet. They could only check the situation themselves first. The body was at the end of the alley, next to the trash can. The neighborhood was an old community, and all the residents were elderly. In fact, few elderly people would come to such a remote place to throw away garbage. The homeless man must have been very hungry, so he came here. The body was next to the trash can, covered with a pile of rags. Maybe because the homeless man pulled it up, the rags exposed the corners and were stained red with blood. Harry looked at the blood and guessed, "The blood looks fresh, Dean. Maybe you shouldn't let the homeless man go." Dean shook his head. "Didn't you smell a faint stench before you entered the alley? The color of the blood on the cloth looks conspicuous. It may be due to the humidity here." Tear open the cloth and take a look at the body. He carefully observed the surroundings before coming in. There was no blood, no signs of dragging, and no signs of fighting. This might just be a place where corpses were dumped. The two put on gloves. Harry took the initiative to step forward very naturally and tore open the cloth, revealing the body underneath. In his heart, he subconsciously regarded himself as a younger brother. The cloth was torn open, revealing the complete appearance of the body underneath. The body was lying prone, with the left face touching the ground and the right face facing up, much like a person lying on the bed. The top of the head near the right ear was slightly concave, and there were dense maggots crawling on it. "FK, I admit that the other party has been dead for a few days." Harry looked at the pile of maggots with some disdain, feeling that he would lose his appetite tonight. These maggots seemed to be eating happily. The corpse became their best nutrition. To be precise, the other party has been dead for 72 hours. Dean pointed at the wriggling maggots and said, "Many times, we can simply judge the time of death of the corpse based on the development cycle of the maggots." "Tisk, Dean, I feel that many times, you have more information than the people in the forensics department." Harry praised, and quickly picked up a small notebook to write this down in his mind. When he followed Old Hunter, the other party would not teach him these dry goods. Dean smiled and said nothing. The members of the forensics department may not have seen as many corpses as he did. After a simple observation of the appearance of the corpse, Dean stretched out his hand and began to examine the body. The deceased was a white male wearing a hip-hop sweater that is quite fashionable now. He looked only about 20 years old. His limbs were intact and soft to the touch, which proved that he had been dead for more than 30 hours. Dean only found a wound on the top of the head of the corpse. Someone hit him hard on the head, causing his death. Suddenly, Dean noticed that some of the maggots below were squeezed up in the gap between the maggots wriggling. These maggots were red on one side and white and yellow on the other side, which looked very strange. Strange. After a person dies, the lower the surrounding temperature, the faster the blood coagulates and becomes thicker. It is impossible for the maggots to be dyed red after 72 hours of death. Could it be? Exclamation mark. Because he was wearing gloves. Dean quickly turned over the dead man's eyelids and looked at his cornea. The dead man's cornea was not cloudy, and it still looked clear and bright. With the influx of light, the pupils also expanded and contracted very slightly. "FK, Harry, call the emergency number." "What? This man is not dead yet. Take a look." Harry looked at the maggots that fell on the ground and were still wriggling happily, and silently took out his mobile phone. Although he felt that Dean had too much fun last night and was a little dazed now, so he said such outrageous things. But who said he was Dean? After the call, Harry reported the result. "Dean, the nearest ambulance will arrive in 10 minutes. Yet, Dean didn't even raise his head. After carefully putting the tenacious young man back on the ground, he began to search his body. He must find enough clues on the other person before the ambulance arrives, otherwise these things will be destroyed during the rescue process. The hip-hop sweatshirt on the young man has 2 large pockets connected to the abdomen, just like a kangaroo's pocket, filled with a lot of things. Dean took these things out one by one. Is this pepper spray? Whistle? Switchblade? FK, is this lubricant an umbrella? Harry, who was squatting beside him and observing, changed his expression. Dean, be careful, this guy might be a zero. What is a zero? Dean said, and took out a long wallet from the pocket of the young man's pants. He opened it and saw that there was a social security card in addition to some loose money. Great discovery. The social security card, like a driver's license, has a unique social security number. It is a necessity of life and is equivalent to the ID card of American citizens. They can confirm the identity of the injured. Dean stood up and wanted Harry to investigate the detailed information of the injured based on the information on the social security card. As a result, Harry made a tangled and obscene gesture to him, the index finger and thumb of his left hand connected into a circle, showing an OK gesture, and then the index finger of his right hand poked into the circle, extremely obscenely going in and out. Dean was stunned and looked at him like a pervert. Harry raised his left hand that was making the OK sign with a bit of grievance, and pointed the circle at Dean. This is the zero injured person who may have AIDS. We must be careful and remind the medical staff later. Just then, pa! Something fell to the ground with a sound. Harry maintained the gesture and turned his head to see Holtz from the forensic department. The toolbox in his hand fell to the ground. He was covering his mouth with both hands and looking at him in disbelief. Behind Holtz, there was a pair of twin blonde sisters. They looked young and were looking at him and Dean excitedly. The curiosity and interest in their eyes made Harry's scalp tingle. FK. Harry's face darkened. Holtz, man, believe me, I'm just telling Dean what zero is. Maybe, but you dare to molest even Dean. I still admire you very much. Harry, when you are beaten to death by Dean, I will personally help you to issue an autopsy report. Dean. Holtz picked up the toolbox, walked over with the 2 girls behind him, and introduced, this is Dora and Vimy, twin sisters, and also my new assistants. I will take care of them for a while. Harry looked at the 2 sisters full of youthful vitality, envied and jealous and said, asshole, it's a waste of resources for them to follow you. Twin sisters. I want them so much. Harry wanted to say hello. The 2 sisters had already come up to Dean and introduced themselves to him enthusiastically. Holtz sighed. I knew this would be the result. Harry nodded with empathy. Dean liked this feeling very much. But he didn't understand why these 2 stupid women beat around the bush and asked if they were sisters. A gentleman hides his weapons and does not easily show them to the outside world. The occasion is not appropriate. Dean pushed aside the 2 enthusiastic and strange women, walked up to Holtz, briefly explained the situation of the injured, and asked him to record what he found. As long as Dean and Harry signed the record, it could also serve as auxiliary evidence. Holtz was very interested in the injured. Before the ambulance arrived, he pointed to the wound on the other's head and explained to the twins, the injured has a strong vitality, but what really saved him was these cute squirming guys. They can eat rotten meat and stop bleeding. Some surgeons like to use maggots to clean wounds. Cute. Harry felt that Holtz was a little abnormal. He glanced at the crowd, trying to find someone with the same idea, but saw Dean and the 2 sisters listening with relish, so he quietly walked aside, lit a cigarette, and smoked it with melancholy. He often felt that he couldn't fit in with the conversation of these people because he was not perverted enough. 7 or 8 minutes later, the ambulance arrived late. Holtz took the 2 sisters and drove to the hospital. They were going to take all the clothes of the injured person back to the forensics department in case there were any clues missed. Dean took Harry back to the detective bureau. The alley was remote. It should not be the first crime scene. The injured person was severely injured at the back of his head, and the possibility of being attacked was very high. The money on his body was not lost, which negated the possibility of the robbers committing the crime randomly. Except for mentally ill lunatics. No one would hurt or even kill people at will. There's usually an opportunity and reason to trigger the action. The same is true for perverts. And mentally ill lunatics rarely deliberately move the body after killing. So this is a premeditated murder attempt. Considering the pepper spray, whistle, and switchblade on the injured person, which are usually self-protection tools on women, Dean suspected that the injured person had suffered unbearable injuries, which was why he felt so insecure. He had a hunch that by checking the social relations of the injured person through the social security card on the injured person, he could easily find the reason why the injured person was attacked and even lock the murderer. Do you think that 3,000 or 4,000 words in a chapter is too long and makes you feel uncomfortable? Chapter 100 Motives for the Crime. The injured person is Howard Megan, 20 years old, a sophomore at the University of California. 3 days ago, he asked for a 2-week-long vacation so that he could return to school after the winter vacation. Daisy handed a piece of information to Dean. According to your hint, I found something very interesting. What? I want to eat volcano ice cream. Daisy stretched out a finger and couldn't help licking her sexy red lips. That thing is delicious, but it's not cheap. She spent her monthly income on cosmetics and female companions, so after meeting Dean, a generous guy, she has developed a habit of blackmail. Dean rolled his eyes. How about I treat you to a Los Angeles cheese cigar? I guarantee you will want to eat it again after you have tried it once. What Los Angeles cheese cigar? Daisy was a little confused. She has always been well informed about delicious food. Harry, the bad guy, laughed and shrugged at Daisy. Daisy, I also have a chocolate cigar here, do you want it? His miserable and deformed scream was like a castrated male dog. Gave Harry a kick of justice. And raised her middle finger, the only one with unpainted nails, to Dean. Daisy said gloomily, I found information about a case of Howard Megan from 10 years ago. When he was 10 years old, he was assaulted by the school doctor under the pretext of massage because of a sports contusion. Female school doctor. Harry knelt on the ground with a hunched back, still grinning and asking without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Male. Seeing that Harry could still speak, Daisy wondered if she was too lenient. Dean became interested. Is that guy out now? Could this be his revenge after he was released from prison? Daisy shook her head. Howard Megan's anus was seriously injured because the school doctor was too forceful and rough during the assault, which also caused Howard's right hand to be fractured, his sternum collapsed, and his pelvis also had a slight fracture, which is a serious violation. At that time, the Child and Women's Protection Organization in Los Angeles was rising and strong. So the school doctor was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He is still serving his sentence in a small prison in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Help me collect information about the school doctor and his family. In addition, whether Howard Megan has any family, he has been missing for at least more than 3 days, and now is not winter vacation. Under normal circumstances, the police should have received a missing person report. Seeing that Daisy was reluctant, Dean had to stretch out 2 fingers. It's done. I'll treat you to 2 meals of volcano ice cream. Of course, I still recommend you to try mine. He didn't finish his words, but raised his beautiful eyebrows, meaning, you know. It's a pity for such a beautiful girl to be a lesbian. Get lost. I want 3 meals, or I won't help you anymore. Daisy said, twisting her plump body and returning to her seat, ready to work overtime for the food and get some overtime pay. Dean originally wanted Harry to do something. But seeing how he looked now, he shook his head helplessly. This guy is useless. After work, Dean called Holtz. He was still in the hospital, but he told Dean about the latest situation of the victim Howard Megan. This guy is very tenacious, but he is seriously injured, with a fractured skull, subdural hematoma and cerebral edema. The doctor said that the possibility of him waking up is very low. This means that it is difficult for them to get useful information from each other. Okay, Holtz, did you notice that there is something wrong with his anus? What? Holtz thought he had heard it wrong. Dean had to briefly talk about what Howard Megan had experienced when he was a teenager. In the ID photo, Howard Megan is handsome, with long flowing hair, very similar to Dean's appearance when he was a teenager, but too thin and with a delicate temperament. Such a person is easy to become the target of some gaze. There is not much information at present. Dean needs to determine the motive of the murderer first. After listening to Dean's explanation, Holtz hesitated and said, "I didn't notice it before, wait a minute." A moment. Amid Holtz's violent panting and the nurse's screams, Holtz said in a hurried tone, "No abnormality was found, FK, this nurse wants to kill me." Dean was speechless. This idiot, wouldn't he pull the injured person's pants in front of the doctors and nurses, and then stick it up to look? Listening to the screams on the other end of the phone, he hung up the phone quickly. Dean is kind-hearted, and he is prone to feel guilty after listening for a long time. Because women will affect reading. Dean has ended his temporary love with a Latino beauty in the physical therapy clinic and moved back to Sheila's house. He enjoys the company of his family. So even though he still had more than $400,000, he still didn't move out. Although Sheila would occasionally complain with a smile, it can be seen that she likes the feeling of being with her family. The next day, Dean came to the office on time. Daisy hadn't come yet. But Dean found several documents that Daisy left for him on his desk. It seems that she worked hard for the food last night. The information is divided into 3 parts. One is about the school doctor. The other 2 are the family situation of the school doctor and the family information of the victim. Dean first looked at the information of the school doctor and his family. Although the other party is still in prison, he can still contact visitors, so the suspicion of revenge cannot be completely ruled out. The school doctor's name is Darren Haas. He is 40 years old, a Californian, settled in Los Angeles, has a wife, a son, and an old mother in her 60s. This was originally a happy family. But 10 years ago, everything was ruined. Dean noticed that Darren and his wife did not divorce because of Darren's affairs. But it may be due to the impact of the assault. In order to ensure that the growth of her child would not be affected, Darren's wife took her son, who is the same age as the victim Howard, to live in Boston, Massachusetts. And their child, Ariski Haas, became a sophomore at Harvard University this year with excellent grades. Tisk, he is actually a top student. Dean was a little envious and a little confused. Before college in the United States, children from ordinary families generally pursue happy education, so when they go to college, many students simply cannot compete with those children of the middle class and the rich and powerful, and most of them choose to drop out directly or enter some vocational universities. And top universities like Harvard. At present, some customary traditions are still continued. Students not only need excellent grades, but also generally need a recommender with status, and even the family situation of the students will be reviewed. These are invisible thresholds. So with Ariski Haas's family situation, how did he get into Harvard? Dean picked up a fountain pen and marked this point. In addition to these, Darren, the former school doctor, also has an old mother in her 60s who still lives in Los Angeles and has an apartment in the suburbs as real estate. This is a wealthy old woman. At the end of Darren's profile, there was a line of words that Daisy had enlarged and bolded. Darren has performed well in prison. After applying, there will be a parole hearing on December 9th. The court notified Howard Megan, who is in school. If he chooses to forgive Darren or does not attend the hearing on that day, then Darren will most likely be paroled and released early. Dean smacked his lips. He had a motive for murder. How many 15 years does a person have? As long as Howard can't attend the hearing, then Darren will be released 15 years early. He is only 40 years old now, in the prime of his life, and can still enjoy many years of happy life. Although Darren is in prison and the possibility of committing a crime is small, he still has a wife, a 20-year-old son, and a wealthy mother, all of whom have motives. These need to be investigated one by one. Today is December 4th, and there are still 4 or 5 days before the parole hearing on December 9th. There is still plenty of time. Even if Darren, the pervert, was finally paroled, Dean would try to use his own means to gain experience points instead of being restricted by those boring procedural rules. The last action with MB gave him a lot of inspiration. He was a 5-star detective in Los Angeles when he took off the mask, but it did not prevent him from putting on the mask and transforming into a ranger who punishes evil and promotes good. As long as he can gain experience points, it's fine. Dean continued to look at the family information of the victim Howard. Howard was from a single-parent family and was raised by his mother. Because of the abuse incident, He was hospitalized for a long time and received psychological treatment for nearly 2 years. These unfortunate experiences did not destroy the boy. With his mother's company, he was finally admitted to the University of California and became a sophomore. The University of California, referred to as UC, has 10 top-ranked campuses. Its academic status in the United States is not much worse than Harvard, where Darren's son is. The reason why Daisy knew so much was because she got the files of the branch. After Howard disappeared, her mother called the police immediately. Because Howard took a long vacation from school after receiving the call from the court, and after returning to Los Angeles, he was talking to his mother. As a result, Howard's mother suddenly heard a sharp noise on the other end of the phone and could not contact her son. Based on the confession of the branch, Daisy once again thoughtfully left a line of enlarged and bold fonts at the end of the document. The area where Howard last disappeared was near the Greyhound bus stop in Los Angeles. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. There were no witnesses around, and the branch did not find any useful clues. Note: the Greyhound bus arrived at 8 o'clock that night. Put down the information. Dean sighed, thoughtful. If Daisy was not a lesbian, he really wanted to sleep with her. This is a good helper. Fortunately, Daisy was tempted by the food and was full of energy. Slowly train her. The members of the 4th Squadron were injured, and those who asked for leave. The office was quite deserted. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Old Hunter and Robert, the two, finally arrived at the office slowly. Just when Dean suspected that Harry couldn't come today because of his serious injury, a figure who walked timidly appeared at the door of the office. Dean was in awe. "Harry, you are stronger than I thought." "Yes, in addition to being strong, I am also very hard." Harry chuckled. "Even if I crawl, I will follow you to solve this case. Dean, don't think of leaving me behind. It's rare that Lawrence, the bastard, is not here. Harry will not give up this opportunity to assist. Because a murder has happened." A few cats from the 4th Squadron gathered in the conference room for a morning meeting. After this injury, Old Hunter realized that he should retire. He directly asked Dean to preside over the meeting. After Dean briefly explained the case, he assigned tasks. Considering that Old Hunter and Robert were still injured, Dean asked them to visit the old mother of the school doctor, Darren, and contact Darren's wife and son to find out the situation. As for Harry, Dean was going to take him to the prison where Darren was to find out the situation. The meeting ended. Daisy came over. "Dean, don't you need me to do anything?" Dean praised, "You did an excellent job yesterday. The office needs a capable person on duty, and you are the only one who is suitable." Daisy was overjoyed and gave Dean a look that showed that he was very knowledgeable. She turned on the TV happily and started to slack off. When going downstairs, Harry, who had been walking shyly, immediately returned to normal. Dean was surprised. "Were you pretending before?" Harry raised his eyebrows. "Of course, otherwise, do you think Daisy would let me go so easily today? Her mind is not even 1/10,000th of her broad mind." As he said, he sighed again. "I saw that it was okay for you to tease her, so I plucked up the courage to tease her, but what happened?" Dean laughed and drove the depressed Harry to the small prison in the suburbs. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.